Hello, doctor. How are you?
I'm fine, Dr. Alice. Nice to see you. Good afternoon, good morning.
I know it's been like, I'm sorry about the correspondence.
I really appreciate all of you. I appreciate your time. I appreciate that I call you and you give me the honor. I'm so fortunate to have you all. Thanks so much for your time, for your resources. I will go ahead and make a start so that we can give our keynote speaker the opportunity to start, and other people will join us as they come in. So I think let's keep to our time. I like keeping to time. So I hope everyone can hear me.
Yes, yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Because we are from different places around the world, different country, different contexts. So let me take it this way. I will say good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from anywhere you are joining us in the world. I am Dr. Kafayat Kehinde Lamidi. I'm the director of GSEP Center for Entrepreneurship, Employability, and Leadership. And I welcome you all. I cordially welcome you all to SEAL 2022 World Global Summer Summit. Before we proceed, I will quickly highlight the vision and mission statements of World Global itself. Let me know if you can see on my screen the mission and vision statements. Okay. Basically, WELL stands for Women's Entrepreneurial Leadership and Legacy, and we just short it to WELL. And to me, the concept of WELL, though generally we may think the well where we fetch water from, that's one way to think about it. How do we relate to that well concept? Traditionally in Africa, we do fetch water from the well, and that speaks to us as women. That do we want to become a well? Do we want to be like an avenue for other people to tap from? Do we want to be able to share the knowledge, the experience that we have acquired with other women? So that is why that concept of well, even though it stands for Women Entrepreneurial Leadership and Legacy, but it still has that meaning attached to it. Becoming a well as a woman, as well as becoming fit in terms of our wellness as a woman. We have to be strong and healthy to be able to deliver what we possess, to be able to share, to be able to empower, to be able to support other women to become the best they can. So you can see how the concept of well in terms of fitness and being healthy fits into my concept of well. And literally, it emphasizes the importance of women's global impacts. And thinking about a virtual world after COVID-19, think about the changes that we have, we've adapted to living in, more virtual world. So how can we empower ourselves more as women, to contribute to global impacts in a virtual environment? So, well, global impact, our impact-led mission is accelerating women entrepreneurship ecosystem while building the next generations of exceptional girls and women. And our vision is to empower girls and women with opportunities and support for accelerating, let me say, growth impact as well as global impacts. And while at the same time enhancing equity for sustainable economic growth. In terms of equity, what I refer to equity here, it means that I acknowledge and at the same time I appreciate the unique differences that we all have as women. We have differences in terms of our needs. So we need to acknowledge and we need to appreciate that. And reasonably, we need to provide that support, for one another or for each other. We need to support ourselves we need to provide the opportunity for ourselves in meeting those needs. That's why I use the term equity in that context. So what we are doing today is, helping ourselves to move from goals. We move from goals to goals. Sometimes we all have goals. If they ask IFA, if they ask Effigen, if they ask many of us in the room, that, do you have any goals? Yes, I do. What is your goal for 2022? What is your goal, or what are your goals for 2023? We will all have something to pen down. But how do we move from that goal or goals to growth and global impact as well? So therefore, SEAL 2022 World Global Summer Summit provides that avenue, for empowering and supporting women of all ages, regardless of where we are, regardless of what our needs are. So we tend to use this as an opportunity, summit to explore, and you can see where our team fits in. Our team for today say career, employability, entrepreneurship, and the subtitle is exploration and exceptional empowerment. Also, we have leadership as well, career, employability, enterprise, and leadership. So before I proceed, let me briefly, take you to have a look at our SEAL pathways. New share, 1 minute. Yeah. And okay, yeah. So that's what brings us to have this summit for today, 27th of August, 2022. And these are our pathway for Center for Entrepreneurship, Employability, and Leadership. We have 4 different pathways. We have the entrepreneurship education routes, the leadership development empowerment routes, and that's where you can see that we talk about women empowerment. We emphasize about supporting and empowering women. And the third one is the employability and enterprise exploration pathway. And fourthly, we have the innovative and sustainable business solution pathway. So the objective of this summit is to build, to empower, and mobilize young women. And the goal, like I said, that we all have a goal. The purpose of today's summit is that we want to prepare and develop exceptional generations of women for career, enterprise, and leadership. So before we, briefly, the agenda is that we have our opening keynote speaker as Aifa Al-Kelanin, and she will be speaking to us from 1:15 up to 30 minutes, followed by 10 minutes question and answer session. And then we follow by other speakers as well. We give their presentation and as well as panel discussion. And we also have our closing keynote speaker as Ellen McBaron, and I hope she will join us very soon. So this is the agenda for those who want to screenshot it, but I will just proceed from here, then we come back to the agenda as other speaker comes in. So now the scope of W.E.L.L Global. For me to be able to give you the context of the issue, I'm going to make reference to some statistics, and we go to look into some analysis. And these I've drawn from the Harvard Business Review, and this author Senja and Folkman 2019, in their analysis of 360-degree assessment, it contains 19 capabilities. And what that finding gives to us is that women in leadership, they rate higher than their men counterparts. So in terms of competence, women lead better than men. So my question is, why is it that we have all these skills, we have what we need, but what is the issue? I tried to look into that, and I realized that it has to do with lack of opportunity and lack of support. It's not that we don't have the required skills. Most of us, we do, but the issue is that some women out there, the few, we have women out there, but the few, some tend not to give the opportunity to other women coming behind them. So let's women ourselves, we need to break that barrier. If you are in the position to have that power, if you are in the position to have the opportunity to empower other women or girls coming behind you, please let's give them the opportunity. Let's give them all the full support to get to the top in terms of their leadership, to get to the tops in terms of their business, to get to the top in terms of their career aspect. Whatever they tend to do, let us give them the full support. So I tend to see the issue as the dearth of opportunity rather than a lack of capability more. And that's why we tend to focus this summit on exploring, and exceptional empowerment. So how, like the challenge now, the question for all of us now is, how can we better support ourselves to empower young women to be prepared for senior leadership position, or to be able to be business owner, to be able to become their own CEO, to be able to have their own or launch their own business, or to be able to convert their own idea into something tangible that can take them to the next level, and they develop that legacy for the next generation to come. So therefore, being an exceptional woman, liberating and lifting young girls and women is the biggest portrait. That's the way I put it. So let us all remember that an exceptional woman does not live down other women. We need to lift ourselves up. We need to support ourselves. We need to empower ourselves more. So now the awakening message is that over to every one of us in this room today, how are you contributing, or how are you raising the next generation of exceptional women? So let's take this as our opening question for us to reflect on in terms of our respective position or field or career or business. Let us try to say who is that person? Who is that young lady that have come to you for a support? How have you turned that person down? How have you embraced, or how have you supported, or how could you better support that person? Let's reflect. Yeah, to freeing them, to helping them find their goals, helping them fulfill their passion, helping them to flare and strike opportunity. Thereby, we will be, become internationally impactful. We'll be building the next generation of those who are, well and exceptional in the society. So that is about the W.E.L. global scope, and that mission. This is just a view, an overview. I use this diagram to capture the overview of what the mission is and how it relates to the issue and how we tend to address the challenge. So accelerating women entrepreneurship is the key, is central to the impact-led agenda of W.E.L. Global. I'm not going to be going into each and every one of them, but just to give you that overview in a diagrammatical manner. So now today we have this summit in 3 series, and the first session today is going to be career, employability and enterprise, followed by the second session, which is the entrepreneurship and leadership series. And finally, we have the female founders and funders series. So that's why we have it in 3 series. And I am delighted to introduce to you our distinguished speakers, to whom we have addressed as gems. They are our W.E.L. gems because they are recognized as global entrepreneurs, educators, mentors, because they will be mentoring what they are doing today. They are mentoring us. Knowledge, we continue to learn. Myself, I'm learning. Every one of us, we are learning from one another. So I am honored to introduce them as gems, the W.E.L. gems of SEAL 2022, because they are contributing, to the mentoring opportunity of empowering and supporting other women out there. And now I'm going to call on our humble opening keynote speaker of today. And by name, she is Haifa Al-Kelani, and she is the founder, and she is also the president of the Arab International Women Forum. And she's been doing this for more than 20 years. Very honored to have her. We are so honored to have her. And she will be talking about going and growing higher, navigating zones towards building legacies, and going global. Please join me to welcome Haifa Al-Kelani to the floor. Please, you will be able to start when you are ready. I'm going to stop sharing.
Thank you, Dr. Kifayat. May I be able to reach my screen as I mentioned to you, please?
Sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Allow me a second. Thank you indeed.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Distinguished guests, dear friend, Dr. Kafayat, it's indeed a great honor and pleasure for me personally, and as president and founder of the Arab International Women's Forum, to be invited today to address the Women's Entrepreneurial Leadership and Legacy Global Program Summer Summit for 2022. I am looking forward very much to sharing with you all my insights on women's entrepreneurship and indeed our discussion and interaction afterwards. Dr. Kifayat, before I
Please, Aifa, can you unmute yourself?
Thank you. Let me start again, because I heard some noise in the background. And
yeah, sorry about that.
No,
I tried to mute everyone.
No worries. No. Distinguished guests, dear friends, it's indeed a great honor and pleasure for me personally, and as president and founder of the Arab International Women's Forum, to be invited today to address the Women's Entrepreneurial Leadership and Legacy Global Program Summer Summit for 2022. I'm very much looking forward to sharing with you all my thoughts and insights on women's entrepreneurship, and indeed I'm looking forward to our discussion and interaction afterwards. As a development economist, my advocacy work for nearly 30 years has been centered on the economic empowerment of women and young people in the UK, the MENA region, and internationally, through my key roles, first in establishing and leading the Arab International Women's Forum for over 2 decades, and as a fellow of the Harvard Advanced Leadership Initiative, as well as a commissioner on the ILO Global Commission on the Future of Work. I shall be focusing today on the importance of economic inclusion, entrepreneurship, and education for women and youth, a long-standing sustainability challenge, not only for the UK and the Arab region, but indeed for every region in the world. At the outset, I wish to take this important opportunity to extend my sincere congratulations to Dr. Kifayat Kehinde Lamidi for her leadership on this outstanding conference, and to acknowledge the admirable work of her organization, W.E.L.L, in promoting and supporting women's employability, enterprise, entrepreneurship, and leadership. Both AIWF and W.E.L.L Global Program are committed to empowering women and girls around the world to succeed in their careers, in their entrepreneurial ventures, in leadership positions, and in society more broadly. In all our work, both our organizations recognize and build upon the progress made by women, despite persistent societal and cultural barriers. Especially after the pandemic, it is important that organizations like ours and those present today can engage in dialogue and concrete strategic action with partners to promote a shared vision for a future society built on equality and inclusion for women and girls. This has been a core and guiding principle of AIWF since I founded the organization in London in 2001 as a development organization to lead the drive for sustainable empowerment for women and young people in the MENA region and internationally. We see women as engines of economic growth, contributing to prosperity and stability, which is key to the well-being of all communities. Based in London and with the support of our board members, partners, and wider networks in the MENA, the UK, and around the world, We work with a coalition of partners that includes governments, multinational organizations, private sector, civil society, universities, and the media to effect positive change and deliver a decisive economy in business and in political life. This work has informed and inspired the insights and recommendations I will be sharing with you all today. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, many of us here are deeply involved in addressing salient economic and development challenges that impact women and young people. We are aware that empowering women's economic participation and gender parity in entrepreneurship is key to unlocking economic growth. This is especially the case in parts of the world where women's participation in the workforce, in society, and political life still lags well behind that of men due to persistent structural, social, financial, and cultural barriers. In 2022, global dynamics and politics continue to impede our economic stability, prosperity, and growth. As the IMF notes, and allow me to quote, women make up almost half of the world's working age population of nearly 5 billion people, but only about 50% of women participate in the labor force compared with 80% of men. Not only is the female labor force participation lower, but women who are paid for their work are disproportionately, especially in developing economies where employers are subject to fewer regulations, leaving workers more vulnerable to lower wages and job losses. Globally, women's economic vulnerabilities have sadly deepened since 2020, when the first lockdowns of the pandemic were announced, and we saw women suffer disproportionately from job losses and reduced access to childcare. Childcare, of course, is an important enabler of women's ability to participate in the labor market on equal terms, according to the World Economic Forum. While most people's personal and professional lives were greatly impacted by the crisis, research shows that overall women's jobs and livelihoods were more vulnerable to pandemic job losses and economic instability, largely because of existing gender inequalities. This is a universal situation, not limited to the MENA region. Worldwide, Harvard research has found that women's jobs were 1.8 times more vulnerable during the crisis than men's jobs, with women making up 39% of global employment, but accounting for 54% of overall job losses as of May 2020. Today, women hold fewer than 20% of board seats in banks and financial institutions and account for less than 2% of CEOs in the finance sector. In the technology sector, women are 15% less likely than their male counterparts to rise to managerial or professional roles. And globally, just 1 in 3 businesses are owned by women, according to the World Bank, although the number of female entrepreneurs is increasing around the world. Between 8 to 10 million SMEs around the world today have at least one female owner, and in 2016, an estimated 163 million women were starting or running new businesses in 74 economies around the world. Here in the UK, women are driving the growth of micro businesses, which we know are companies with less than 10 employees, with 34% of women starting bridge businesses under the age of 35. Women-owned and women-led businesses are of growing importance to the UK economy, contributing a total of £221 billion sterling, Women-owned businesses contribute 1.105 billion pounds of that figure, an increase of 40% since 2012. Employment in women-owned businesses has also increased by 26% to 2.9 million. Almost half of startups in 2021 were formed by women in the United States, a significant increase from the 28% of women who started their new businesses in 2019. In Africa, where approximately 26% of female adults are engaged in entrepreneurial activity, Ghana is producing more female entrepreneurs than any other country, according to UNESCO figures, with 46% of businesses owned by women. Across the regions, the share of small, medium, and large firms with a female principal owner is 33% in Europe and Central Asia, 23% in the Middle East and North Africa, 18% in South Asia, and 29% in Sub-Saharan Africa. In all regions, the gender pay gap remains stubbornly high, with full-time working women typically earning around 80 cents for every dollar a man working full-time is paid. Here in the UK, women are paid around 90 pence for every pound earned by a man, although this also varies by sectors. Distinguished guests, as we are all aware, women have been at the front line of the fight against COVID as healthcare professionals, researchers, scientists, caregivers, and community leaders. Yet it is disheartening to note that globally, women in the health and care sectors, on average, face a larger gender pay gap than in other economic sectors, earning around 24% less than men in the same roles, according to the International Labour Organization and the World Health Organization. However, the UK has one of the narrowest pay gaps in the world in the human health and social care sectors, with women earning 98 pence for every pound earned by a man. Although the global gap in educational attainment has narrowed to an outstanding 95%, the gender gap in economic participation and political empowerment remains wide across every region. Distinguished guests, today, no country in the world has achieved complete gender parity, and the World Economic Forum has estimated that it will take 135 years to close the gender gap worldwide if nothing changes in the face of inaction. Globally, if women had the same lifetime earnings as men, global wealth would increase in 141 countries by $160 trillion. According to McKinsey, the female economy is the world's largest emerging market, with the potential to add $12 trillion to global GDP by 2025. Simply increasing women's labor force participation and eliminating discriminatory barriers could raise productivity by as much as 25% in some economies, improving female labor participation in the OECD alone could boost OECD GDP by $6 trillion. Here in the UK, the economy could grow by around 10% by 2030 if men's and women's entrepreneurial participation became equal. Clearly, inaction is not an option. Women's economic inclusion and equality is a universal challenge that affects every region of the world and every part of the economy in different ways. This is especially the case in the Arab world and South Asia, which still have the lowest rates of female labor force participation in the world, at 22% in the Arab world and 25% in South Asia. This is despite undeniable progress made in many states in the last 2 decades on gender equality and enhancing women's participation in business, entrepreneurship, and parliaments. The OECD finds that the MENA economies are collectively losing an estimated $575 billion a year due to legal and social barriers that exist around women's access to jobs and careers. Mirroring the global business case, estimates indicate that the MENA region would benefit from a 50% boost in economic output if women participated in the workforce to the same extent as men. This boost could be potentially higher in the GCC because of the significant investments in infrastructure and education. And as the World Bank has noted, there are several barriers that stop women from fully participating at work, including low levels of girls' education, adverse gender norms that limit women's mobility, gender-based violence, and unpaid care work and domestic duties that render women's labor invisible. Empowering women to contribute to their economies represents, without a doubt, a major opportunity to boost competitiveness, private sector growth and job creation, which would power the global economy into a new era of prosperity and potential. These are key priorities in many states' strategies and visions towards meeting the SDGs by 2030. Allow me to elaborate on the current ecosystem for women-led entrepreneurship and innovation, both in the UK and the Arab region, before I move to key challenges and key recommendations. To share further about the current environment, first for women-led entrepreneurship in the UK. In the UK, which is the world's 5th largest economy, despite a flourishing and highly advanced environment for innovation and entrepreneurship, only 1 in 3 UK entrepreneurs is female, a gender gap which equates to the equivalent of around 1.1 million missing businesses. Women-owned businesses make up less than 25% of businesses in the 5 most productive UK sectors. They tend to be smaller in scale than businesses owned by men, with 81% of female businesses employing 5 people or less. According to the Rose Review, UK female-led businesses are only 44% the size of male-led businesses on average in terms of their contribution to the economy, and male SMEs are 5 times more likely to scale up to £1 million turnover than female SMEs. As the Rose Review emphasized, women entrepreneurs could unlock economic growth of around 10% by 2030 if the contribution of men's and women's entrepreneurial participation was equalized. So what is holding UK women back? First, access to funding is inhibiting female entrepreneurs at every stage, from startup through to scale-up. Female-led businesses struggle more to secure funding at every stage of the entrepreneurial journey, but the startup phase is always especially difficult. On average, women in the UK launch businesses with 53% less capital than men. They're less aware of funding options and less inclined to take on debt. Women are naturally more risk averse, according to the London Business School research, and I quote, "Fear of debt is the single largest barrier to entrepreneurship for both men and women, although women are significantly more fearful than men," end of quote. Second, in the UK, as in every country in the world, women disproportionately bear the burden of child and family care responsibilities. Additionally, despite the UK government's ambitious strategy to transform the UK into a global tech superpower, women are not fully empowered in the male-dominated tech sector. Women's low representation is inhibiting women's entrepreneurship and the UK's global competitiveness in the digital economy. According to the World Bank, the share of women leaders in UK tech stands at just 5%. And this absence of women entrepreneurs in the tech sector will lead to a digital world being designed for the 21st century without female leadership. Moving next for a quick review of the environment for women-led entrepreneurship in the MENA. Female entrepreneurship still represents a major challenge in the MENA region, with one of the lowest rates of entrepreneurial activity overall. This is slowly but surely changing. We're finding women-owned SMEs are on the rise in the GCC, in Jordan, Tunisia, and Egypt especially. Women have been launching their own businesses in record growing numbers for several years now. Technology has inspired women's entrepreneurship in the region. It has enabled women entrepreneurs to navigate the cultural constraints and avoid childcare costs while they start up, raise funds, generate sales, build brands, and scale up. Across the board, technology has been a game changer for Arab women. The digital economy is the future of women-owned enterprise. Indeed, the Internet's work anywhere capability has created the perfect conditions for flourishing female talent in the region. 1 in 3 tech startups in the Arab world are run by women, significantly higher than in Silicon Valley, according to the IFC. We also see positive signs that women-founded tech businesses are increasingly of interest to venture capital funds, to angel and impact investors as well. Given the vast and untapped potential of women's increasing participation in the economy, which by 2025 could add an estimated $2.7 trillion to the whole of the region's economy, the growing trend of women launching viable, innovative, and scalable startups could be truly transformative for the whole region and for the prosperity of women themselves, their families, and their communities. Distinguished guests, entrepreneurship is one of several key areas where the gender gap is still too wide and where broader institutional and cultural support still falls short in every region. Despite the challenges, it is very important for us all today to stay positive, to acknowledge the remarkable progress that has been made by women around the world, and to build on women's many inspirational successes, and to nurture the green shoots of change. So what are the challenges we face in this regard, and what are the solutions? First, cultural and societal barriers will take some time to overcome. We cannot achieve much needed change by working in silo. We need to join forces beyond borders to connect, inspire, inform, and interact with each other, to learn from each other, to break down harmful stereotypes once and for all. Second, and as noted earlier in the address, one of the most critical barriers to women's entrepreneurship, both in the UK, the MENA, and in other regions, is related to financial inclusion and the difficulty in accessing startup capital and financing due to lack of capital and limited financial literacy. More than 70% of female-led small and medium enterprises across every region are either unserved or underserved financially, according to the IFC. We all acknowledge that financial inclusion facilitates job creation, stimulates investment, supports economic growth, alleviates poverty, and empowers female agency. Third, beyond financial literacy, women entrepreneurs often face additional gender-specific constraints because they lack sufficient collateral security to meet lending requirements. Financial institutions in all regions are also neglecting what the OECD has called the missing middle, women entrepreneurs who have passed the startup stage and are on the scale-up phase. A further universal challenge are the heightened global economic inequality and rising poverty rates among women after COVID-19, especially now as the world faces an unprecedented cost of living crisis compounded by food inflation. Such inequality has a severely restrictive impact on female entrepreneurship, especially for women-owned micro-enterprises in lower and middle-income countries. The COVID crisis plunged millions of people worldwide into poverty and mass unemployment. In the UK, ethnic minority women lost more jobs and were paid less during the pandemic, according to PwC's Women in Work Index. In 2020-2021, severe lockdown restrictions greatly disrupted economic activity also in the MENA states, with UNICEF reporting that the equivalent of 11 million full-time jobs were lost in the MENA as a result of the COVID pandemic. Today, there are an estimated 5 million women in the region employed in sectors that have been hardest hit by the pandemic, making them most vulnerable to job losses and reduced incomes. Another common challenge is the unpaid care burden, the invisible labor, which disproportionately falls to women and restricts their economic participation. Society presents a major obstacle to women because of deep-seated social norms that place the burden of family and household care predominantly onto women. This is impacting their time, resources, and self-confidence and holding women back from gainful employment. So what are the solutions moving forward? First, liberating the care economy could free women up to contribute to economic growth. Crucially, the private sector plays a critical role in changing the narrative around gender equality and unpaid care responsibilities in the region. It is within the private sector that workplace policy that addresses gender imbalance and work-life balance can be best addressed and benchmarks set. Many companies have introduced flexible working policies, and a great number of leading multinationals around the world have already implemented gender-neutral parental leave reform, all pivotal first steps to lessening the burden of care on women and empowering them to prioritize work-life balance. Women entrepreneurs have the energy, the drive, the ideas, and the talent, and increasingly the education and skills to turn new business ideas into viable, profitable ventures, given the right environment, contributing to a thriving digital economy. It is now up to governments and regions, to the private sector, to civil society, and to women entrepreneurs themselves to come together to create that facilitating and stable environment for entrepreneurship, innovation, and creativity in the economy. Both the UK and the Arab world are full of positive, inspirational role models who are working tirelessly for this very cause. In the UK, in the Arab states, and everywhere also, we need inclusive legislation that entrenches equality into every sector and sphere. In the workplace, we need policies and programs that work for women and for their families. We need entrepreneurship education programs that inspire and steer graduates towards realizing their true potential, finding innovative and sustainable solutions to the world's most critical development challenges. We need more incubator clusters that empower women in research, innovation, enterprise, and entrepreneurship with more accessible funding, business plan support, and financial advice. We need to ensure that women have access to good advice and all the support they need to fully develop their entrepreneurial skills and start up or scale up their businesses. We need more professional development training and lifelong learning opportunities for women. We also need to enhance digital literacy because, as UNESCO has found, the lack of digital literacy seriously impedes women entrepreneurs from fully reaping the benefits of the digital transformation, which is underway all over the world. We need to celebrate women's success through more international prizes and awards. And we need to recognize women entrepreneurs as active, talented, and valuable contributors to future prosperity stability, and cohesion. We need to give women their due and build upon rising acceptance of and gender visibility for women's leadership and entrepreneurship that we're seeing in many parts of the world. In all of this, it's very important that we take on board international perspectives and learn from global best practices to address structural and cultural challenges and create a more inclusive, equitable landscape and ecosystem for women entrepreneurs. Distinguished guests, to conclude, let us keep this conversation going and keep coming together as we are today to initiate vital dialogue and facilitate meaningful collections that will power new opportunities, new strategies, initiatives, and ideas. It is through such collaboration that we can open up valuable opportunities for women and navigate the not insurmountable challenges to their economic engagement, especially in those sectors where women are vastly underrepresented. Now is truly the optimum time to invest in women. Women as entrepreneurs, as industry leaders, producers, innovators, and investors themselves. Now is the time for a transformative, inclusive environment that supports and nurtures all women with the education, experience, ideas, ambition, and aptitude to make a real difference to their and their families' economic future. I look forward personally and with AIWF to working in collaboration and in dialogue with W.E.L.L and with you all valued stakeholders attending with us today to support, empower, and recognize women. Women are our most precious asset, 1/2 of the world's population who have so much to contribute to their communities, their economies, and importantly, to global peace and prosperity. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Haifa. We really appreciate your fantastic presentation. Well spoken. Thank you so much. That is very insightful. The floor is now open to all the participants. Please now ship in your Q&A or your contributions. Any questions for Haifa? Thanks so much. Really appreciate your presentation, Haifa.
You're very welcome. My pleasure.
So now Q&A is open. Any question for Haifa, please? You can type in your question using the chat button. It's very inspiring. Yeah, I'm just reading some comments. Thank you, Haifa. It's a wonderful presentation, thought-provoking and inspiring keynotes from Helen McBowen, our closing speaker.
Yes, I don't have a question, but I would like to congratulate Haifa for all the research and all the information that you have shared. I actually listened from the gender gap to the OECD reports and how women founders are not funded by investors. And I am a female founder, and I see that there are very few female founders, and we have to slug it out with the guys. And even if our product is better than theirs or whatnot, they always prefer the men. But I would say that we are women that are empowered, and we feel like we really know what we are doing. And so we just tell them that although it's a man's world, it ain't nothing without a woman. And thanks so much, Haifa, for all the information. And I feel like it tells us that it is time for women to have their limelight as well. Like we can shine as well as men. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for your comment, Dr. Alice. It was important to put first the framework on which we are addressing the subject and to look at what's happening in the world, in the UK and globally and in the MENA region. This is a very important subject, and this is why we had to look. We need to be aware of the figures and the facts and the data. And then we are also at the same time, while it can be challenging to see it all, we know that there are amazing stories of success, and we all must always remember to look at the positive side and look at the glass as half full, not half empty. And this is how we best can address the challenges and move forward. And we know the way forward is not easy, but it is also can be done if we all work together. It's very important this is why I was very keen in the Arab International Women's Forum to work throughout from day one with the coalition of partners. You cannot achieve anything alone. You need to work with governments. You need to work with private sector, civil society, universities, the media, young people themselves, women themselves. This is how you bring all of the stakeholders together and learn from each other and support each other to surmount the challenges and to showcase greater success stories that inspire us all.
Thank you, Haifa. Any other question? Please, I'm just going through okay, someone is about to. Thank you for that. Hi, Dr. Adama. Question for Haifa?
Hello. I'm sorry about that. Hello, everyone. Happy Saturday. I tuned in a little bit late, but what I can say and add to that is just to these conversations, these platforms, this is really the key thing, is to continue the awareness about the issues that are related to the gender gap. You know, we see it day in and day out. And so I always tell everyone that the more that we use our voices and collaborate and not compete, collaboration against competition, I think that, you know, that will continue to really make that awareness key in these industries where women are not being recognized the way they should, where they are not being afforded the same opportunities as their male counterparts. So I applaud this platform on this beautiful day, and I applaud the previous speaker, you know, just for bringing that data. You know, that's really the key thing in my opinion, for us to continue on all spectrums, to continue having the conversations and making it a part of the platforms that we are on. So if I can just add that, that's really my biggest thing. Let's continue speaking. Let's continue making it a movement. You know, because women are not going anywhere. And we appreciate that we are now, you know, our value is so much prevalent, but I think that just continue having these conversations and making ourselves, making that we are as capable in many areas is really the key thing. So that's really what I want to add. And I really want to thank the speaker prior for really laying out that framework, those data, the research. That's really what's needed to continue the conversations. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other question or contribution? I have a couple of questions here, Haifa.
Go ahead.
Yeah. You know, when we talk about the stakeholders, particularly looking at multiple stakeholders, when we talk about working with the private sector, with the government, with women as well. So there is multiple challenges as well, you know, attached to that collaboration aspect. From your own experience, you know, as the president and founder of Arab International Women Forum, can you share with us some of your, you know, how you've managed to overcome those challenges?
I think it's very important, since we started the Arab International Women's Forum, Dr. Kafayat, we really worked from the outset, as I said, not only myself and the board and the founding board, but already we secured support from, let's say, the private sector. You know, we are a non-profit, non-governmental, independent organization. So we need support, financial support, to run the organization and to do our programs and to do our publications, etc. So it was very important to link from the beginning with the private sector, who were also committed. We were not exactly just asking for the private sector in general. No, we were looking for corporations who also had gender priority and inclusiveness, and had all that inclusion in their policies. We looked for these organizations to work with us, and they were very, very excited, because when we started the Arab International Women's Forum in London in 2001, we were amongst the first who worked on linking women organizations to be set up, linking women in the 22 Arab countries, but not alone, with their counterparts in the UK and then from the UK globally, to break stereotypes and to build bridges of knowledge and understanding, and then empower women, empower young people. And so from the beginning, we worked with, as I said, with the private sector, as well as we worked with governments. The UK government was very supportive and remains of our work. And then we work with other governments. So you need, because at the end of the day, if you remember one of the points I mentioned, we need better legislation. We are all guided by laws. If we get the laws to, if we get women's voices in that legislation and women's rights protected by legislation in the workforce and across, then we are achieving something very important. So having governments is important. Civil society, we're all civil society. And then importantly, for all our conferences from the beginning, we involved schools and universities. We invited at least 10% of those who registered, who invited to come to our conferences were young girls, okay, who have not yet graduated from school or university. Let them look at their role models, let them learn, let them be inspired. And we wanted to hear their voices also. So it's important to widen. I think it's so important to create that coalition and widen it as you grow, but it's very important.
Thank you, Ifa. Really appreciate your comment on that question. There's another question here for you. Someone asks, how can we better, explore beyond opportunity and, options in terms of for financial inclusion, like you mentioned earlier on? So how can we better explore beyond options and opportunity for financial inclusions?
I think you have to look at your community and where you are working, in the community where you are working, as well as the country where you are working. We are finding now more and more governments. I'm talking about not only in the Middle East and in some countries of the GCC, where there is a lot of funding being availed for women entrepreneurs. And there is a lot of investment in the entrepreneurial ecosystem, like W.E.L. does, okay? We find that there is a lot of interest coming, not only with ideas and support, but with funding, which is what the women need. You have to see who is providing that in your environment. Of course, we are all aware of the International Finance, the IFC, but you have to see really who is working on that in your environment. And also visit the private sector, visit the banks, visit other businesses, see how other women manage to get their funding from. Because it varies from environment to environment, but also look at government programs. Often you find there is also such government support for women entrepreneurs to start up available. So you really must do your research. Money does not come easy, as we know very well. And women are very cautious about how they get their money and where they get their money from. And they don't want to get into debt, as I mentioned. So it's very important that you do your research, see what is happening in your area, how others have done it, what organizations are facilitating your access to finance. It's very important.
Oh, thank you very much. There's another question for you. Someone asks, what can you suggest for women in terms of becoming more significantly impactful? And that is part of our movement, becoming more relevant, making impact.
Women becoming, the question is, how can we make women become more impactful?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, I think you need, first of all, it starts with you. You need to empower yourself and be empowered with the support of others. You need to build your own resources, whether it's education or whether it is knowledge or learning or IT. You are your own asset. You need to build that asset. It is so important to invest in that asset and to build that asset as a human being, okay? When you invest in yourself, then you are able to identify what are your priorities, what do you want to do, which area you want to have an impact in. And you will be able to pursue that, but you need really to have built up first that really you need to have that investment first in yourself that will guide you to, first of all, define what you want to achieve. And it will also help you, guide you to who will help you achieve your outcomes. And also, if you really know your material well, and you know you have studied well the subject or the objective that you want to achieve, it's very important also that you believe in yourself. You believe in yourself and go out to win, go out to succeed, go out seeking collaborations and enhanced learning, go out with confidence. Often we hear women lack confidence. Why should we lack confidence? Why? Why? We need to invest, of course, we all need, and no journey is easy without the right infrastructure. We talk about infrastructure, you invest in your own infrastructure, in your own self, education, learning, knowledge, research, according to your capabilities, define your route and go out and seek it, but work with others. Don't seek to achieve things alone. Always look to others and work with others.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thanks for the contributions. Thanks everyone for the comments. If anyone would like to chip in any other contributions or any questions so far, please let us know.
I would like to add one final sentence to what I just said, Dr. Kafayat, is that don't take no for an answer. Don't take no for an answer. Don't take no for an answer and get discouraged. Keep, follow through, follow through.
Keep pushing.
Follow through with confidence. Yeah. One setback does not mean the end of the road.
It's true. That's true. Yeah. Don't be discouraged. Yeah. Keep pushing. Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Definitely there will be, there will be many no's on the road, but just keep pushing your way through it. And eventually we will all get there. Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh, thanks very much for that final one. I really grabbed that. That's a takeaway message.
Thank you. You're very welcome. Thank you.
Please,
pleasure to be with you.
Maybe we have, you are welcome. Maybe we will have more people chatting in the chat room. You can help us respond to their questions so we could move on to the next item on the agenda. Please, Saifa.
Sure.
Thanks so much for your time. We appreciate it.
It's a pleasure and an honor to be with you all. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah. Quickly, before we move to the next speaker, I'm quickly going to make some announcements regarding our mentorship program, because that's the purpose of this summit. You can register for W.E.L.L Global Mentorship at 2 different levels, as an organization or as an individual. And myself and Haifa, hopefully, and we have some other speakers in the room sign up, like Dr. Adama through our organizations and many of them, Ellen as well. So we are going to be coming together to be offering mentorship program. It's part of the outcome of this summit, as well as we have Patience. Patience, she's not in today, but she has sent in through our presentation, which I'm going to be playing later at the end of the summit. Please feel free to go online to the W.E.L.L Global page. Let me see if I can share that here, because there are 2 forms on that page. One moment. Okay. If you can all see the screen, W.E.L.L Global Member Organization and Contributors Profile Form. That's for as an organization or as an individual who would like to be part of the GEMS. The GEMS constitute those who are running the mentorship program in terms of the delivery, like GSEP Center for Entrepreneurship, Employability and Leadership, as well as the other contributors like Erland through our own career Compass company and many of us as well. We are planning to do this to just keep it going. We don't want to leave it here. So that's for the company or as an individual who want to represent that company to complete that form. And for those who want to be the mentees, please just email. We don't want to make it complicated. It's not complex. Just email your name, the interest area. For example, if you need mentorship regarding entrepreneurship or leadership or career, or even generally women empowerment, just send it through email to myself at gsep@kafayatkendelamidi.com. I will type that email address in the chat room later on. Please feel free to register as an individual, as a company, or as a mentee. If you want to be part, if you want to benefit from the program, please feel free to email directly and include your interest area, entrepreneurship, leadership, career, or women empowerment, or if you are at the ideation stage. For example, if you have any idea and you plan to build that, please just send that to, put it in as part of your interest, that this is where you are at your stage and this is what you plan to do. Let us know your goal and how we can better support you. Ideally, that's what we're trying to say. So that's the form, please, because there's been some mix-up about which form to complete. So that's why I have to put that up. Also, there's one moment. Where's the second screen? Sorry, there are many screens. I opened a lot of screens, so I have to find to make sure I'm sharing the right one. Okay, there we go. Okay, quickly, some of our books. While that is loading, if you can all see my hand, Global Corporate Entrepreneurship. Let me know if maybe by wave or something, just a signal. Oh, that's good. Okay, so I'm trying to share the screen of how you can get that. They are all available on Amazon, Author House, online, and you can also get them from Walmart in the United States, bookstore. We have in the UK, Waterstones, Blackwell's, and many other. Just by the, this is the Global Corporate Entrepreneurship Perspectives, Practices, Principles, and Policies, all available online via Amazon. It's also available on the GSEP website as well, on the GSEP-CEEL website. And this volume 1, we have this in 3 volumes. Volume 1, and that's volume 2, and this is volume 3. This is volume 3. So we have those 3 volumes, and there's another one, Global Career Management and Entrepreneurship. That's the 4th one. I will type all their names in the chat room later. So please just try to get your copy. And there is a Global Business Entrepreneurship course on Udemy. And right now, you have been given 45% promotional discount. I'm going to put the link in the chat room as well. Please try to use this opportunity because we're having this summit. So everything is being discounted for you to have the opportunity to be able to, place your order. So let me go back to our since we are waiting for some of our other speakers, due to some family commitments and other due for some of us, we will wait for them. They will join us later. But I'm going to move on to my next speaker. We have Daya Yusuf. She's the founder of Indonesia Prima, and she is going to be talking about inclusive growth and innovative solutions, thriving towards equitable and sustainable women entrepreneurship. I'm trying to look for a photo. Daya Yusuf. If you are there, please let me know that we got you, Daya.
Yes, I'm here, Kafayat.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks for coming. Please join me to welcome Daya Yusuf onto the platform, as she will be having the next few minutes to talk to us about inclusive growth and innovative solutions, thriving towards equitable and sustainable women entrepreneurship. Please start when you are ready, Daya. All floor now yours.
Yes, thank you so much. But can you allow me to share my screen now?
Sure, yeah.
Yes, thank you. Okay. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Greetings from Jakarta, Indonesia. Good evening, good morning. Here in Jakarta, it's already 8 p.m. in the night. So let me introduce myself. My name is Diah Yusuf. I am in Indonesia as known as the Indonesia Entrepreneurship Development Enthusiast. Is it my screen is full or still not full here?
Not full yet, but we can see it.
Okay, I tried to make it full. Okay, I think it's full already. So I want to share about the inclusive growth and innovative solution, striving towards equitable and sustainable women entrepreneurship, and also based on our country stories about the Indonesian womenpreneurs in here. So this is me in a glance. I am a founder of Indonesia Prima and also founder of a festival Entrepreneur Indonesia. This year we already have a 7 festival Entrepreneur Indonesia. So it is a yearly event that we educate entrepreneur and also matchmaking with the investor and also matchmaking with the incubator and also accelerator. So we are doing this every year. Yeah. And also I, as a VP of International Council for Small Business, yeah, the former one, etc. This is also my my company. I have a company in the property business and also in the aquaculture business. And this I now is really quite active in this organization. We call it is a G100. I am as a global chair for a business accelerator. Maybe you can check the website is a G100.in. We have 100 women leader from many countries around 800 something. Sorry, 880 if I'm not wrong. Yeah. So and I will conduct the Women Economic Forum in Bali in Ubud. So I also invite you to come to Bali by person, yeah, in the October. I just back from Bali this morning. I live in Jakarta, but it's already one week I'm preparing this event. So I invite you also, Dr. Kafaya, to come to Bali next October. Okay, so this is Indonesia. We have a more than 17,000 island. So I live in Jakarta here as a capital city, but we will move soon the capital city in the Kalimantan in Borneo. As you can see here, we are island, so the infrastructure still very challenging for us for the infrastructure because many small island also. Then this I just want to show you that in Indonesia, in Java Island, is the #1 top 20 world greatest population density. So you can imagine about the market, yeah, about the market in Indonesia, especially in Java Islands. Bali is #2 in the world greatest population density, and also we have Flores also still in Indonesia. If you can see here, if we compare with other country, so in Indonesia we have Java as the world greatest population density. So you can imagine if you're an entrepreneur, yeah, how big the market in Indonesia or in Java, even in Java. Yeah. So I also want to inform this that we are moving or shifting the economy not only centralized in Java Island, but we are also will share in other island. Why I show you this? It means that in every island we have women also, because women here in Indonesia, more than 50% is an entrepreneur. So around 60%. I tell you later. And this is about our ecosystem, ecosystem for the startup, for the entrepreneur. So Jakarta is number 3 if you can compare with other city in other country. So it's really conducive to build the entrepreneurship in Indonesia. So if we compare with ASEAN, because Indonesia is a part of the ASEAN, and also Indonesia will right now Indonesia is a presidency G20. Right now, I just come back also from the event of G20. We launched name is OGWI. OGWI is a one global women empowerment. Maybe you can all also join to the platform, the OGWI one. So Indonesia will be leader in ASEAN next year. So you can see our GDP, and also I just want to show you about the market, how big of the market in Indonesia. And this our economic, we still have the forecast still growth, 2022, 2023, and this is data from ADB, Asia Development Bank. It means that the opportunity for women entrepreneurs in Indonesia is quite big. Later we're talking about the capacity and also the capability of the womenpreneurs. So I mean, it's not about the opportunity, but about how you grow yourself. Because in Indonesia, no issue about the women empowerment. And this I also want to show you about the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor. This is, they have research about the condition to start a business. So like Haifa also said, the government needs to create the optimal environmental condition for individuals to start and grow a business, even when we are push ourselves, but the government not supports, so it cannot be going well. So based on this, Indonesia is the number 1. So Indonesia, Netherlands, and Taiwan, we are the top 3 from 44 countries in the world. So the environmental from the government is quite good here to do a business. You can see the slide here. If we are talking the MSME or SME in Indonesia, this is more than half of Indonesia's SME are owned by women. You can see here the micro business is quite big in the bottom. We are now trying to switch not to micro big, but the small or here say the kecil in the middle. So we're trying to switch from the micro business become a small business. But this is still challenges because in Indonesia, the women doing business not because of by design, but by necessity. So the mindset we still have a challenge to change the mindset, because they become entrepreneur because not by design, but maybe because the necessity that they should feed their family, or they should eating or struggling in life, so they become an entrepreneur. So not by design that they need the funding, they need the business plan, etc. This is still far away from that things. And this is me and also the Ministry of Women Empowerment in Indonesia, Ibu Bintang. This is on the last January this year. So we are create the name is the Womenpreneurs Indonesia Networks. So I campaign this because as a womenpreneurs, essential to understand that not only achieving sustainable and optimum healthy business growth, but as well as a healthy in the body, minds, and soul. Because many womenpreneurs, they like or forget about this, and many health issue come to them after that. Even they are already a successful businesspreneur, a successful womenpreneurs, but maybe the healthy conditions not okay. So I remind the womenpreneurs here in Indonesia, and also for you, So the holistic approach should be educate and socialize intensively, so they will be ready to transform and become reliable womenpreneurs in Indonesia. So this is what I socialize now in Indonesia. So this is our role, womenpreneur win roles. Yeah. So we do like this. We have creating awareness. Yeah. Creating awareness Indonesian womenpreneurs by entrepreneurship, education, and inspiration. So not only education but also inspiration. Then we are trying to after they aware about this, so we are trying to them to take assertive action. Yeah. So not only by us again by push by us, but already take assertive action by them. Then she being ready to transform and become reliable womenpreneurs. Of course, it should be supported by a good health, mentality, and physically in harmonious family surrounding. So this what our role in the WIN, in Womenpreneur Indonesia Networks. So the roles of WIN is creating awareness Indonesian womenpreneurs by entrepreneurship education and inspiration. So education and inspiration is cannot be separate. To take assertive action, then she being ready to transform and become reliable. So the keyword here is reliable. It's not only high level or scaling up, no, but reliable is the keyword, because not everyone should be have a big company. So, but if they know what they need, so just keep it, because if they transform to big company, the women transform to big company, of course they should have like another responsibility. Yeah. So this is my based on the research. So what actually womenpreneurs did, not only in Indonesia but all the womenpreneurs. So number one is not a funding for me. Number one is a supportive community, because if they have a funding but they actually not have a capacity, not have a capability, so funding it will be nothing. Yeah. So number one is a supportive community like us here to support the womenpreneurs. The number three is about the empowered, how we empower the womenpreneur via trust to them. And number four is a connecting and networking, like we do also this tonight, collaboration. Then we should have role models. And the last one is about womenpreneurs should have a mentors and also advisor. They cannot go alone, because they don't need to do mistake, yeah, but they can have a mentors or advisor. They can get the advice, good advice for the advisors, because they should take care also the family. So they should have a mentor for this. Then after that, maybe we can talk about the funding. So funding for me is not number one here. And we should remember also this quote from the Albert Einstein: everybody is genius, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing that it is a stupid. So what I'm trying to say is not everybody should be a womenpreneur or should be entrepreneur, but what you can make independent, yeah, independent in economic, even not a womenpreneur, is it okay also? But women entrepreneur, so many things that they should thinking to make a venture become a success, reliable. So this also my suggestion, yeah, to womenpreneur: design your own success, because you know your own formula, you know your own situation, you know your own dream. Yeah, you don't need, because sometimes as a woman we take a look or a little bit like a jealous, why she can be like that and I'm not. So I just remind this: design your own success. No need to copy, or no need to look at another girls. Yeah, so design your own success to be your roadmap. Yeah, then this is also the tips to breaking the glass ceiling. Yeah? Strengthen your networks, then define your clear goals, be your own advocate, and create your own opportunity. So this is based on the design your own success. So this I take from the G20 Insight. Maybe this is also can be basic for the Dr. Kafayat and also her formula and format, yeah, in the CEEL. So women entrepreneurs should be successful in both digital business and also digital economy, and also about the strengthening financing for the women-led businesses. After they have a capability, yeah, after they know what should they do with the funding, so financing also good. But when they still don't know how to about the maybe about the projection, cash flow projection, financial projection, so I mean they still don't need a funding, yeah. So the capacity in the finance should be number one, because many stories, yeah, many stories also in Indonesia, they just start, let's say around a $50, yeah, around a $50 only, and they can get from their own pocket. They maintain the capital $50, but now they will become an IPO venture. So I mean, it's not funding, but how as an entrepreneur you must start from zero. Yeah, you don't need to asking money. Yeah, you don't need to begging money, but what you have now, it will be important. What you have now, it will be important to then to manage, then to make a bigger, etc., and like a snowball. Yeah. The number three is about improving the business climate. I mean, this is for the government also, yeah, with the fiscal assistance and the reaching women first. So this is my last slide. So I just want to remind: design your purpose, winning your life and winning your future. And everybody have their own timeline. We cannot change our past, but we can always prepare our future. Okay, let's connect it. Thank you so much, Dr. Kafayat, and thank you also for the audience. See you in the social media. Good night.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We really appreciate the statistics you've given to us, and we appreciate the context you were able to brief us about what's happening over there in Indonesia. Thanks very much, Daya Yusuf. Now let's open the platform for some questions and answer. Please, anybody have questions for Daya Yusuf? Or if you have any contribution or any comments regarding what she, explained to us, please shoot in your own contribution. And if you want to use the chat room, I'm going to be going through the content. Please let me know if you feel like typing it up so I can read it out to her. We really appreciate your time, Daya. Thanks very much for coming to present to us.
So I'll be waiting for you in Ubud, yeah, in our event. Please
Sure.
come to Bali, Kafayat. Come to Bali Ubud in the
We will
next
try.
October. Okay, everyone, thank you so much.
You are welcome. I'm just waiting for some questions for you. I'm going through the chat button to see. Dr. Adama, do you have any comment, contribution for Daya Yusuf? They said they like your insights about knowing your own success formula. Ellen, that's Ellen comments. I'm reading that. So they appreciate the insight you provided on knowing your own success formula.
Hello, hi. Sorry about that. I couldn't find my button. Yeah, that was actually a really excellent presentation. I'm always a proponent of knowing your value, knowing what you bring to the table. That kind of speaks to the same messaging, and that's really the most important thing that you can do as a global leader, as a woman, trying to bring that voice and stand out in the world. Just really knowing that value added, it really does speak and take things on a higher scale. So that's really the research that you provided, Dia, was really amazing. Thank you for the time that you put in to speak to us and give us that feedback. It really does give us some food for thought in looking and examining how best we are speaking our worth, speaking our value in this kind of industry. So thank you so much, dear.
Thank you, Adama. Thank you so much.
Sorry, I can't hear. Okay.
Let's connect it, yeah?
Yeah, Helen, do you have any contribution? Helen McBavan, would you like to chip in any comments?
Sure. I had a bit of technical difficulties, but I really appreciate the definition or even the mentioning of this idea of a success formula, because I think we can be programmed to believe that there is only one, you know, and that if that is not yours, then there's maybe something that's not quite right about your value or your worth. And I think if I was to say something about, you know, an advice I would love to have given myself all those years ago, it would be to be a little bit more confident about your own sense of what success looks like, and putting voice to that as well, I think is very important. And to be given support around that, to put some voice to it, I think is also really, really necessary. So thank you, that resonated very much with me. Thank you for adding that.
Thank you, Elaine. Thank you.
Grace, would you like to comment or had any contribution? Grace, are you there, Grace? I can see you are there. If only you can hear me.
I can hear you, Ma.
All right, thank you.
So much. I'm glad to be part of this summit. It's my first time attending, and from the first speaker then to the second, I've learned so much from them. Like she said in the first, that it's all about being supportive, having a supportive community, right? I think the second, yes, Daya Yusuf. She said it's not even about funding. I think this is a new thing I'm learning today, that most of the time in this part of the world where I come from, ladies, when they talk about entrepreneur and all of that, they're looking for funds. I'm looking for funds to fund this, to fund that, but they have learned that it's not just about funding. You must know what you want to use the funding for. It's about supportive community, just like we're having it here. I'm glad I'm part of it, and I've heard this. I think I'll take that home and I'll teach my ladies around that. I think we need to look at this, attend this program. I sent this over to so many of them, expecting that we'll all be here and then learn one or two things from, but this is it. I'll take this home. Thank you so much.
Yeah, about the funding, yeah, because if you're talking with the, let's say, a venture capital also need to grow. Yeah, I mean, they need to secure their money. So if they put in the wrong, this is not about gender, yeah, because many in Indonesia, yeah, many also women entrepreneur and success to get the funding. So it's not about the gender, but it's about the capability and also the capacity. So the funder or the venture capital can be trust. Yeah. Even for myself, yeah, I got the investor, etc. They not look at the gender, yeah, but is it the person is capable or not to manage the money? If not, then yeah, it's not, then they cannot give them for free, right? Because this is the institution. So I mean, I also speak a lot in international level. Yeah, I said that funding is not number one, but education about the financial, yeah, education about the financial literacy, about how to make a financial projection for the business. This is the important things, because when they know, then they can get to the bank or the financial institution. It will be easy. It will be easy. But if they don't know how, yeah, to manage the money, so who will give you a fund? Yeah, that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thanks, Grace. Josh, would you like to add any comment or do you have any questions? Josh and Fijen, if you are there.
Hi, everyone. Good day. First of all, thank you, Dr. Alex Reyes, for inviting me. I'm Josh Ramos from the Philippines, and I would just like to commend the presentation of Dia. It was an excellent presentation, and personally, I've learned a lot about Indonesia in terms of business opportunities. And I'm looking forward to connecting with you for, possible collaboration. Congratulations.
Thank
Thanks,
you, Josh.
Josh.
I also have so many colleagues, yeah, in the Philippines, like ICSB with the Go Negocio, maybe you know also, and also the Amen. So let's collaborate. So you know my WhatsApp. I will give my WhatsApp number here so everybody can be connected with me. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Fijan, would you like to
Yes,
ask? Oh, thank you. Go on.
hi to everybody. It was a very inspiring presentation from all the ladies. Especially, I want to thank to them for inspiring us. Exactly, I'm really honored to be here among you, but maybe if I want to add something, we should tell about the problems what the women can face during their career planning and the entrepreneurship planning, especially the grounded, what we say, glass ceiling, you know. We have a lot of experiences like this in Turkey. I'm sure there are many in other countries which women are facing during their career plan. So if you can contain these subjects for the future programs, I'd really be happy, please. Thank you very much again for including me.
You are welcome. We're happy to have everyone with us as well. Thanks for your coming, everyone. Thanks for your time. Thanks for your effort. Thanks for your resources. Thanks, Daya, once again. If you are still there, you can be interacting with them in the chat room so we can go on to the next speaker. Thanks once again, Daya.
Thank you, Dr. Kafayat, to inviting me. Thank you, everyone.
You're welcome. I'm now going to call on one of our prestigious speakers for today, another inspiring woman in the room who is going to be contributing to the Female Founders and Funders series. By name is Dr. Ales Ruiz from Philippines, and she will be talking about financing and investing in your own business, opportunities and strategic expectations. Dr. Ales, please, all floor now yours. Take over, please.
Hello, I won't share screen. I thought that I would share, but I think I'd rather just talk right now. So, good evening, everyone, and maayong gabi in our dialect. Good afternoon again to others that are just there, I think in London. So I'm just mixing all the greetings. So I'll start already. How high could you rise if you were not shaded by compromise, by mediocrity? Sometimes you feel you are restless when you are in a situation. Then you realize you are destined for something big, greater than you. Sometimes your assignment is too important that you need to sacrifice and realize everything that revolves around you must contribute to something in your life. My name is Alex Reyes. I am the founder of YesTech IT Solutions. I'll tell you about my journey. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with one single step, according to Confucius. So today, join me as I share with you life lessons and experiences I have witnessed firsthand all throughout my career as a founder. Let me take you on a journey to Silicon Valley. This will be our starting point, and we will end with August 19, 2021, not 2022. I feel like it was just yesterday when I joined a virtual charrettes sponsored by Silicon Valley. It was about 12 a.m. when I was interacting with people from different parts of the world in my bedroom. We were to come up with solutions that can help promote education in this most trying times of COVID-19. As I was busy interacting with the group inside, a man enters and greets us. Hello, guys. Oh, I see, a unicorn inside. He referred to me. I was wearing my unicorn headphones because I thought, why not? I attract what I want to become one day, by the way, a unicorn. It is $1 billion company, and the man that greeted me was no other than Michael Moe, the founder of Global Silicon Valley, funder of Coursera, Duolingo, and Starbucks. He then invited us to join his boot camp. So I did. With 3,700 participants in the boot camp, where we were asked to dare to dream and don't stop believing, I met some interesting people along the way. Silicon Valley is, by the way, the mecca for founders like me. So COVID-19 is not that bad after all, I thought. Indeed, opportunities present themselves even in a time of adversity. We were to devote our time learning from the great Michael Moe and his quarterbacks. Divided into different sessions every day, I met different people. It was a 7-week sprint to build confidence, capabilities, connections, and courage. One group where I belonged was Asia, of course, as I am from the Philippines, where there were only 3 of us out of 3,700, with Rene de los Santos, a Filipino, as our quarterback. First week was the magic of thinking big. Believe it or not, this happened in one of those days where I was discussing with my friends Jen and Nico about the different problems teachers encounter in public schools, where they collapse, die, or even commit suicide because of their work. The numbers show that 500,000 teachers all over the world say that they are stressed on a daily level. And the other aspect, where children miss school, with about 27 million of them, to be exact, because a typhoon happened in the Philippines, schools closed, and therefore learning stops. Philippines having the highest cases of dengue for children ages 6 to 9. To top that all, the Philippines ranks second to the last in reading comprehension, math, and science in the OECD report of 2019. Over 80 countries, we were ranked 79. That's a wake-up call for me as an educator. And instead of just sitting around, I find myself talking to my friend Alexis, asking him to help me form a team so I can create a website and an app that will help the Filipino educators and learners. This is the start of the magic of thinking big. So every night after school, I would meet with my dream team to come up with a solution that would give back the quality of life for teachers. That is what they need. Foster learning among students so that they will learn anytime, anywhere, and make parents realize that learning is indeed happening even outside the 4 walls of the classroom. So I made YesTech. With YesTech, we have a powerful platform that is indeed the solution in delivering the virtual campus of the 21st century. Now that I have my product and have done focus group discussions and product testing, and by the way, educators have rated our basic brand 9 over 10 compared to the go-to platforms available. Week 2, I'll tell you about what happened. The title was, Are the Dogs Eating the Dog Food? I'm grateful to have ASEAN Youth Organization Philippines and schools such as Vineyard College, Montessori de Oro, Meadows Learning Academy, FINMA Graduate School and CDO use our products. We know that we have something, and we know we are not resting until this product even takes off far beyond what we can imagine. Week 3 was skinning the cat, where we had to focus on business models and growth strategies. We learned about B2B, B2C, what is that? Business to business, business to customer, and whatnot terms in acquiring customers and growing the business and hacking growth, from cutting costs in product development to finding success. In global Silicon Valley, a founder friend of mine focused so much in the development of his product that we found it late for him to get it out in the market because he always found something he needed to fix. I should say, be bold enough to go for it. Once you have a product for version 1, this is the secret formula to crushing your success. Indeed, Silicon Valley is filling up my brain. Again, founders and women, when you have a product, even if it is not complete and it is there already, put it out in the market and do not wait. Week 4 was people power, and this is what I learned. One of the founders I was working with had a product that would definitely solve problems travelers would have today, and even blue-collar workers, in terms of having access to their money and using it anywhere in the world hassle-free. With such a product, investors from Alibaba, Kalari Capital sought him for his product. Everything is set for success. The product, revolutionary. Founder, definitely outstanding. Money, investment is just waiting to be used. The team, the team. One of the developers just had a child, and so his priorities changed. One developer was enthusiastic at first, then his excitement dwindled to the point of him cannot be reached anymore by the founder. Then there is the remote developer from another country who accepted the position, then quits 1/4 of the journey. Talking about this is painful indeed. What could go wrong when you have it all in the bag? So lesson from this is to make sure you pick the right people that share the same vision with you. I learned that a product that has the right people is more powerful than having money minus the team that would rally for you as a founder. Week 5, show me the money. This is when you have investors seeking you, then you know you have a product worthy of being successful. In my career as a founder, a billion-dollar company and tycoon sought my startup from the very beginning. He liked me as a founder, loved the product, perfect, he said. Then I realized we have COVID-19. The Security Exchange Commission was closed. Processing the papers would take 6 months. Everything I thought would be perfect is not happening because on my end, I could not deliver the necessary paperwork. The system have failed me, I thought, since everything was on lockdown. The inefficient ways have cost me big. It crushed my spirit. I was too embarrassed to speak with the group when in a span of 6 months, they have contacted me every week if we had everything in place. Talk about disappointment to the highest level. But life goes on. Today, I think about acquiring more customers, steadily growing and forging partnerships with customers. Grateful to have schools and organizations believing in YesTech. So yes, we are available for investment opportunities to those that want to invest in Filipino innovation and solutions that are comparable to the ones you see out there. Talk to me. Week 6 was turning your silver tongue into gold. Having attended all the classes and submitted all the requirements and being awake in midnight and up to 3 a.m., I qualified for pitch day. Out of 3,700 boot campers, I made it in the top 100. Alex Reyes, a woman founder, where they say only 22% of startups are founded by women. And in the recent Global Gender Gap Report 2020, they say it will take 100 years to achieve gender equality based on the current rate of progress in the growth of female entrepreneurs in the ecosystem. In the face of COVID-19, this is a historic one for women leadership. As a woman founder, I am aware of what I can bring to the table. I, as an educator, have the expertise and knowledge in the world of EdTech. To the founders and women and girls listening, here are some valuable information I found as having the advantage over men. Yes, you heard it right. Number one, we have advantage over men. We have high emotional intelligence, and therefore it means when it comes to managing our teams, we lead by example. We are able to show our empathetic nature. We foster positive attitudes where we show compassion. When our workers are sick, we send them medicine, money, or food to show them we care. This we have in us innate, and so we capitalize on this to lead our business to a transformational organization where workers are grateful and inspired. Number two, we are dynamic and adaptable. In a survey by the Bain Company of 350 women founders in India, it was concluded that women-led startups are resilient and quick to adapt. This, I believe, I once was caught off guard when I came into a verbal agreement with a friend that said our products were complementary of each other and his team would market YesTech for me. Then I realized I was left in the air and I felt betrayed. But because I have never given up and I have this never give up attitude, I am here today ready to slay my day. Number three, women entrepreneurs have a better retention rate. Women founders led businesses generate 12% higher revenues annually than male-led startups because we understand the broader sense of the market. And number four, women founders are less likely to be motivated by money than male founders. We think about the long-term financial gains rather than men. We create for a diverse audience meaningful business that are relatable and inclusive. Every waking day of my life, I am inspired to wake up, show up, and never give up. As one of my friend, JP Morales, say, do this, and you will be on your way to success. It was in CDO Bites where I found the confidence to set my goal as a founder, see the brightest side of things with the benchmarkings we did from Tectonic Summit to Philippine Startup Week, to even highlighting me in Science Week in Bukidnon as a founder. I am grateful to CDO Bites. Thank you for giving me the confidence, I would tell them. Now let me talk about capabilities, where I learned from Abe Lozada of Launch Garage Plug and Play, Asia's #1 accelerator, where I was accepted, that I am capable. I'm also grateful to Jojo Flores, founder of Silicon Valley Plug and Play, for recognizing that I am capable, telling me how he liked me because I was very bold and brave for telling him that my product is better than the go-to product out there. And so he said, "You're very, very brave," not knowing he was the first founder of Google. By the way, I said it was Google Classroom. ASEAN Youth Organization Philippines Country Director, Singaporean World Business Angel Founder is my mentor. He recognized my potential. His name is Justin Ogushon. Abe Lozada introduced me to him. And I am very thankful that I was able to secure that connection. Through his network, I was able to secure a partnership with the Association of Business Education Leaders in the Philippines, create projects that will help in basic education and literacy projects of the Rotary Club of Alabang Madrigal Business Park and Rotary International, forge a partnership with UFM Co-op in delivering escuela and more. I am blessed to have people rally behind my back. Also, I am grateful to the Movers Program, supported by the UNDP, for giving me the opportunity to touch the lives of the youth in facilitating and teaching them with the Sustainable Development Goals. I found this group when I won the pitching competition sponsored by ESIP, PhilDev, UNDP, and Australian Aid. Last is courage. During the pandemic, I was also going through a certain crossroad in my life. It was the end of something, but a beginning of a new journey. Before I get ahead of myself, allow me to share how grateful I am to Jeff Hoffman, also my mentor, for teaching me life lessons that will help YesTech become a company that I am proud of. Living with the values of being customer-driven, knowledgeable, always having mutual respect, being bold and never afraid, committed with everything we have and with everything we do, and always striving for excellence. He taught us that having achieved his way to billionaire status, never in a day did he fool anyone, and because of this, I have my non-negotiables. These values are the guiding light for every decision that I make with my company. Also, I want to thank my family, my mother, who is my shiro, my dad, who brags about me all the time, my sister, Billy, who loves me with all her heart, Ryan, her husband, who rallies for me all the time, Zach and Sky, who are in my happy heart, my friends, Jen, Jake, Amor, Nico, Princess, Dan, Marisol, thank you. My MDO family, of course. Also, I would like to say a special thank you to my friend who showed me the beauty of the pink sunrise, that I am not alone in this journey, that he is always here for me, and that he will always follow me. You have made me brave, strong, driven, and truly focused. Yes, every day, life is beautiful as a woman founder. And so, I end this speech by encouraging listeners to be bold, be brave, dare to dream, and don't stop believing. Thank you very much. My name is Alex Reyes, and I am from the Philippines.
Thanks, Dr. Alex. That's powerful. We really appreciate that. So now the floor is open for any questions, any comments, any contributions. Please ship in your insights before we move on to the next speaker. Comments, contribution? Dr. Jenny?
Dr. Alex, can I ask you a question? You seem to have been on a very stimulating journey and with some disappointment.
Yes, there's disappointments,
Yeah.
there are ups and downs, yes.
Sure. And I just wondered, how would you talk a little bit more about how to build trust in business relationships? Because I think that's a key feature of business relationships. And it seems that you've had some disappointments, success, absolutely, but disappointments in those areas maybe a little bit as well. So from what you've learned, what advice would you give on that subject?
Well, before that, I'd like to say that, they always say that failure is the opposite of success, but it really is not. Failure is part of success. And through the journeys, the people that would break your heart are the people that you trust. I just learned that it's not about, really, when you're in business with other people, you make sure that you have the right papers, you have everything. Because I'm an educator, and you know how it is with us educators. When we talk to a child or we talk to a fellow teacher, that's it already. But the world is not like that. There are some crooked people. And so you realize that you really have to have those papers to protect you. And so I would say that, of course, you would be heartbroken, but you still rise up. Because at the end of the day, you're still alive. And sometimes your goal is bigger than what has happened to you. And there are opportunities that present themselves to you after, you'll see, oh, it's not the end of the world, there's still more, there's still something going on. And so you just keep going. I mean, it's just like a child when they're like learning how to walk. They don't stop at crawling, they just try to stand up and walk, and if they fall again, they keep doing it. So my suggestion is, you just really have to have the heart, and the commitment, and you really need to make sure that you are in it, because if not, you're going to fail. And that's my suggestion. Thank you so much, Elaine, for that question. I think it could really help a lot of founders and women, that want to succeed. It's not an easy path. It's a roller coaster ride, really.
And I think if you show up in the world with, if your values are around being authentic and having integrity, and you put that out, you will maybe have some disappointments and be let down, but ultimately, like you say, maybe it's a bigger purpose for you.
Yes.
And this is just one little chapter on that journey.
True, because you realize that, as I told you, my mentor, Jeff Hoffman, he, by the way, is the guy that's responsible for Priceline.com, Booking.com, and they made it into $1 billion company. And never in a day did he fool a person just to become the person that he is. And so I realized that because of that, we should always have non-negotiables. Like if we do not share the same value as that person, then, maybe move on to the next one. There's always somebody for you, So that is why, and that I think that is how we're able to see what values are important to us as women, and it will be our guiding light. As same as Rotary, we have to ask our 4-way test: is it the truth, is it fair, things like that. So we do that with our values, and it will be our anchor in terms of business.
Thank you so much. That's really helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Dr. Alice. Just to make some connection regarding failure, trust in business, disappointment, and I want you to just provide some insight, from your own experience. How much does that affect in terms of emotional development of the leader? As a founder, you are a leader as well, so.
Well, of course, if you're not ready for it, it will crush your spirit. As I told you, the people that would disappoint you are the people that you put so much trust, or, but then at the end of the day, you realize that you still can move on, like I found something in myself, like I don't give up. I just don't give up easily until I get what I want, because it's something bigger than me. So, with Yes Tech, I really want to democratize education and really revolutionize learning. And if I stop, like they say, there is no they. So really, you should just keep going and do what you're supposed to do. that is what I tell others. You know, just keep going and never give up. I think somebody said that. Don't take no for an answer and just find your yes. Find your yes. So I would always say, you know, yeah, just keep going. I said life is beautiful, right? At the very end, so of my speech.
Thank you very much for that. In terms of being both and capability, to give us some linkage, how do you think that we can better equip female with cognitive credentials and power skills?
Well, you know what? I'm lucky that you know, I'm in the edtech space, and I really like. Well, of course, I studied in good schools. I even went to Harvard. You know, so all the things that I have learned, I apply, and I read a lot. I feel like when you are a founder, when you are actually a leader, you should always read and be updated with what you are doing. I feel like it's not just your cognitive skills, it's everything. You know, your emotional maturity, you know, your health. I would say I like to eat a lot, but you know, I watch also what I eat because I could get sick. So who's gonna run your company if you're sick? You know, if you're not ready to take on things, then you wouldn't be able to make good decisions. So it really is important to look at all the aspects in your life, not just the, you know, physical, emotional, cognitive. It should all be balanced so that you can really move forward with what you want. But it takes a lot of preparation and commitment, and of course you just have to take that leap. That's why I would say that to become a founder, to become, you know, to empower other women, you need to be self-aware, and you really should know what your strengths are, and if you have weaknesses, you have to like also identify that and make sure that you're able to not fix it, but address your weaknesses so that you can be better. So I would say that just be prepared for what's next always.
Thank you, Dr. Alex.
Preparation is key. Yes.
Any other contribution from the room? Comments, questions before we move on to our next speaker? Further questions, comments, contributions? Okay. If there's no question, we're going to move on.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Cafayat. And also, I'd like to thank my friend Josh Ramos for joining us.
You're welcome. We appreciate it. We thank you for your time as well. We thank you for the talk and the insights and for giving us the opportunity to hear from you and learn from your experience. Thanks so much for coming. I'm now going to call on, you're welcome. I'm going to call on Dr. Adama. I hope you are with us, Dr. Adama. She's all the way from US and she's currently doing a project in Sierra Leone. So we hope to hear from her regarding the pattern of success, becoming and building global women leadership. And she's going to, are you there, Dr. Adama? I can hear some. Hello? Yes, she is. She's muted. Please, apologies. Let me please shut her up so that she can know that. I know she's in. I've seen her. She's inside.
Hello.
Oh, there we go. We're about to knock on your door and you just open for us. Thanks. So, Dr. Adama.
Few glitches really quick. For whatever reason, my Google slides are not showing up. I'm not sure if you're able to, if you have them to share.
Okay.
I'm gonna just see if I can go back out. Okay. What I'm saying is that for whatever reason, my my slides, even though I've been having them up, they're not opening up on my end. So is there any way you can I have them on, if there where you can show them. Okay, that would be wonderful. I really appreciate that.
You're welcome. One moment. I need to go to my account. Bear with us, please.
Thank you so much. Flexibility
You're
is
welcome.
key.
Yeah, it's good you sent it to me earlier, so I have it. Because I have so many files open up, so it's taking time to load. So just bear with
Yes.
us, yeah. Please don't forget to sign up for our mentorship program. Everyone interested, and also we have a global business and entrepreneurship course on Udemy. Currently we have 45% discount as a promotional discount. I've put the link in the chat room for anyone interested, please. Oh, this is very slow because I'm using the same device for my Zoom as the host, so it takes long for anything to open at the moment.
Yes. Yeah, that's Zoom for you. It just within the last 15 minutes, that's what I've been trying to do. I'm like, oh my gosh, why is this thing? It's not opening, but I had it. It's okay. These things happen.
It does, yeah. It's just to get it open that is taking the time. That's all. Once we get that, it's all done.
But while she's doing that, maybe I can go ahead and introduce myself?
Yeah, go on. Yeah, do that. Yeah.
Okay. So good afternoon, good morning, good evening to some. I am honored and humbled to be here on this platform with all of you beautiful people. My name is Dr. Adama Koloko. I am a descendant of Sierra Leone, West Africa, and I am also the founder and director of an organization called Impact Sierra Leone. We founded this organization in 2019. However, I have been doing work in Sierra Leone since my first visit, 2003, December 2003. So it's been a while on this journey of mine, and it's a passion of mine. It's part of my purpose, and I'm so glad to, just share some tidbits of, I guess, patterns of success in how I became a global women leader. And I really am looking forward to, sharing a little bit of my story, a little bit of my journey, and hopefully there will be some key takeaways for you where you can also apply to what you're doing. So without further ado, if you'd like, I can go ahead and maybe talk to the slides. The slides really do speak volumes, but I will go ahead and speak from my end if you are still having problems pulling it up.
Yeah, it's taking time just to load.
Okay. Well, I'll go ahead and at least start off with the first slide. So basically, becoming and building a global woman. We are all responsible for ourselves. We're all responsible for the path that we take, and it's different things that we have already within us, but it's also things that we deposit. And so that's really where I'm at in my life, is just we're always looking for ways to continue to build ourselves up, just like we're building a company. So the most important thing is developing your brand. What do you stand for? What do you want your voice to be known for? What do you want your voice to promote? You know, what is in your inmost passion to do in this world and in this life? Who are you really? What are values? What are things that you grew up with that are still with you today that make up who you are? And one of the pictures that I shared was from my favorite movie, one of my favorite movies, The Lion King. And if any of you have seen that movie, there's so many life lessons in that story where Simba, this cub that becomes and grows into his own and grows into a mighty lion. But he could not do that until he discovered who he was and remembered who he was and stood in who he was. And that's one of the things that we as leaders have to do constantly, remembering who we are, what we stand for, and what we want our platforms to be used in life and in the industries that we're in. So I always use that tagline in my head. It's something that is always playing in my head. Remember who you are. And so I shared with Dr. Kapiet that I traveled to Sierra Leone, you know, trying to discover my roots, discover who I was, discover just, you know, what brought me to who I was. And it changed my life for the better. And I always go back to remembering who I am, those mighty men and women who stood before me. And that really propels me as a leader in everything that I do. So in addition to knowing who you are, that could mean knowing your roots, knowing where your family's from, but it could also mean knowing your strengths and weaknesses. And I always tell people, discover your strengths, continue to work on them. It's an ongoing thing. It's an ongoing, I don't want to say battle, but it's an ongoing journey. And there's a Lion King picture. It's an ongoing journey as a leader. It's not something that just stops, you know. And so discovering your strengths, discovering and knowing your passion, and knowing your purpose, those three things, purpose plus passion, it really does give you that power. And so for me, you know, until I learned who I was and what value I had, the strength that I had in me that I didn't even know I had, you know, it really did not allow me to, I would say, soar into the heights that I really wanted to be. And I would say in the last 3 or 4 years, through different mentorships, through different people, and just knowing and seeing, you know, taking my voice that used to be very silent just from different insecurities and using it to believe that I can be a leader. That really is one of the key things I feel as a global woman that you continuously bring into everything, whatever you're doing. If you're a leader, especially if you run an organization or run an office, it's a mindset thing. So if no one else can pour into you, it's a constant thing that you have to do. So remember who you are and remember your why. We all have a why and what we do. And you need to continuously keep that at the forefront of every single thing that you do to impact people, especially. So as a global woman leader, know your brand, know who you are. And if I can recommend, there's the book that I've always been a base for me, The Strengths Finder, you know, knowing the strengths that you have and hone in on them. Sometimes we look at our weaknesses and we focus on the weakness, but sometimes we don't focus on your strength. What is something that you can really do well? You know, you use those things and it will actually be a part of your platform. So this is find your voice and soar, but find your voice also and roar. Make it loud and make it impactful. All right, next slide. And so there are some elements I believe that I try to keep, not only as part of my organization, Impact Sierra Leone, but as an individual. You know, what is your vision in life? What are values that you have that constantly lead you? For me, positive mindset. Everything that I do, everything that I say, I always try to examine, is this something that is contributing? Is this something that is a positive add? Positivity is the best survival, I feel, in an industry where you may have those challenges as a global woman leader. You need to always have a positive mindset. Those affirmations, I am a big proponent of affirmations. Sometimes just in the morning, just waking up that today it could be as simple as saying, today will be a great day. And if you're leading a whole group of people, if you have people under you, that is going to be the most important thing because people gravitate to positive energy. And you'll see your output better when you have that positive energy transcending as opposed to negative energy. So to determine your key values, what is your mission in life overall? What is it that you want to reach? How do you want to impact people? How do you want to lead people? You need to have a vision. You need to be able to see 10, 20, 30 years beyond, not just living in a moment. Having a mission, having a vision, having the values, these things all come together in building your brand as a global woman. This is something that I started just from, again, learning from different people, feeding off of good energy from other people, and just really having that focus. There's a goal. There's a goal that you must keep in mind as you're doing your business and whatever you're doing. And for me, as a leader for an NGO that is operating in another country, as well as in the US, that was something that I had to always have a focus. What is my goal? How is the activities of today going to play into the mission of myself as a global leader and as of my organization? So that direction, establishing a direction. When I first started, I wanted to do everything. I wanted to talk to everyone. I wanted to, accomplish all these different things with the people that I was serving. But you have to have a goal and a direction so that you can be more effective as a leader. Establish your organization or your business. I decided that, after years of serving and years of doing all these different activities to meet the needs of the people in Sierra Leone, I had to realize that, funding and maintaining and sustaining my operation was key. And so I needed to do the things to establish my business properly. So I had to make those steps to establish it as a 501c3, or just giving it that presence that was more an official manner. So, establish yourself. Once you know and you have the vision, your values and your mission, establish your organization. And if you want to take it to a higher level, take the next steps that are necessary so that it's sustainable. Take it higher. Professional development is one of my key words when I talk to people. How are you developing yourself as a leader? I mean, and even the most successful leader, you'll talk to them. There's never a moment where they say, I'm done learning. I'm done with growing. The growth process is a daily process. And that's something that I always keep, how I take in what happened today, took in what happened this week. And then next week, look at what are some things that I can do better, and get feedback from people. I'm always talking to people like, hey, what do you see about this project that we just took and accomplished? How do you see that it could be better? So these are some key things, key elements that I can leave with you in terms of building your brand as a woman leader in a global spectrum. Always having that vision, that mission, knowing where you want to be, where you see yourself, and always continuing to embrace professional development. It is key as a leader, as a global women leader, especially. So this is my favorite. So I am a very big proponent of knowing your purpose. For a lot of years, I remember I didn't know what I wanted to do. It was just a frustrating thing. And what happened is many people would tell me, I can see you doing this, I can see you doing that. But until you embrace your purpose, your whole self, you won't be able to put all your efforts, your energy, and all of the minds, your knowledge, your experience into your purpose. Walking in your purpose is a daily journey. Walking in your purpose as a leader, knowing why are you on earth? It can take years, but I can tell you that the research shows that, continuously, networking and seeing other leaders, a lot of times, sometimes you see yourself in other leaders and you get things that you can feed from them, and social media can be your best friend or your worst friend. And I use it as an opportunity to just learn from people. And in turn, it actually helped me see, this is something that I can see myself doing. So for me, it was twofold. It was number one, visiting my home country, Sierra Leone, that helped me discover my purpose, but also just learning and meeting people that were like me or some that were not like me. And it really helped me hone in on really, where do I see myself enjoying what I'm doing every single day of my life? And so I have this illustration that shows my favorite piece, purpose. People are the greatest resource on earth. Planning. And of course, what brings all that together is positivity, having that positive mindset that leads your organization, leads your mission, leads whatever you're doing in life. So I always say, surround yourself with great people. There are a lot of people on this earth, and even on this Zoom call, there's a lot of great resources, network experience, and on this call alone. Surround yourself with great people and be very selective in the people that are around you, because if they don't align with your mission, your vision, your values, you want to be very careful how they feed into what you're doing, you know. And again, planning, you will, if you don't if you fail to plan, as they say, you plan to fail. And it is a true statement, planning every step of the way. That is really the success factor and a part of the success formula that one of our colleagues spoke about earlier. You know, knowing how to go about things, knowing how that you want to see your organization. You know, so to start a foundation, you have to plan. You have to plan funding. You have to plan the people that you want on your board. You have to plan your mission statement, your vision. Everything takes that whole organization and goal to win. Stay positive. Again, I can't reiterate this enough. Stay positive, because as you bring that positivity into yourself, you will just by no doubt be able to translate that to others around you. The more positive you are, the more people will be in line to really have that momentum, that morale booster that will be able to continue to feed in what you're doing. Plan well. Research the facts, research organizations, research how well your goals align with being part of the success factor in your organization. You know, so these are just some of the statements. Embracing your purpose, surrounding yourself with those great people, those great leaders, and I would encourage everyone from today that are on this call today. We should not stop today. We should network with each other. We should connect, because connections are key. And we should continue the conversations. Plan to succeed and win, staying positive, and planning well by researching. Develop your network. Your network is definitely your net worth. I do remember the first time I was introduced to LinkedIn. I remember I used to tell stories when I first came from Sierra Leone. I was so intrigued by meeting all family members, going to visit grave sites of grandparents, and just the stories. And I decided, okay, I'm going to tell the stories on Facebook. But what I decided is that I needed to expand my network, and not just for today, but for beyond, you know. And as I said, your network is your net worth. I, in turn, use LinkedIn for good by getting on there and using it as a platform, not only just to receive or ask for things, but to give that positive light, to provide resourceful information and let people know about Sierra Leone. Some people may, the journey that we're on, we all have individual journeys, individual things that matter to us. It's up to us to use our voices to share that with others, because the more that we share, the more resourceful that we can be to one another, you know. And also, as someone just said very well, you need to make sure that as you're networking, you're also networking to be able to sustain what you're doing. No one wants to start an awesome and amazing project and then tomorrow it dies. You want it to live on. And that's one of the things that I stood on in leading Impact Sierra Leone. I didn't want to put all those efforts for it to be washed away, because I want my children, my children's children, to be able to embrace the same passions that I have. And I would say that if no one is familiar with the Sustainable Development Goals in an organization, and even as a business, you should be embracing them, because the United Nations has really laid out, I think, one of the key 11 or so goals, and everything can tie into that whole basic humanitarian approach, that human approach. And that's one of the things that we do with, and my organization, Impact Sierra Leone. We look at the goals and pull it and make sure that they are tied in, because that's the only way that we can be sustainable, not just for ourselves, but for our people that we're serving. You know, so developing your network, and especially using the opportunity to, pour into others. If there's something that someone has shared today that resonates with you, connect with them. Let them know, we have something that I can share that may be useful to what you're doing, and not expecting anything back. A lot of times that mentor and mentee relationship, it's feeding into each other. Let us go back into helping one another without expectation. Becoming a mentor, finding a mentor, sharing is caring. That's something that I always pull into my organization, is that we share, we care, and we lead with respect. and creating opportunities for other women. I said before, let us collaborate versus competition. There's so many people that are doing what you do, and use that opportunity to learn from them. But if they're doing something that you may find value, you can always encourage them, empower them, and let them know that you appreciate what they've said, appreciate what it goes a long way. Our voices collectively can really raise volumes in doing and making that impact. So these are some other value-added information. Develop your network and make your network your net worth, but also make it to be sustainable. Create relationships that you don't want to end today. I always try to, sometimes I do random acts of messaging on LinkedIn, and I always tell people, don't expect anything back, but create relationships that you don't want to just say, okay, I just want something from you today. Encourage, empower, enlighten, especially other women, because again, together, united we stand, as I say, together we rise, hand in hand. All right. So these are some tidbits that I share. Communication is everything. How you communicate, what you communicate, how much you communicate, who you communicate to. These are some key things in becoming a global woman. A global woman. That's a big word. Globally, there's some things that we want to be able to do effectively as a leader. And it's the connections that we have every day. They need to feed into our mission and allow it to grow. As I mentioned before, LinkedIn, that was actually my first, I wouldn't say playground, where I actually, introduced Impact Sierra Leone to the world through pictures, through stories, but also through telling them how I am using the Sustainable Development Goals to impact our mission and our goals. And through that, I was introduced to so many wonderful people, especially you, Dr. Kende, just by really sharing how we're taking our mission and turning it into actionable outcomes. And I was introduced to the Global Goodwill Ambassador Foundation, which is beyond a blessing, where I learned even more how to be like a leader. So LinkedIn, Facebook, that was a great opportunity also to meet some of your personal contacts, your family. Your family, they need to also be a part of your mission. They need to also, it's not just about social gathering, but use what you're doing and your purpose to empower your family around you. You want them to also be included in that goal as well. Instagram, Twitter, these are all effective communication platforms that I always tell people, use social media for good. Tell your story, tell your mission, your business. Use those platforms in a way where people can tell immediately from when you share what you're about, what your mission is, where you're headed, and how they can also be a part of that. Workshops. Take advantage of all the workshops that are available all throughout social media. A lot of them, some of them are free. And you can pull from them and be able to also find ways to lead your own workshops, your own webinars. These are key ways that we continue communicate, because if you can't communicate what you're doing, you're limiting yourself to just your own small circle. As a global leader, you want to expand on the global spectrum and always be thinking of ways, how can I be able to communicate my message? How can I be present? Because the story in your platform and your organization is not great if it's not being able to be shared, if it's not having that presence, if you're not having those exposure. Exposure is key as a woman leader, as a global woman leader. Public speaking engagements. These are very key. And I'll share with you that I used to, I don't want to say the word hate, but I used to cringe at the word public speaking. I was a very shy person growing up. I didn't feel like I had a voice to share, a voice powerful enough. I didn't have anything to say, insecurity, all those things. And I'm sure there's some on the platform that can relate. But I realized that my passion, my purpose, they were struggling to become and to come to fruition. And in order for me to go to the heights, I had to actually open my mouth. And that meant I had to be a voice for my mission. I had to be a voice for the people. I had to be a voice for my organization. And once I embraced that, I got comfortable and I realized I have something to say. My voice is powerful. It changed the whole feeling I had towards public speaking. And so I always encourage people, continue speaking, continue being a part of the conversation. And especially when we talk about gender equality, we have to continue speaking about it. We have to continue making it a part of the issues, a part of the solution, a part of being at the table. So if you want to be at the table, you have to be able to communicate. You have to be able to, let people know your cause, stand for it, and make sure that you are always present in the moment. Not only for you, but for those who can't speak. And I represent a lot of women and men and children that are in rural Sierra Leone who, without my voice, no one would know about them. So I think I take ownership of using every opportunity to speak and to be a present and be a voice. So as I come to a conclusion, I wanted to leave some key takeaways, some key words of impact as a global women leader. One of the things that I also wanted to say is presentation is key, and investing in yourself, investing who you want to be as a global women leader is effective. And the picture that you see is probably one of my favorite. I invested in for my birthday, instead of having a party, I invested in a photo shoot, because I kind of knew that, I'm going places. So I need to make sure that I present myself so that when I'm being called on, I have those effective photos that are ready. Always be ready. And so this is one of my favorite that I always share whenever someone is asking, because it shows the joy in finding your purpose, the joy in realizing, my God, I am somebody great. That's what you see on that picture. And so I just wanted to kind of I came up with just a few things that I want to leave with you as I end this. And one of the things that I always do is inspiration is key. If I can't inspire you with what I'm doing, if I can't empower you with what I'm doing, I don't feel like I've done enough. So inspiring others around you, inspiring other women, pouring into them without expectation, finding ways to empower women. Words matter. So something as simple as turning a poster into and empowering women in Africa, using the skills, the gifts that you have, using the talents that are already in you and making it a part of what you do is key. So empowering, inspiring other women, encouraging motivating other women with your words. And again, if you see someone doing something great, tell them, empower them. If you see a global woman leader, there should not be one high enough for you to be able to pour into them. Address issues affecting women and be consistent with your brand. Everyone should know what kind of leader that you are, what kind of leader you stand for, what matters to you. Engage with your team constantly. I have team members in my organization that are here in the U.S. And some are in other countries, but then we have a team in Sierra Leone, and I have to constantly engage with them. I utilize whatever means, whether that be WhatsApp, but I meet them where they are. And I know that they don't have the networking and technology, but engaging with your team as a global leader, not just as a boss lady, but as someone who really wants everyone to succeed. Because if everyone succeeds, you will succeed as a global leader, your organization, your company. Put value on personal development, constantly growing, always looking at how you can make yourself better and effective as a leader. Whether it be looking at, for me, as a public speaker, looking at different people who are successful at speaking, and always looking at ways that you can be able to grow. Your professional development should always be a constant part of your journey. At becoming effective at multitasking, learning how to manage your time. These are just practicals, but they are very important as a leader, because I know we all had to plan our time wisely to be on this platform, to be a part of this and be a speaker here. Lead with compassion and humanity. If there's no compassion in the work that you're doing, it will not last. Sustainable operations are the ones that I believe have the most passion put into it, because you will not look at it as work. You will look at it as an opportunity to bring back, to build yourself as an entrepreneur. You have to have that passion. But for me, people need compassion. People, that humanity part, working with other people, you need to constantly have that at the table as a leader. And again, as I mentioned, the UN sustainability goals, if you are an NGO leader, that should be at the forefront of everything you do. You need goals to tie into it. Quality education, good health and well-being, clean drinking water. As an NGO leader, these are the things that we need to always be constantly translating into the projects and programs that we're doing. And create a legacy that will have impact. What we do today, what legacy are we leaving tomorrow? So I always tell people, what you do today, let it have an impact on what will be tomorrow, what your children will be experiencing, and those that follow behind. So again, I am the founder and director of Impact Sierra Leone. I am a passionate advocate of the sustainable development goals, passionate about pouring into young girls in and outside of Africa, passionate about public health and making sure people embrace that health, wellness, and the wholeness of self will allow you to be and thrive as a human being. And I am definitely passionate about all of the things about being a global leader, because there's a leader in every one of us. It's up to us to pull it out. Pull out the I will in your life every single day. I thank everyone for listening to me, and I hope that there's something that I've said that resonates with you and that allows you to be able to take it and give to others. Let us have a domino effect today, that whatever we have consumed today, we can pass it on to others. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks so much, Dr. Adama. We really appreciate that. Before we take questions and answers, we will quickly go to our next speaker, Marie Claire Isama, who is going to be talking to us about breaking the barriers in business game. For business, how are you playing and performing? Because we are emphasizing on growth, not just goal. So we will let her have she's going to be talking to us for a few minutes, then we can take the question and Marie together afterwards. Please join me to welcome Marie Claire Isama. She is a leadership coach as well as a consultant. Please, all floor is yours, Marie Claire.
Hello, hi everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, great. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for inviting me here today amongst such great company. And Adama, I mean, God, wow, that's a hard act to follow. That was such an inspiring presentation. And luckily I don't have any slides, so I'm not going to have at least that problem. I just wanted to speak to you more directly today without those slides. So I'm the CEO of an organization called Women in Games, which was founded in 2009. Women in Games is a not-for-profit organization. It's based in the UK, supporting and engaging with a global community. The purpose of Women in Games is to build and maintain a fair and equal and safe environment, empowering girls and women in the global gaming ecosystem. We didn't really start with this global mission, but we have just grown globally, and I think because video games are such a global phenomenon, I mean, as our games, and you know, the history of video games is very old and long. So before video games, people played games, and I think that it's recognized and it's easily communicable across the globe. And you know, we are aiming to achieve the objectives that align with the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals, and particularly, obviously, to achieve gender equality and empower all girls and women. The organisation supports all women, girls, and people of diverse gender identities, as well as transgender, gender diverse and intersex women. It's committed to 5 spaces of action. So we work across those 5 spaces, sometimes just in one specifically, but sometimes they intersect. So education, policy, industry, community, and culture. And this is to make gender equality and fairness a lasting reality in the games industry, which employs significantly fewer women than other industries. So we also work across 6 priority areas of focus. And we have identified these as the biggest barriers for the progression of women in the sector. So that is fairness, equity and parity of pay and opportunity, career pathways, and in particular, fostering leadership culture, toxicity and harassment in the workplace and gaming spaces, which is very, very highly prevalent, entrepreneurship, opportunities for investment and funding, education, inspiring and developing, engaging and retaining talent within the industry, and diverse representation of women in platforms, products and services. So that's kind of in the games themselves. video games traditionally made by men just were echoing the creative outputs of men. So we are working on changing that. We established a few years ago, we established a global ambassador program. And that's an ecosystem of individual ambassadors, corporate ambassadors, and education ambassadors. They're distinct groups, but they act in concert with Women in Games to achieve our missions and objectives. We currently have 800 individual ambassadors in 52 countries. We have 45 games and esports companies in the UK and from across the globe in our corporate ambassador program. And we have a growing education ambassador program. And we have a social media network of over 70,000. Why this is all really important is that it is, and this came up in the previous presentation, the networking. So we knew that it was of great value to create a network for women across the globe, to be able to have a space where they can connect with each other, inspire each other, support each other, exchange ideas. And this is why we built that program. The individual ambassador program, particularly, it's for women who work in the sector who want to encourage girls and women into the sector. So their mission is to go out to schools, into local communities, and to work and encourage those young girls into careers into the games industry, and to let them know what it's actually like to work in the games industry, what those opportunities are. And we also produce events on a global scale to connect our communities with the international gaming sector. So we promote the interests of women, highlight their achievements. We have an annual Women in Games Global Awards, and we strongly believe that, see it to be it, because by showcasing those wonderful women already working in the sector, doing fabulous work, that then encourages the next wave of women to see themselves in that position. So we believe that showcasing and those awards are very important. We also have a distinctive research portfolio, and we work with a wide range of academic research organisations, cultural and government innovation agencies. And the resulting projects focus on creating new platforms, pathways, synergies to empower girls and women in the sector. Now, breaking barriers is really important to us as an organisation. And my journey towards breaking barriers happened very early on in my career, when I was the director of a BA and master's programme in video games. And when I took on the role, there were no female staff and no female students. So I was really going it alone. But I knew that I could change it and that it shouldn't look like that. So in my 8 years of tenure, I took the programme from 0 to 50-50 in the teaching staff and 60-40 in the student cohort. I got recognised for my work in doing that, and after that 8-year period, when I'd done that work for one university, I thought I wanted to do more, and I wanted to impact the entire sector in the UK and beyond. And the opportunity to take the role as CEO in Women in Games, which was still a very grassroots organisation at that point, seemed like a really good way for me to take that learning and knowledge that I'd gained from doing that work within Norwich University of the Arts, and employ that in the larger space of the world. So women make up 50% of the population, thereabouts, and 50% of the population also play video games, thereabouts. So there's a 50-50 split in the player demographic. Yet, according to a variety of surveys, an average of approximately 23% of women work in the global games industry. And the Game Developers Conference Games Industry Report in 2021 showed a ratio at 21%. And the ISFE, which is the Interactive Software Federation in Europe, found women to make up just 20% of the workforce. Now, we also, which is not right. It's just not right. More women should be in that industry, should be in our industry. We're working really hard on working out why that's happening and then making impactful roads into changing that statistic. We also are working on finding out what exactly it is that women are doing, because there are all these surveys, but they don't break down enough what roles women have in the sector. We know for a fact that in computing, that it's low, it's very low. We know that it's much higher in HR roles and marketing roles. In game development, which is the more creative area of video games, it's not bad, but it should be much better. Anyway, another example, for instance, is in 2020, we worked on a scorecard with an organization called 21st, and we looked at the top 14 global gaming companies to measure gender balance of the executive teams of those 14 companies. Only 16% of women were present at executive level. And some of those companies on the scorecard had no women at all in the top tier of their organizations. So, that leadership is in my view, part of the reason why those other statistics are so low. Because in order to change things and address gender balance within our sector, but also much more widely, then you need some other voices in that top tier, and you need some people who can lead on that. So one of the things that we're doing in order to shift some of that is we're working on very specific projects. So we actively support and encourage women through our events. So we connect, which I mentioned earlier, the community to the industry. We run, this is a bit of a plug, but we run a major festival every year, which launches very soon on the 6th of September and runs through to the 17th. And this includes a Careers Expo, where we bring in some of the biggest studios across the globe to meet with our network and our community. And those studios are looking for talent, and we bring talent in so that they can meet. We also have a series of very inspirational talks so that graduates and more junior women in the industry can learn and can be inspired and see the way in which their careers might progress. We also run a 2-day conference, so we have some of the leading lights in the sector, providing all kinds of insights. So that 2-day conference, it's a 2-day conference, but on the platform that we use to run it, the content is available for delegates for 6 months post the actual event. We are this year running some with the University of Nottingham in the UK. We are running some creative leadership labs, and this is a pilot program we're running, but we're hoping that we will be able to roll it out globally, because, as I said earlier, it is one of the areas that is very stuck, and it is a barrier that needs breaking within the games industry. We need women up the top. We need them to move from the middle to the top. And so these labs have been designed with that in mind, to inspire and encourage women. We're also at our festival running satellite events, and those satellite events are for all organisations working in the area of diversity and inclusion for women, but also more broadly to come in under an umbrella of our festival and talk about the work that they're doing, run a workshop, just engage with our community. And then later on in the year, we have a games jam and an investment and entrepreneurship forum. One of the things that we know is a priority is for women to think about themselves as leaders of their own businesses. Often there's a lot of talk about how you progress within an organization, within a company, but why not start your own company? You can start your own games company. Lots of girls and women have fantastic ideas for video games, but for some reason, and that's cultural, societal, historical, they don't think that they could have a company, that they could start their own companies. So we're working really hard on that with a group of stakeholders to to get that investment. There are lots of, I mean, it's written everywhere, not just in the games industry. There are lots of issues around investment of women-led projects, and banks and funding and loans. They're not women friendly, and that also has to change. I read a very interesting article just recently about the finance sector, and you know, I was mortified to read that, you know, the challenges in there are as bad, if not worse, than in the games industry itself. So, you know, we want to focus on that, and we want to encourage women to move up through those ranks. And you know, I think I read this somewhere in some of the information about this wonderful event, which said, you know, and this is what we want to do, to move up, to support women, to move up through the ranks. And as they do so, to lift those coming into the sector. I think that's so important that's what we do. You know, those of us who have managed to get to where we are, it is our responsibility to lift those coming up behind us. And, you know, I really believe in that. And I think it's absolutely crucial that we do it. So, you know, things are changing. I have, in the years that I've been involved, I've seen changes, but there's still a lot of work to do. And, you know, if we don't keep forging forward and we don't keep on it, things can easily fall backwards. You know, we're looking at the moment at various recessions across the globe for various reasons, post-pandemic, wars happening in Europe, all kinds of things happening all over the world. And it could be easy for, I think in my sector, for companies to focus on something else and not focus on this. So, you know, it's also our mission at the moment to keep this at the top of the agenda. We've just published our Women in Games Guide, Building a Fair Playing Field. It was co-authored by Sharon Tonelli-Stage and myself. It's available free from our website. So anyone listening, you can go to the website and download it. It's a big piece of work. It took us 18 months to research and write. It's an important piece of work for the games industry, but actually I think it works across sectors, and I think there's so much in it. We interviewed numerous women across the games industry in all types of roles, at all different levels. We showcased lots of really excellent work that's going on in terms of you know, women in the sector, entrepreneurship, and I think that can cross over into any sector. So whatever sector you're in, have a look at it. And what I'd like to do before my session closes, which I think should be closing soon now, I wanted to share with you the author's note. So this is Sharon and myself's author's note. So the guide starts with, in her book, Significant Sisters, by Margaret Foster, written in 1984, Margaret Foster was a biographer and scholar. She recognized looking at and thinking of life for all women produces a problem. Life in one place for one woman is not the same as that life in another place. Who women are and what they want changes dramatically from country to country, from class to class, and from age to age. Despite writing this guide for games companies, studios, and businesses in a time far removed from Foster's, when video games are a worldwide mainstream phenomena and technology has changed the working landscape, the conundrum is no less relevant today. In fact, now a contemporary list of differences between women's lives is longer, features significantly more attention to cultural and social nuance, and draws attention to intersectionality, ethnicity, and orientation. Against this background of complexity, we have attempted to address difference by focusing our guidance on ethics as the key to fairness. The lessons that we have learned in the process is that fairness really is the uniting and universal value that can benefit all those it influences. And so whilst the book is focused on the game sector, I think it's a value across. And I think for me, this is the thing that we uncovered. What is important is fairness. And it doesn't matter who you are, but the environments that you're in should always be attempting to be fair. And so in my business and in what I do as the CEO of my organization, that is at the heart of everything, fairness. And that cuts across everything else for me. So finally, if any of you are thinking about a career in the games industry, or just generally interested in what the games industry might actually about once you get under the skin of it, and you want to know more about the work we do, then please head to the website. It's womeningames.org. And do join us at our festival next month. The networking is absolutely brilliant. Our Careers Expo is completely free, and our conference is very, very low ticket prices. So, you know, I think that's sort of it for me for now. I know we're now going on to an open panel session. Thanks so much for letting me be part of this event. I hope that I have told you something that you might not have known about the video games industry, and my passion for making that the best place it can be for girls and women. And I've really just enjoyed very much speaking to you today. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you very much, Marie. We really appreciate your time and your contribution. There are some fantastic comments there for you. And if anyone would like it to make contribution or Q&A session open before we move on, and we still have some questions for Dr. Adama, so we can take both at the same time for Dr. Adama and Marie Claire. So questions, contributions?
I'd just like to add that for the presenter that just presented, it's just amazing to see there's so many different ways in which to address the issues into which we can really empower one another. And just the gaming industry, you know, that was something I'm like, wow, you know, every platform has an opportunity to reach people and engage and pull out things out of them to empower them and to teach them the skills. You know, really, I didn't think I emphasized the more that, you know, individuals who may not be having that exposure, being able to learn a skill, it does wonder for them, not just today, yes, but beyond. So I just want to applaud you for that research and just that industry and just how your passion for the gaming industry and being able to impact others. It's really admirable. So I want to just applaud you on that, because I'm thinking about like, wow, I'm going to take this to the village, you know, just that exposure to technology and letting them see there's so much more that is within what you see day to day. Just putting that in their mindset and allow them to learn a skill, learn that, it's amazing.
Absolutely, thank you. And if you, when I was listening to your talk and the things that you've been doing, I was just thinking I've got to connect with this woman, and I think there's something we can do together, because there are some great skills, those technological skills that that can work everywhere really now. They can, and they can really enhance and change people's lives. So you know, I'm definitely, let's connect up about that, because it's something I think Women in Games, and I know my team would be very interested in supporting and looking at. Definitely.
Oh,
absolutely.
Awesome. Definitely.
Thank you very much for that contribution, Dr. Adama. Marie, we really appreciate your time. In terms of like building, you know, for program development, what can you comment about, not game life, but in terms of technology for program? Marie, that's for you.
Say that again to
because
me.
we are talking about digital technology, particularly in this virtual environment.
Yes.
You know, not technically, most people will say to you, even Zoom of recently, majority started to use Zoom or familiarize with Zoom, not to talk of the complexity of the other technology aspect in terms of when it comes to program like course delivery, such of the kind that we are doing for those of us who are in education line. Oh, what can you comment about that? You know, handling that technical part of it for women.
Yeah, I think one of the problems is, and I think it's societal, and it starts very early on. There is a kind of sense that there's a split between. Well, no, I'm gonna go back a loop actually. Okay. I think up until the age of about 8 years old, there is exactly the same interest in girls and boys in technology, but after that it starts to change. In the guide, I'm sorry to be pushing my guide on everyone, but in the guide there is a whole section on education. It's the last sphere. They're called spheres, not chapters. It's the last sphere of action in the guide. And we've been looking in the guide, we looked at STEM, so science, technology, engineering, and maths. We also looked at STEAM, which is science, technology, engineering, arts, and maths. And we looked at the difference that element of arts can make to certain groups and encourage them and getting them to think about it. Microsoft also did an extensive piece of research, which is cited in the guide. And that was looking at when it is that girls particularly stop being interested in technology. And it is usually when they cannot see where the specific career pathways there are. Girls can use technology equally as well, but they don't see how they're not inspired to think about it and utilize it as a career option. It's a really, really interesting piece of work, and it basically says there's a window between 8 and 13 where that is the window where we need to capture the attention of girls. Another interesting piece of work that the ISFE did was on video games in the curriculum, in the schools curriculum. So globally, no schools teach video games. It's not on the curriculum. Film is, other creative media is, and but they have started in Europe to introduce some programs and to utilize games within the curriculum, not just games to do something, but the history of games, the context of games, how they're actually made and put together. So I mean, I think it is beginning to shift a little bit, that whole the whole area of teaching and learning. Again, I'm going to stop in a minute, but when I was running the BA and MA, you know, I had particularly the female students coming in who really they really were very uncertain about whether even though they decided to do a degree or even a master's in it, they still were a bit unsure about that area of the technological side. So that's the computer programming. That said, computer programming is changing because there's so much good AI now and machine learning. And I think in a few years, you will be able to make a creative product without being able to actually program. It will do it itself, basically. So anyway, that's enough from me on that.
Thanks for an inspiring presentation. Thanks so much. Dr. Adama, thanks very much for another interactive presentation. And we might come back to Marie Claire, but some questions for Dr. Adama. You know, when you talk about color, I hope you are with me.
Yes, I'm here. Can you see me? Or
yeah, I can. Yeah, can you see me as well? Yeah,
I can see you. I see more of the presentation, but
okay, all right.
I can see you.
Oh, thank you. You know, I'm so inspired by when you mentioned the way you overcome the issue about color. So I just want to take you back in terms of the impact. Let's reflect on the impact of color as an identity on positive emotions.
The impact of color and identity, meaning knowing who you are.
As an identity, yeah, that means you are who you are as an identity.
Yes, you know, that is very important. I know that, you know, some may say we live in a world, we're all made up of different colors, of different characteristics, of different backgrounds. And so as a woman of color of dark-skinned nature, I guess I can speak in that sense. You know, it's always that knowing who you are and knowing what you represent and knowing the value that you have. Those are key things in how you lead and grow as a leader. I have had my challenges, you know, but it's up to you to create the reputation that you want to have by the work that you do, by your communication, and just by how you use your voice. And so I always tell people that, you know, we don't live in a world that is fair, but we live in a world that you have the opportunity to show yourself, Show yourself approved. Show who you are with what you're doing, with the passions that lead you. And so I think identity in an industry, identity as an organization, you know, even and it can also kind of lead to just brand. What do you stand for? What represents you? When people say Adama Kaloko, what do they think about? What do they identify you with? So it's something that I constantly have at the forefront of my mind, that, you know, may whatever I say, whatever I do, kind of spill over so that people will realize what I am, who I am, and what do I represent. So that identity factor is very key as a leader.
Thank you very much. So any other person in the room, contribution, comments, questions? I read the comments. I think this for Marie-Claire. Women role in nation building. Quickly, someone wants you to add a few sentences to that. Women role in nation building when it comes to game, business in game, and every other thing. Marie, that's for you.
Say that again. I'm sorry. I was fiddling around with putting
I just
something in
picked
the
a
chat.
comment from the chat room, and someone said women role in nation building when it comes to, you know, business game. Women role in nation building.
I can't see that at all. Is that in the chat?
Yeah, I picked it from the chat room.
Well, yeah. I'm sorry to do this, but can I just answer something that's in the chat first, and then I'll get to that?
Yeah,
no, it's just that I've shared something with you, but I meant to share it with everyone, so that's my fault. But there were some comments about boys and men, and I just wanted to address those because we, you know, I work with men and I've taught boys, and but what I see is a different issue and a different problem. So that is not about excluding boys, but it's about focusing on addressing something that is not balanced. Now, what I've put in the chat, but I've only sent it to you, so I need to share that with everyone. I need to do that quickly now while I'm talking, probably. Just bear with me, everyone, because what happened was I just did a direct message and I didn't, how am I doing this? Why can't I send it to everyone?
Select everyone in the meeting.
Yeah, of course. I'm sorry, I'm just being very, very slow and stupid. Right, I've done it to everyone now. So, you know, we have a purpose, and that is towards girls and women. That's why we're called Women in Games, because there is a problem which we're trying to solve. I mean, I always say to people, I'll be out of a job. When we've solved it, there won't be any need for Women in Games. Now, but our mission is to create, you know, new platforms, pathways, and synergies. So that's working with all sorts of people. And we bring together agents of change, advocates, men and boys, champions, experts. So this is about working together towards a purpose to change the sector. If 50% of the population is women, if 50% of players of video games are women, why are there only 20% of them working in the industry, and why are hardly any of them working in the top tier of the industry? That to me is a challenge that needs addressing, and that's what we're doing. So it's not about this, it's not about not including men or boys. So I just wanted to sort of make that point and make that clear. There is something here. Is this the one you're talking about? Are there challenges in the game entrepreneurial endeavors? Is that the one you were asking me to answer?
Yeah, it's
yes,
linked
there
to
are.
that. Yeah, linked.
Yeah. Well, there are. There absolutely are, because there is the risk of investors. Investors feel they're taking a higher risk if they invest in women. And there is lots of evidence, and there is lots of data, and there is lots of research on that. And so there are two things. There's also the mindset of women when they go in to pitch their presentations and pitch their ideas, and a sense of them really believing that they can have that. I mean, there's one stat, and I'm sure everybody knows it, that, you know, a man will apply for a job if he thinks that if he can do about 60% of what's being asked in a job description, whereas a woman won't do it unless she feels that she can answer absolutely everything. So there is a confidence issue somewhere in there. So we've also been doing, at our last event we had, we did some work on confidence and presentation, and making sure that that those women who have great ideas also have the ability to present those ideas and really believe in them. And I think that was talked about. I think Adame said something about that as well, about not just the networking, but also your presentation skills, and making sure you're absolutely clear about your vision, your mission, the ideas that you have, and the way to present them. So I think that giving off that confidence, and the trouble is, if you really don't have it, it's really hard to make it up, because it's something in you. You have to learn how to get that from your spirit and your soul, really. But once you've found, believe in the ideas that you've got, but there's definitely are a lot of challenges, and a lot of women are getting rejected at the first point. In terms of getting investment into their companies, and also even simply getting bank loans. Just even the way that the system is set up, the way that the banking system actually calculates the risk, women are calculated down. And there are so many. So I think that the Telegraph in the UK last year ran an amazing, really, really interesting piece on that. And as I said, I read something recently. I should put it in the chat, but just something on how women just can't borrow money, they can't get invested in. So this has really got to change. That's got to change. Yeah. I don't want to keep going because I'm just using up everybody else's time. But yes, there is a challenge.
We will get back to you. So please just stay with us, and Dr. Adam as well. Please stay with us. We will get back to both of you. Thanks very much for an inspiring as well as an interactive presentation. We really appreciate your talk, your time, and your resources. We're now going to move. I don't know if my screen is still showing with Dr. Jennifer's image. Can you all see my screen? With building a legacy with engagement, Dr. Jennifer, it's showing my screen. My screen share, is it showing on your side? Yeah. Just signal someone, let me know.
No, I can't. I'm just seeing you on the screen. Can I just check? Can everyone hear me clearly?
Yes.
Yeah. I will introduce you. I'm just trying to share your photo. Let me.
Okay.
Okay, now we are still, we still continue on the Entrepreneurship and Leadership series, and I'm going to introduce our next speaker by name, Dr. Jenny Ekponyu-William. She is a social entrepreneur, as well as higher education law tutor in Coventry. She's going to be talking to us about building a legacy with engagement and networking opportunities, because it's part of what we are doing today. We have this summit as a forum, an avenue for exchanging information, exploring opportunity as well as networking. And she's going to be talking to us more about how to maximize that to build our own legacy. Is subtitled Influential Entrepreneurial Minds. If you want to be entrepreneurial, you have to have the ability to be able to network, to be able to communicate well with other people using various platforms. So also in the UK is Dr. Jennifer. Please kindly join me to welcome her as she speaks. You are welcome, Dr. Jenny. All the floor is yours now, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. A pleasure to be invited to speak at this, awesome platform. I joined and I've just been amazed at everything I've been hearing, and it's a privilege to be here. Dr. Kafaya, can you please give me permission to share my screen? I'm not able to do that. So.
I'll stop this then.
Okay. Just give me a second, just bear with me. Okay, can everyone see my screen, please?
Not yet.
Yeah.
Not yet, okay. Is it showing now?
It's showing on my side. I don't know, other people?
Yes, I think I can hear you. I can see it clearly now.
Okay, all right, then that's good, fantastic. Okay, so just give me a second. I'm trying to take it to presentation mode. So I am Jenny William. I'm a law lecturer at Coventry University Law School. So I'm going to be talking today about building a legacy with engagement and networking opportunities, influential entrepreneurial minds, and I will be focusing on ethnic minority businesses in the UK, because obviously I'm an ethnic minority and I'm Black, and I'm also female as well. This is one of the quotes that captivated me. It talks about the fact that entrepreneurship is, a powerful force in the world, and it does help to create opportunities, and it out of poverty, and that's from former President of the United States of America, Barack Obama. Okay, so I'm just going to be saying something briefly about female entrepreneurship. So I believe the purpose of this event is for us to begin to talk about these discussions about gender equality, entrepreneurship, engagement, and then networking opportunities. So when we talk about female entrepreneurship, we're talking about organizations, whether not-for-profit or for-profit, that are being led by women. So the entrepreneurship process allows female entrepreneurs to fulfill their needs, and they can bring in the job-related and professional experiences, knowledge, and capabilities. So within the body of female entrepreneurs, or within female entrepreneurship in the UK, we also have what we call ethnic minority businesses. And within that group of ethnic minority businesses, we have female entrepreneurs as well. So when we talk about ethnic minority businesses, we're talking about Blacks, we're talking about Asians, basically, people who don't fit into the, the white or the Caucasian category. And quite interestingly, we also have evidence from the Federation of Small Businesses that these ethnic minority businesses contribute about 25 billion pounds to the UK economy, and this was about in 2018, and in 2021, 74 billion. And within these ethnic minority businesses, we have 17% of them, which are led by women. And we also have the data from the GSEP World Entrepreneurship Monitor that talks about 244 million women being involved in businesses and startups. So women are really out there, and a big question is what exactly is going on? Why is it that and we don't see more women as CEOs, or we don't hear most of the businesses we hear about that are owned by women is only until maybe we see one of those women on Forbes lists, and maybe it catches our attention, and I would draw attention to that point again. So entrepreneurship, it also provides a platform for women to control their time, the schedule, the tasks, work pace, and workload relative to their family and personal time. So for example, women who maybe for some reason had to leave their jobs, 9 to 5 p.m. jobs, entrepreneurship creates a platform for them to be able to at least, make a living and also do what they are passionate about. So in terms of entrepreneurship legacy, tying with that is what we know as social networks. So we talk about entrepreneurship legacy, we're talking about people narrating a past entrepreneurship achievements or resilience. So when Marie Claire was talking about women in the games industry, women who are successful, they will be reiterating what the challenge is, and how they were resilient and how they got to where they are now, to the younger women in high school or in university coming up who are interested in the game industry. So building an entrepreneurial legacy, it does help to motivate the next generation of women through specific entrepreneurial behavior. So we have different events that such young women, budding female entrepreneurs are encouraged to attend, which is, for example, social networking. So everyone has a social network, and this gives us the opportunity to get to know more about a topic, about maybe a career choice, about the support that is available, and especially as ethnic minorities, many ethnic minorities come into the UK and they're not aware about the support mechanisms. They don't even know how to apply for jobs and so many other things. And I'll get to that later on in my presentation. And it also gives, social network also gives us access to distribution channels to perform our businesses. Female entrepreneurs can, obtain intangible, tangible resources that are required for the survival of their business. So, wow, there's quite a number of challenges facing ethnic minority businesses, otherwise known as EMBs. So those I'm specifically relating to female CEOs, and not just female Black CEOs, but also it also applies to men as well. So many of them, from what I've noticed, and in terms of the research that has been done, they kind of fit into what we call the lifestyle businesses. Many of them started as a hobby, and then now decided to turn that hobby into a business. So we have the traditional sectors as catering, we have retail, and some of them also operate in highly saturated and competitive and co-ethnic markets. Then there are also issues of perceptions of unequal treatment. So sometimes you have ethnic minorities, maybe Blacks, for example, might not want to go through the traditional means of raising finance because they feel that they're going to be discriminated against, even though we have the Equality Act of 2010 that's, that makes you know that you are supposed to be treated equally. But what happens in reality might be different. And because of all these perceptions, assumptions, myths, and all of that, some of them might hesitate to go to the traditional streams of income. And then also specifically within the ethnic minorities, we have the Black entrepreneurs that could have strong feelings regarding unequal, and of course that's understandable because of the history of the colonial past. But we all know that we can't just keep, even though we can talk about the past, but we need to move forward. So some of these things are holding Black entrepreneurs back behind in terms of entrepreneurship. And again, some of them would prefer to, rely on their family and the support. So unless you are maybe Bill Gates, or unless you are Elon Musk, there's so much that your family and your friends can do. They can help you with engagement, they can help you with networking, they can help you to publicize your business as an entrepreneur, but you still need to go through the formal means. And this is one way female, especially within the ethnic minorities and families, are kind of limited. Then also another thing again is limited engagement in the community. So some of them, for obviously maybe because they're doing two jobs, or they are trying to maybe obviously make a means of livelihood, are not able to engage with in the community as they would, and also might not even know about networking events as well. So how did I even get to know about this GSEP that was founded by Dr. Kafaya and Dr. Kafaya? We graduated from the same university with our PhDs at the University of Huddersfield. And I saw it on LinkedIn, and that was how I attended one of the events, and thankfully I was been honored to present at this session today. So before we go, I know before we move on, I would just like to share my personal story, and so that you understand my passion and you know where I'm coming from. So I'm an immigrant. I came from Nigeria. I came to the UK as an international student so many years ago. And when I came in, I came for my master's in 2008. And I just assumed, did a PhD, and I felt that everything was going to, fall into place for me. The stars were going to be aligned for me. I was just going to get that good job, and I was going to be, living the life, the dream life of the immigrant student. And fast forward to the PhD journey, different issues, different, you just hear that story of PhD is a 3 years, 4-year journey. You finish, you graduate, you get a good job. But I found out the hard way. So when I came into this country, I knew that, okay, I'm a qualified lawyer from Nigeria. I was passionate about research. I wanted to make a change. I've always had that social entrepreneurial passion and everything about me, but I did not have any plan per se. But I remember someone asked me then before I left at the airport, what's your plan? What's the 10, 15-year plan? I said, no, I'll do the master's, do the PhD, and I just, get the job. And, I remember clearly the way the person looked at me at Murtala Mohammed Airport, in Nigeria, and gave me that funny look like, oh God, this girl is, and it's fast forward to so many years later, I found out why the person gave me that look. So I finished, graduated, and I was navigating the job market, before I knew what was happening. At 150 job rejections, I just lost count because there was no point. It was sad, it was depressing. But one thing I remember at the time was that there were always so many career events and networking events. But maybe because I felt that, I was doing a research degree, that thing didn't, I didn't really fit into that, category, and I would just get the job. So there were so many events, there were so many trainings, and I just kind of was zoned into the research, and I did not, make use of such opportunities. So by the time I realized that, okay, at 150 rejections, obviously something is wrong. You need to, Jenny, you need to do something and, change your strategy. So I started going to the, thankfully the career service at University of Huddersfield, they were superb. I started going there every day, every week. Look at my CV, check this out for me, what is going on, and mock interviews and all of that. And then there was this young career advisor. I think she was now probably 22 or 23. And we just got talking, and she said, why is that not on your CV? You keep saying you have all this experience. Why is that not on your CV? What's going on? I thought you were like 25 or 26 years old, but it's not there. Why is it not on your CV? And then I realized I was selling myself short. I didn't even know at the time that my teaching experience in Nigeria as a law lecturer was relevant. I didn't even know, I just felt, I have to do, do the research, complete it, and start working as a researcher. I was not even aware of the fact that I had transferable skills from previous roles that I had done in Nigeria. And obviously that was because I wasn't attending, the networking events and other things. And that's part of the experience I had that has formed me today. And I decided to, help other female entrepreneurs and others looking for jobs, and also males as well. So still on my personal story and career journey, I then decided that I'm not going to be sending all my CVs to every Dick and Harry. I was just going to have a quality versus quantity strategy. And I sat down, I started looking at, okay, where do I want to be in the next 10 years? I knew that I had that plan actually in terms of my educational plan, what I wanted to do. I already knew by the time I was 20, I wanted to do a master's, I wanted to do a PhD and all of that, but I did not think about the job markets. What I was going to do. So I decided to sit down one Saturday morning, and actually I did that, and I started looking at people's CV on LinkedIn, created my LinkedIn profile, and I started that. Then I started attending all the career events that I was not attending at the time, professional associations, I was traveling, using the mega bus and all of that. And then eventually I was able to align myself with a mentor. I crafted a career path for myself as an academic. And fast forward to the pandemic, I started changing jobs, and people started asking me questions. What's going on? How come you're changing jobs? You changed jobs twice in the pandemic. What's the secret? And a friend of mine, Dr. Abdullah, suggested I have a job application seminar, and I did that. So we had 3 speakers, myself from the UK, Emanuela from the US, and somebody else from Canada. And then after that, I started getting emails, people to help me, Jenny, to tweak my CV, to my cover letter, and then I got suggestions that I should start it as a business. So this year I've started. We're still in the early stages, but we're getting there. I'm a law lecturer, I'm a social entrepreneur, and I'm also a hybrid entrepreneur. So when I joined the last event held by Dr. Kafaya, that was when I got to know about what the word hybrid entrepreneur meant. And I said, okay, I was going to just go ahead and start something and start turning it into a business. So beyond my story, in terms of what is going on in the ethnic minority space. So I mentioned earlier when I was in the presentation that sometimes we don't get to hear about some of the success stories of Black female entrepreneurs. And when I was doing my research for this presentation, I stumbled upon this lady, and I was like, wow, I didn't even know something like this, someone like this existed. So this is Kike Oniwinde, and she's a success story. She's the founder of the Black Young Professionals Network. I believe she used to play javelin for the UK. So the BYP network is a London-based app. It does connect Black professionals to each other and corporations. And the whole purpose of the BYP network is to change the Black narrative, and promote diversity within companies. So the platform has grown to have over 50,000 members and over 60,000 corporations connections. So this BYP network is known as the LinkedIn for Black professionals. So in terms of what's the way forward? So I've talked about the fact that there are challenges to ethnic minority businesses. I've talked about the fact that, people have, perceptions, assumptions about the fact that you don't have access to funding, and many of them, avoid the traditional streams of funding, which is the banks and, and other sources of income. So what's the way forward? The way forward for that is engagement and networking. So for example, in my career session to also becoming a social entrepreneur, if I had been engaging and I wasn't just doing me, myself, and I, okay, it wouldn't have taken me this long to get to where I am today. So networking is a key part of it. So we do need to promote long-term partnerships, build a stronger networks of support for ethnic minority businesses, and also improve access to finance, high engagement with local councils. So we need women especially to be able to, run under whichever party they want to run under, establish charities, and even, become actively involved in the community. And as part of what we are doing today, female entrepreneurs should also mentor and organize networking events to train and mentor younger female entrepreneurs. And by so doing, then you then raise up, you build up a legacy, which you can then, refer to and tell the stories of your previous and current successes, and thereby build influential minds. So in conclusion, just have a quick question. So how can women become influential in the society? Of course, first of all, we need more female entrepreneurs, and we do need to have these discussions on entrepreneurship. This is a public space. We need to have it more in private spaces. And we also need immigrants integrating and understanding the business environment. So I'm just going to spend a few minutes talking about this third point. So I remember coming from Nigeria, I'm female and I'm an ethnic minority. So in Nigeria, we have three major ethnic groups, the Yorubas, the Hausa, and the Igbo. So I'm from the Niger Delta part, which is Urhobo. So that that background of ethnicity, strife, and conflict, it has to a large extent built me to who I am today. So I came into the UK and I just had this perception of I'll just do what I want to do, get my job, and just move on. And I found out the wrong way. So we have to find out the hard way, rather. We have to encourage immigrants to integrate. Because, for example, an immigrant who comes into this country and wants to become an entrepreneur, wants to go down the route of catering business and just says that, oh, we have this meal in Nigeria, which is very popular. It's called jollof rice. So it's a spicy, orange colored rice. It has, pepper and tin tomato and all of that in it. And such a person just says, oh, I want to begin to sell jollof rice to people. And you go to an investor and they're like, what are you on about? What is jollof rice? They don't know what that means. And obviously, whatever the proposal the person writes, the person might not even get the fund or even get the investor to invest in the business. But by the time you tell an investor that, okay, I want to have 100 restaurants across the UK, and one of my main meals is the jollof rice, and I'm going to be served, the Nigerian special jollof rice, not the Ghanaian one. The Nigerian one is what I want to be serving. No offense to any Ghanaian on the platform, but Nigerian jollof rice is sweeter, as I believe. So just doing that. So when you speak to an investor, they say, okay, yes. So they look at not just the jollof rice, the food you want to sell, but the number of restaurants you're going to have across the country, especially in ethnic minority enclaves, and especially in places like, for example, in Peckham in London, where there are so many Nigerians and also many Africans. Then you understand the business environment. You find out, what is the business environment that I'm operating in? What do I need to do? So you don't have to, push your culture out of the way. Your culture is who you are, forms who you are. The color of skin forms who you are, but you do need to integrate. And also, most of the success stories we've seen for ethnic minority businesses, specifically female, they've gone beyond just relying on family and friends. They've had to go through the traditional means. So when we come for these networking events, we have to encourage, motivate the female entrepreneurs, especially the younger one, or even those like me who joined entrepreneurship in our late 30s. If we had, I'm not saying that we didn't have, there were such platforms were there, but obviously I didn't engage enough and I didn't go to those events. But you can imagine if somebody had said something to me about becoming a social entrepreneur, though I always had the passion, my path, I would have gotten to this path maybe quite earlier. And then also successful female entrepreneurs building that legacy through storytelling of previous entrepreneurial achievement. Because when you keep saying something, that this was the challenges you had, and this is where you are today, it makes a lot of difference to people. So on LinkedIn, we see people, making comments, making a lot of statements, and people say, oh, we've heard that before. But that's the whole point of entrepreneurial legacy. We need to keep telling the stories of our entrepreneurial achievements, on what we went through, how we were resilient to get to where we are today. Thank you very much for listening to my presentation. If you have any questions, feel free to send me an email at onojen@yahoo.com. And also, I'm also a career and business coach at info@midpointcoaching-service.com. Thank you very much. I'll hand over to the hosts, Dr. Kafaya.
Wow. Thanks for sharing the story. It's one of the ways, to sharing your story, your experiences, and you can imagine how people can relate to that and see how they connect and how it helps them to heal. Oh, so she's also going through the same, this is what I've been through, or this is what I'm currently going through. Is amazing. It's fantastic. Thanks so much. That's great. Thanks for having the courage to come up here and share that story with us about the immigrant side, from coming from the airport, someone challenging you. What's your goal? So that's so great. And to add to that is about the career events. That's amazing, because Yeah, you believe that when you have a PhD, that's it. That's the highest qualification that we need. But there are more to it. What do you want to do with it? How do we move on after the qualification? That's well done. I give kudos to you, Dr. Jenny, for sharing that experience with us. I am currently reading, I saw a comment. Someone wants me to ask you, one moment, let me quickly go back. There are so many comments after. Okay, yeah. This person says, they would like to ask you, why is there no leadership balance, as well as gender equality and a framework that's going to mediate between leadership balance and equality, gender equality? Dr. Jenny, can you hear me?
I was just wondering if the person could clarify. When you say leadership balance, what are you referring to, please? If you could clarify in the chat box so that I because I'm a bit confused as to that.
John, Mr. John, you can unmute yourself. Hello. Or let me read it directly. I would like to ask the speaker why there has been no leadership balance, gender equality, and framework in politics and organization. Little effort is being made in empowering women, especially in this global economy. And I think this question is not just for Dr. Jenny. Dr. Adama as well can contribute, as well as Marie, Claire. Please, any of the speaker can contribute, because this is like, we have 4 concepts. We have leadership balance, we have gender equality, and we have, policy framework as well. So Dr. Adama, you can help us with that question as well. Marie Claire, and any other speaker we have in the room can chip in their contribution, because we have like 3 to 4 different concepts in one question.
So they're asking why is there an imbalance between leadership amongst leadership?
Yeah.
Well, that's the reason why we're still having the gender equality issues at the table. I think that the table is there, but what we're fighting for is to ensure that we all have the right at the table and to be able to have our voices heard at the table, because we all have different qualities that we can contribute. Everyone can contribute something that will impact what you're doing. And again, Dr. Jenny, I really want to applaud you for that, because a lot of what you were saying, just networking and having the opportunity to share our stories, share what we've been through. I don't think a lot of people realize the strength in a story. I always say that we are walking books with different chapters. Some chapters are great, and some chapters I feel like they're not so great, but they are lessons. So we're about lessons and blessings. And so when you think about the imbalance, there's always that imbalance, but it's how and what ways you approach them to reduce it. Because we're still fighting the same battle for all of us to be heard in the same manner. So I think that the ability to use social media for good, as we saw, we were thrust into talking to one another when we went through the pandemic, because it shut down everything that we knew what was normal. And you have to adjust with those times. But I think now more than ever, we have to keep the conversations going. We have to keep the issues relevant. If you stay silent on things, then maybe it doesn't matter. Oh, I'm sorry. I think it's my phone is going out. That's all I have to contribute. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you very much. I think to add to that is from the inference from the story that Jennifer just shared with us is challenging ourselves and creating something great. Sometimes there are rejections, but you've not let that let you down. You just keep going, like our keynote speaker said this morning, that don't give up, just keep pushing, keep going, then eventually you get there. And now there you are. Yes, you did it. So it's about challenging ourselves sometime and creating something great with that, which is the aspect of your social entrepreneur and hybrid entrepreneur as well. So
I'm so sorry. I wanted to just add one more thing. One of the things that I always project is that there's going to always be negative things that happen in your life. Is how you embrace them. So I always say, turn your obstacles into opportunities. And that's what I heard from Dr. Jenny. And it didn't stop with if she limited to what she was going and didn't share it, then others won't benefit. So the issues I always look at is how you look at them and how you take them to lead you on to the next chapter of your life. So turn your obstacles into your opportunities, your problems into, practicals that will help you in life. So I think that, again, mindset is everything. How you take and perceive issues in your life, the rejections, they will turn into an opportunity if you allow them. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you very much for that contribution, Dr. Adama. Yeah.
Sorry, Dr. Kafayat, can I just quickly say something? In terms of the leadership imbalance, I think that one of the reasons why we keep having this leadership imbalance and gender equality and all of that is because of the fact that as Marie Claire has said, she will be out of a job if the problem is solved. So until we keep having these discussions, they need to keep going on. We need to keep training and mentoring female entrepreneurs. And when we do that, they will then have the skills to and know who to approach. So we need to take some of them as our mentees, really, and help them out. Okay, you have this idea, this is what you need to do in order for your business, to become a reality, and just pushing them forward, helping them out, putting them under your wings. So, because I feel one of the great, one of the issues that has come up, especially from my experience, is the fact that I wasn't even aware. Like I remember when I applied for my first job at the civil service, I didn't even know that as a Nigerian, I could apply for a job in the civil service. I thought, because at the time I was on a visa, I didn't have a British passport, and I felt, I can't apply for such jobs. And it was somebody that said, no, you're part of the Commonwealth. Of course, you have a valid visa for the next 3-4 years. Okay, why can't you can apply for the job? But I would have found that out if I was going for all the networking events, because civil service they came to the university. I saw the email, but I just felt I can't work there. I want to teach, I want to do research. But by the time I had all this number of rejections, I realized something was wrong. And I said, okay, I have transferable skills. And I wouldn't have known that if one of those events I attended, a contact mentioned it, that yes, Jenny, apply to civil service. When you do that work for a while, get experience, you can then move back into academia rather than just sitting at home and waiting for the job to fall out of the sky or fall into your laps. So until we train them, we make sure that they have knowledge and access to all of this information, we would always have that leadership gap, and we would never achieve gender equality. That gap and that divide will always be there. And I think, again, one thing for me, sorry, I'm taking my time, is resilience, that you can't just afford to give up. There were times I cried, really, I cried and I almost gave up, but I knew I couldn't go back to where I was coming from. I couldn't go back without, having worked in the UK or having, used my experience. Otherwise, I felt people were going to laugh at me back home. Unlike now, if I go back to Nigeria, at least I can say something, I can be proud of myself. I'm always proud of myself, but I can be proud of myself. But that was it. So I couldn't go back. And that's what most of the entrepreneurs, ethnic-oriented entrepreneurs go through. The fact that they don't want to go back to where they want to go back as a success is what motivates them to become successful and, who they are. So I think that's all from me. Thank you, everyone.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for that input. I think to add a bit to that is enhancing employability. When you talk about transferable skills among every other thing, it's better to be on a job and continue to search for another one rather than not to have anything at all. That one to help as well. And I can draw from what you just said. So I just want to add that in terms of enhancing employability.
I'm really sorry, Dr. Kafaya, because before you even become an entrepreneur, you need an income.
Definitely.
You need an income. So if you don't have an income, unless you get an investor, if you don't have an income and you are thinking of how I'm going to pay bills or your rent is not paid, then you can't even have the peace of mind or the rest of mind to come up with that business proposal that you can give to the investor. Well, it didn't work for me, but maybe for some others, they have so much control over their emotions that they can do that. But I feel, sorting out the means of livelihood first, the Maslow's hierarchy first, before you want to say you want to go down the route of entrepreneurship is also very important. Thank you. I'm going to keep quiet now. Yeah.
And I'm going to add another element of compassionate. You know, mostly if you want to go ahead with what you have passion for, it doesn't quickly attract income or generate revenue, because mostly what you are passionate about does not quickly give you that income. And again, that fits into what Dr. Jenny just said about having something, then you can think about setting or establishing yourself with your own business. And it's just the truth that when you're passionate or you have a passion for something, or you want to advocate for something, definitely you will first spend the first 5 years building that up with your own resources, self-funding, self-financing, and everything like that. So that's just the truth. Passion mostly does not give you income. So I don't know about other people, but that's from my experience. Thank you, Dr. Jenny. Thanks everyone for contributing. Okay, now we move ahead to our next speaker. I'm going to introduce to you Amina Ali Ubeltin, and this is our career insight and story session, which is part of our panel discussion. She will be sharing with us inspiring career stories, as well as highlighting key challenges, strategies, and core lessons for young women generation. So Amina, please, if you are there, unmute yourself and take over the floor, please.
Hello, hi everyone. It's really, really good to be here. And I mean, I've heard so many wonderful things. I took notes, just so you know. So thank you for this platform. It's always so interesting to hear different perspectives of women all around the world. So thank you. So I want to be as authentic as I can so that I can pass on true and helpful insights. Obviously, I'll use my journey as an example. So like a lot of us on this platform, I describe myself as multidisciplinary. So currently I'm a project lead for DI Africa, which is Business Advisory West Africa. I also have totally different business of, I have a fashion brand that produces ready-to-wear apparel. I also have I'm a trustee for two NGOs, Yoruba Foundation, that deals mainly with IDPs, and also, interestingly, linking energy poverty with girls not going to school, and also the Female Initiatives for Impact, which has dealt mainly with girls in urban areas. So I think my background really is what led to my kind of interest in a lot of things. I grew up with a very entrepreneurial mother. So in Lagos, she used to take us to all the factories. She took us to all the offices. She took us to, so basically, I think from a young age, I was exposed to the journey. I basically went through her entrepreneurial journey, literally with her in the car. So I feel like these experiences do influence the way we see the world. Now, the reason why I've talked about this is because we need to listen to our multiple selves and our multiple interests and our multiple, I don't want to say multiple personalities, but because I was exposed to this manufacturing, I was exposed to martial arts, I was exposed to a lot of things, but I wasn't self-aware enough to explore those things earlier in life, because if you try many things from a younger age, you actually get to know yourself. So I'm not talking about self-awareness in terms of your name or your nationality or your gender, or even though our worlds are influenced by that, but those things that make you you specifically. For example, inherently, I like to pass on knowledge. From a young age, I discovered that I liked to pass on knowledge. I was interested in manufacturing, you know, from my mother. So when you are able to be aware of yourself, you are really, really able to explore these things, and you're able to say, okay, I enjoy manufacturing. If I was that self-aware, I would have actually maybe done an internship with a bigger manufacturing company. If I was more self-aware, I would have maybe done, because I also like to work with children, I'll have maybe done an internship in a school, not because I wanted to teach, but because these things kind of make you connect with yourself a bit better. This is important. What you want to do in the future is determined by who you are inherently. You know, the way they say, oh, if you find that thing you love, you'll never work. It's actually true. And this has been true for me. The other thing I wanted to say is you have to surround yourself with people that you are better than you, are like you, or are better than you, or you want to emulate. I have a mentor, and this mentor, I have to say, helped me to become self-aware and also to help you with those inner demons, those when you try to have these self-limiting attitudes, which women tend to do a lot. I mean, someone spoke earlier about how women would apply for jobs if they ticked all the boxes. And, you know, we tend to have these limiting beliefs, again, from society's ideas of who women are. So the more you are able to be with the people that can really help you to see that actually you're really good at this. And this is specifically one thing that my mentor helped me do. She helped me see that this is your imposter syndrome. You need to actually get rid of it because you are actually quite fantastic, you know? So that is one insight I will give for your career. And then next is to be a giver. When you're a giver and you give from a genuine place, you give, I mean, this is the single biggest thing that has helped me in terms of when most people think, oh, well, I value my skill and I value my, but if you put yourself in a position where someone has come to you with a problem, you need to give, because when you give, is through that giving, and this is exactly what has happened to me. As I gave, the more I gave in terms of my time, my skills, my insights, the more things came back to me, and not just things coming back to me, but things coming back to me that were in line with my own ethos, were in line with, you know, what I wanted to achieve. So this is very important. The other thing is, please don't compare yourself. Nowadays, social media, we're all exposed to other people's lives, what they show us, what they allow us to see, and it's really dangerous for the younger. It's really dangerous for the younger generation because you only see a snippet of what people are doing. You compare yourself with other people who have unique journeys. You are yourself. They can never be you. You can never be me. I can never be you. So it is so important for you to understand that comparing yourself with someone else who has come from a different background, who, you know, has a completely different journey, can never, your journeys can never be the same. So having this personal boardroom meeting with yourself, for me, is the first place. Self-awareness. From self-awareness, you really start to explore all your different options. What do I really want to do? And from there, you'll be kinder to yourself, and being kinder to yourself can help you let go of these, you know, insecurities. And I think the last thing that I want to say, and it's very important, I said it before, but I'm going to say it again, is this idea of being a giver. It's challenging to be a giver, especially when you have your own financial restrictions. When you, like I said before, when you give, you're going to get a lot more back. In my work with the Aura Foundation, I have seen people that have been in situations that you would ordinarily think. So I'm talking about the northeast of Nigeria, where there's a lot of insecurity, where healthcare is limited. But I've seen people give to the extent that without that support that they gave to those people, their lives would be almost, their lives would be unbearable, basically. So, and it's from this giving that opened so many doors. It's from this their giving that we were able to meet them. It's from their giving that we were able to position their causes properly for them to receive international funding. So that's what I'm trying to say with this, your giving attitude will will pay back. Then in terms of, I also want to talk about understanding entrepreneurship versus career. Entrepreneurship is not for everyone. And sometimes you try to fit a round peg in a square hole. But again, coming back to self-awareness, you might be better in a structured environment, or you might be better starting your own business. So you just need to be very, very self-aware. If you're going to take anything from me, it's self-awareness and it's giving. So any questions, I think I'll be able to answer a bit more.
Okay, let's open the chat room. Comments, questions, contributions.
I would like to contribute. This is Dr. Dama. I really resonated with this because I do believe sometimes when people hear the word give, it really feels like you are losing something.
Yeah.
Something is being pulled from you. You are, not going to benefit. But I can tell you from what I'm doing, I relate to that in the full measure that, sometimes I don't even realize where people that are my mentors now, and I really value them, where they came from. I just said, because they saw something in me. And some people, one person said, I love the way you give.
Yeah.
And I felt like compelled that I have something I give to you. And it's like, wow, so, it's a bigger thing. It's a bigger spectrum of thought, and I think that sometimes we relate giving with just losing something when really in reality, we are gaining something. And just like you working with communities that are in underserved populations, I would say that is a good example. When you go and meet them where they are, and for me, I work with a community that are not all illiterate, not all literate. So I have to meet them where they are, and because I am literate, I try to make sure that whatever I give is sensitive in being able to at least help them understand. But I do it with, like you said, being self-aware. What am I good at? I love designing things. I love colors. So I said, bring that to the table, and it does wonders. And so for anyone who is working with communities, I always, please make sure you're creative. Be creative because creativity will sustain you.
Exactly.
So I just want to applaud you for just allowing us to know, being self-aware of who we are, what we bring the value. It really does wonders in industries that we lead in, and being able to be effective. So thank you so much.
It's not sustainable, well, I think for lasting development and growth and happiness, I feel like it's not sustainable because you get to a point where you will start to regret, because your personal self, as innate as it is, will clash eventually, with this thing or this person that you are trying to kind of make yourself be, but you're not actually.
Right. So that is even just, I don't know if we mentioned, but self-care as a leader is probably the most, because sometimes you're running the grind, you're working long hours, you just want to meet that goal, you want to meet the need. And I've had moments where I was physically forced to stop because I was having panic attacks. So it's a reality that we live in a world, what that life is such that, we can do great things, but if we, the whole self, is failing, then, we don't give our best. So if anybody is on this call, we can take away, make sure you're taking care of yourself and being aware of when it's time to stop and slow down.
And then this comparison thing is a real big thing, nowadays on LinkedIn or on Instagram, social media, you're saying, oh, this person was on this panel, or that person was doing this and that, and then it completely derails you because you feel inadequate. They're my mates, we went to school together and they're already successful, and so it's very limiting. You start to go on a different trajectory. It started to affect me at one point. I had to pull, again, a mentor. When you have a mentor that's older than you, that's been through this sort of thing, they're really able to pull you. Because she was able to pull me back and say, but you are not like this. You are this. Look, so she was really able to help me put this into perspective and go on my own journey.
Amazing. Wow.
Thank you. Any further questions, contributions from the room? Professor Badru? Our humble professor, can you unmute yourself, please?
Well, thank you very much. This is with rapt attention. And two points that need to be raised. On self-awareness, I think there's a lot to be said there. I think I largely agree with the position of the presenter. But giving itself has a lot of coloration. Giving for me, why it is desirable, it has its own merit, it also has its own drawbacks. For you to give, of course, the hand that gives is always on top of the one that receives. There's no two way about it. But for you to give, you must be able to know exactly where are you coming from. Are you giving from the fact that you are altruistic from giving, or are you giving because you want to show off? Are you giving for the fact that you want other people to know that really you have this kind of resources, either material or non-material resources?
Mm-hmm.
Do you in fact know, have you in fact satisfied those people around you first? These are very crucial points that we needed to consider before we are talking about giving. Why giving other person and so on and so forth? Why it is good and desirable? We must also look at the ramification that surround and embellish our gift giving. I really want to comment what I've learned so far from Grace, from the presenter, who is multi-talented and multi-skilled, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Thank you very much, and over.
Thank you very much. You're very correct. I mean, you need to be giving from the right place. And often I find when you try to give for other reasons other than giving, it tends to backfire, because you've made this decision based on, something that's not from a genuine place, and it can backfire and does backfire.
It's speaking on motives. Motives, what is your motive behind the action? And most I have come across people who give with the wrong heart, but it always comes out. And again, that's not sustainable because we are all heart people. We know and we can feel when something is not right. I know I have. So I think that as leaders, always constantly realizing what is the motive behind my service, because we are we're serving people. So that's a good point that you raise about giving. Is just maintaining that making sure your motive is correct, and then not necessarily always giving with the expectation of getting back, because that will in turn also, if you give with the wrong heart, if you're giving because you want an opportunity, or if you want someone to recognize you and to give you an award, you will definitely have a mental situation, because it may not happen. What do you do when it doesn't happen? So yeah.
Exactly.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adama, Professor Badru, and Amino. Thank you very much for that career insight and stories. Any further question? Please, question, contribution.
I have a question. So one of the when I think about balance, and as a leader, how does everyone kind of interplay your family life? This is something I have not arrived at, but it's something that I'm continuously learning and churning and working on, and just trying to handle life as a leader and trying to help others. So, I mean, I know that for me, I have to use my resources, my phone. I have a planner book now. I was behind it, and to try to, manage things. But like my kids are going back to school, and just reality is we still have families to take care of. So I'm just curious as to if there are other people who have family or who are caretakers, how you enter the balance of trying to be amazing leaders.
Yeah, so for me, with leadership and having a family, and it's all boiled down to my support system, honestly. And it's about, again, self-awareness and making the right support system decisions for my family and for my career. For example, my husband, who I married, I had to make sure I married someone that shared that dream with me. So for example, I have a meeting, kids need homework, my husband will come. I have a meeting, my husband has a meeting, kids need homework, grandma will help. or, you know, that you always, you need the support system. You need to nurture these support systems, not take advantage of them, because sometimes there's a lot of breakdown in relationships because you've taken advantage of people, you haven't nurtured that. So from that, naturally, you become a better leader because you are able to harness the support that's around you. So that's
Thank
how
you. That's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And I think on top of all these concepts, giving self-care is also self-love. Regardless of the motives of giving, we should also have, you know, that at the back of our mind, self-love, because giving is like the disposition of humanity. But what about your own, you know what I mean? Taking care of yourself. So even if you give to somebody, don't expect something in return, but at least it will not be at the detriment of your, you know, your own self-love or
no. Yeah.
So,
Very true.
okay, let me, one moment. Thanks very much, Shamina. Thanks for that.
Oh, you're most welcome. And I'm available. I can put my, let me put my email address in
the chat room,
chat box.
You can be
I
exchanging.
love to work with young people, mentoring them. I've been on some crazy entrepreneurial journeys and careers. So I'm very happy to talk to younger people, you know, to give them the confidence. Because a lot of the time it's confidence.
Yes,
Do it. You have it. Your idea is brilliant. Some people might not agree with it, but I bet Steve Jobs had that same problem at some point. So you always just need that person that can listen and, you know, get rid of those fears. That's the best thing that worked for me. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think we're always, what I always try to do is to be like a walking mentor. And not always, again, expecting, okay, so what are you going to do for me? It's actually a joy for me. And what we're trying to do with some of the girls in the village is, you know, to try to turn that into, like, even if it's one skill that they can learn and they can hone in, and we provide the resources. So that's, you know, that's really been cool. But one thing as I said, I love the power of words, because to build confidence, sometimes it's just speaking that word that you need to know that, okay, I can do this. And I shared with Dr. Kafiat that I turned these little affirmations. You know, sometimes you don't need riches. You can just kind of like do your own kind of, you know, creativity. And I made these posters. One on it was be bold. I am bold, I am brave, I'm brilliant, I'm beautiful. The 4 B's. And I gave it to each of the young girls, and they lost their mind. They were like, wow, you know, maybe that may be something that they could look at every day. And it may change their thinking and may give them that extra boost. But, you know, using the power of words in our journeys, telling the stories, but using the power of words, it speaks volumes.
And, you know, that also translates to competence. So when you're able to have that self-belief, it turns into you being really good and confident and competent at what you do.
Yes.
Yeah.
Definitely.
What about self-worth? All these self-concepts?
Yes, self-worth is key. Knowing your worth, knowing what values that you already have, and even knowing what values that you want to have. You know, again, I listen to a lot of women here, and I believe that we fed off of each other. There's some things that I see in Amina, and I'm like, wow, I love the way, you know, her presentation, you know, what the nuggets that she gave. And I feel like it shouldn't be a threat. Like, we should not be competing, but seeing, you know, I love the way you did this, and maybe you can, like, you know, bounce off that. But that whole knowing your worth and knowing what you want to, how things that you want to add, self-worth is definitely a key component as a leader. I don't think you ever stop knowing what you can, how you are, and what you can do better.
Exactly. Well said. Couldn't have said it better. Yeah. And again, it's that imposter syndrome thing, you know. When you don't really value what you have to give, then it's difficult to really achieve any of your goals.
Oh, thank you so much. That's very interactive. Mostly every one of us were able to contribute to that. I can see the chat room is full of a lot of comments, so you can be reading and replying to that. I mean, that's for you to keep everyone engaged. So I am going to be, moving on with the next speaker. Thanks very much once again for the presentation. You're welcome. I'm going to be calling on our next speaker. My name is Peace Kutisa, and she is the co-founder of Zimba Women, all the way from Uganda. She's going to be contributing to the Career Insight and Stories panel. She'll be highlighting the significance of power skills. Please start when you are ready. Join me to welcome her all the way from Uganda. Do you want to share screen, please? You can unmute yourself, please.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm not going to share my screen. I don't have a presentation to share, so we could just leave it at it. Yeah, I thought that maybe we could keep it informal and then just do like a sharing session, more like sharing my story and what really drives me and any gems I might share about like my career. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Kafaya, for putting this together. It's really inspirational. I've loved the stories from everyone. Amina, your topic is really close to mine and your story is also really close to mine. So it's really inspirational. I'm privileged and honored to come after you and the amazing ladies that we have here today. So I'll just introduce myself. My name is Peace Kutesa. I'm a computer engineer by profession. I'm Ugandan, and I'm passionate about two things: STEM, which is science, tech, engineering, and math, and also entrepreneurship. I feel like my entire career journey is focused on those two areas, encouraging as many girls as possible to take up science, tech, engineering, and math subjects, and also entrepreneurship, because I believe that with entrepreneurship, we have so many options to for what we can do. You can be an entrepreneurship and you can be an intrapreneur. On my career journey, so I went to school in Uganda for primary school, secondary school, and also early university. I was fortunate to get a scholarship to do my university studies. My scholarship was paid for by an association in the US called the Carnegie Association, which really pays for girls doing STEM from middle class and lower income backgrounds. And I felt like at that time when I got it, I actually made a promise to the panel, and I was like, I'm going to use, I have no idea how, because they asked me, so what will you use your scholarship for? And I was like, to tell you the truth, I have no idea how, but I know that my career journey is going to be focused on not only improving just my life, but also the lives of other women and making sure that we all benefit from this. Because I believe that each time you get a blessing or an opportunity, it could have been for somebody else. So you have to justify the reason as to why they picked you. You have to make sure that the other people that could have taken the opportunity also benefit from you having that opportunity instead. So that's really what drives my career journey. So I started off working in a small organization in Uganda, a utility company. And then from there, I moved to the US Embassy in Uganda, working in systems and security. I did that for 5 years. I had a child by then. I'm a single mother. And then I moved to the UN. Now, a lot of people ask, like, how do you get into the UN system and all of that? And while many people want to get in, so many people are not really consistent with their applications. They'll tell you, so somebody will tell you, oh, the UN application is really hard. It's really hard to get in, or you must have connections. And I told them, you have to be consistent, you have to work on your CV, you have to be prepared. And all of that goes towards preparing for yourself for that. And also you have to be consistent. 2 applications before my first job. And I got in and I did it. And I did this in a space of 4 months because I was very intentional as like the way I see my career. I want to work international. And this is what I'm going to do to make sure it happens. So that really goes to maybe the next part of my presentation. My presentation is conversation is strategies. So how do we strategize to make sure that our career or our entrepreneurship journey moves the way that we want it to move? So in addition to being career focused, I'm also an entrepreneur. I run an organization called Zimba Women. Zimba means to build in Bantu languages of Uganda. So my passion really here is building women building women using IT technical skills. So we have an e-commerce site where women can sell their products. We also have business and IT training so that women can be able to upload their products online, understand the impact that IT has on their businesses and overall their lives. So we do career guidance online. We do mentorship online. Our mentorship program runs for a year, but it's fully online, where we connect women to other successful women who can mentor them through their career and entrepreneurship journey. So the one thing that stood out for me this time in this conversation was strategy. So my one strategy is preparation. Like I mentioned earlier, you need to know where you want your career to go, and then prepare for it. And for me, as far as career is concerned, it's education. As long as you have the right education, the right certifications, the right courses, then you're on the way to being qualified for the position that you want. We have to demystify this thing of maybe somebody can connect me, maybe I'll get in somehow, because when you get to your workplace, even with the connections and everything, is as far as preparation is concerned, and also networking. Your net worth is your net worth. So the people that you meet, especially like in the entrepreneurship journey, Zimbabwe Women Growth has really been from people that we have met who have introduced us to other people. Zimbabwe Women currently works with the US Embassy in Uganda. We have a partnership with Facebook, where Facebook gives us like Facebook credits, which we share with our women, so they're able to advertise their products online. So a lot of networking is involved in preparation. And then also persistence. I mentioned persistence a little bit when I was talking about my career journey, getting into the UN and all of that. I had 4 months to do my applications. And in those 4 months, I did about 10 to 15 applications a month. And by the end of the 4th month, I had a UN job in peacekeeping. So persistence is very, very important. And then consistency. When you finally get to the job that you want, you need to be consistent with how you produce. You need to be consistent with your communication. You need to be consistent with the, also very, very important in your career journey and also your growth, because then people will recommend you for other work because they know you're good at what you do. They trust that you'll be able to deliver when you say that you're going to deliver. Then another thing which I know as far as strategy is concerned is passion. Yeah, I know a lot of people say, oh, you can't follow your passion, it's a dream, but I still believe your passion, if you bring it into the workplace, it really motivates you every day. It gives you a reason to show up to work. For example, my passion has always been making a difference. So while at my workplace, I have to look at, okay, when I come to work in the morning, how am I making a difference? Fortunately, I think that's helping another person do their work. So I'm contributing to making a difference. If I know that, let's say I'm working in the UN, what is the UN agency that I'm working for doing? Maybe when I was working in peacekeeping, it was ensuring that, there is peace in the world or peace in the region that I'm in. So what is my contribution as far as this is concerned? My contribution in IT is to make sure that IT network is stable, or to make sure that people that we are training get into the field and they can use the IT and telecom equipment so they don't get killed on that field. So my passion to make a difference still fits in within my job. So every day when you remind yourself of that, then even on the hard days, you remember, oh, I'm here of what I want to do. And therefore, people will see how motivated you are. Over time, you'll still be able to stay consistent because you know what your mission and your purpose is. Because aside from knowing what the organization mission is, you yourself, you need to know, where do I want to go? Why am I here? What does this job mean to me and my family and my friends? And also, another thing maybe I want to talk about is challenges in the career journey or in the business journey. I think for me, my biggest challenge was being a woman in a male-dominated field. When I joined, at that time, there were very few people who were computer engineers in Uganda. So a lot of times at work, whether you're working for a local organization or an international organization, there's an assumption that maybe you're so delicate and you cannot do the job. So somebody will make it, but you look so weak. Are you able to really fix a printer? Or maybe we should call the guys to do it, yet you're actually the hardware expert. Or so because of that, I found myself having to, but I want to encourage the young girls out there, much as you have to work a little bit extra hard to prove that you're good enough, it will be worth it in the end, because when people understand that you're actually good enough, then you will not need to prove yourself. They will look for you to do the job you've been hired to do. So when the people so and so to come and fix the job, because they knew that, you know what, even if I call this person, the one person who's going to be able to fix this is going to be peace. So yeah, you have to be hardworking and also consistent. Then, like Amina mentioned in the previous in her talk, is the inferiority complex, or the imposter syndrome, where you always feel like maybe I don't belong here. So when I got my last assignment, the UNDP one, I'm a gender and digital transformation specialist for the UNDP in New York. So when I got that assignment, I felt like, wow, this is really, really big, because I never thought that I would get a chance to work for a New York office, at my age, and you're a Black African woman, and you're in a department. Felt like, wow, I cannot believe I'm actually here. I'm representing my people in the UN in New York. And this was like during COVID time. So that on some days, you'd be like, okay, maybe, then somebody will make a comment like, maybe you're here because, because of color. And you're like, no, I'm actually really good at my job. And that is why I'm here. So a lot of women have that, and it's something that we need to work through. And I feel like mentorship is a very big component of that. And in our the previous years of our career, we didn't seek out mentors. There were no real mentorship programs that are supporting us. But right now, there's so many programs online that support women in the different career journeys. There's women in STEM programs, the women in cyber programs, there's just women programs. And sometimes it's just a matter of sharing with your close circle of friends. If you can't find a mentorship program that is already technical and organized, you could just sit down with your circle of friends who have similar goals and share through your challenges. A lot of times our issues as women, we think that our issues are ours alone, and yet there's so many of us who are suffering with the same issues. So your story could inspire me in my story, and your solution could be what I also need to apply in mine. So if we don't hold back and share information, then we can always support each other in our career journeys. Then also, maybe in conclusion, I want to talk about how it's very important. Something that's very, very important to me is supporting each other as women, encouraging each other, cheering for each other. A lot of times you see a woman has shared an inspirational story on LinkedIn, and maybe there's like just a few people liking her post or commenting. Like, even if it's a stranger, if you feel like this is something that means something to me, or I can put myself in her shoes and picture her journey, then maybe I should cheer her on. It doesn't have to be that I know her or we're in the same career field, but if she's sharing her career journey or her entrepreneurship journey and it means something to you, please cheer her on. Because the more cheerleaders we have, the more we feel like what we are doing is making a difference for others. And as we cheer for others, we could also encourage them to reach out and be like, oh, hi, Dr. Kafaya, liked my post. Maybe I can say hi to her and see if we can have something to share. And that has really, really helped me in my journey. And each time I get a chance, I try to share, to encourage another woman online. And I hope that somebody else does the same for me. Yeah, and then of course, mentoring. Let's try to mentor as many young women as we can. Let's also reach out and get mentors. And let's also be open when somebody reaches out to you for mentorship. If you have the time, make time. If you don't have the time, maybe recommend somebody else who might have the time, because at any step in our career, we're going to be struggling with one thing or another. Even the top bosses struggle with different things. So, it doesn't always have to be that the top boss has to be mentored by somebody even higher. It could be, her mentorship could be from a personal perspective. Maybe she went all the way up and then suddenly became a mother, or suddenly became married, and her life changed at that point. So much as career-wise, she's been progressing, but socially and personally, there's now a lot of changes that maybe she cannot manage. So maybe her mentor could come from somebody lower. So let's be open to mentoring and supporting each other during this, during our career and entrepreneurship journeys. Then another thing I want to talk about is being ourselves. Show up as yourself, be authentic, because especially for women in the workplace, a lot of times you feel like, oh, I have to man up, I have to act like the men. And in that, you don't bring your feminine energy into the workplace. So then you start complaining that the workplace is not accommodative of women or accommodative of women's rights, or accommodative of women's challenges. But that's because you didn't show up as yourself. So when you finally become a mother or have women specific challenges, then you cannot present that challenge to the board because you didn't show up as a woman who's capable of feeling those things or going through those things. So it's very important that in our workplace, in our businesses, we show up as ourselves. It's okay to be vulnerable, because in our vulnerability is sometimes where we find our strength or people to empathize with our situation. It's not that because I'm vulnerable or because people can see that maybe I'm struggling with this and that, it makes me weak. Maybe my journey through my struggle will be my sign of my strength. And that is what will make me come out as a winner. So I really believe we have to show up as our authentic selves, and also be genuine and support each other. Yeah, so really that's my career journey. And also I think we have to encourage each other to reach out for opportunities. So when I was working with Zimba women, I got a chance to get a scholarship funded by the International Trade Center, which meant a lot to me because the work that we're doing with Zimba women is not just encouraging women to be online and sell to each other within our country in Uganda. We're also looking at women being able to export their products internationally. And for that, me having a master's in international trade from IE in Madrid was really eye-opening because I got to know the challenges in international trade, how digital can enable international trade. So looking out for those opportunities and sharing them with others also is something that we need to do. Like when you have an opportunity, share with your network, share with others, because doors open when we share and when we are there for each other as women. Yeah. Yeah. On the whole, I'm really happy to be here. Thank you, Dr. Kafaya. If you have any questions, you can reach out. I'm going to share our my LinkedIn and also the Zimba Women LinkedIn, and I'll share our websites and my email address. So thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm really happy to and honored to be a part of it. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome, please. Thanks very much for that contribution. We appreciate your discussion and your career insight stories. That's very fantastic. One thing is about not just the opportunity, but the challenges and how each and every one of us have gone over that and still move on. That's great. The steadfastness behind all this story is something that other people, other women out there can pick up from and say, oh, if this person can get over this, I can also get over it. So, or pick one or two things from what we have been saying and build on that. Thanks very much once again. It's very engaging. We really appreciate that. And I've been seeing some comments in the chat session. Now I'm just going to be calling on some people to come and contribute their insight, or if they have any questions, please go ahead, open the floor if you want.
Yeah, this is Dr. Dama. You said something very key, and I believe, I'm sorry if I don't have the last presenter's name. I want to applaud you on that, just the journey of how you came to be where you are, the challenges. But one thing that I think about is capacity building. Really building programs or building opportunities, they take a lot of work. But again, to put all of that work and for it not to last or to continue, I think that's probably the worst experience. And so when I think about what you're saying is just, using the narrative to make things expand. For example, entrepreneurship, in trying to build everyone, whether they be in a rural country or in the city, allow everyone to know that they have the capacity to be a business owner with the right tools. So I think that that's something that I'm always thinking about. And when you said export or import, that's a major challenge, knowing especially from various countries, what are the methods, what are the success mechanisms that are in place to help you export your products? Because we have a lot of people that know how to make crafts, but if they don't have a market to sell, then it's no benefit. So I want to just thank you for mentioning that, because it's easy to put in a plan and create it, but if you don't have those barriers, knowing the barriers and knowing how you can overcome the barriers are key. So I definitely look forward to connecting with you and learning from you as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Adama, for your contribution. Any questions or further contribution from the room? Ellen? Any contribution from Ellen?
Hello, yes, I would just like to add the sentiments from Adema. I completely agree that capacity building is so important. And I love the principles and the values that you've expressed, and you obviously are living that message. My mother often says, let your life be your sermon. And I think when we live a life that is following through those principles, it really does speak to so many people, and it's very, very powerful. So thank you, Peace, for your contribution.
You're welcome.
So
Thanks,
just one question.
Okay.
Can I ask this question?
Go on, sir.
Peace. Yeah, Peace. Well done for your beautiful presentation and for sharing personal thing to illustrate the point that you have made. The question I have for you is, what do you think? Do you think your gender had assisted you in securing a job and doing well in your place of work? And you think that your study or your background as a computer scientist had also enabled you to perform better? Or do you think it's a self-development and continuous training that has assisted you in working with United Nations or UN JOS? What do you think? There are two layered questions. First, do you think how far has gender assisted you or disabled you in your work role and seeking that a UN job? Secondly, do you think your computer engineering thing has assisted you in one way or the other in strengthening your capacity and your ability in doing your work in quite a number of sectors that you find yourself? Thank you. I want to listen to you. Over.
Thank you so much for that question. Actually, I feel like my gender, this is going to come out really wrong, but sometimes I feel like being a woman in my field sometimes works on the negative for you. Why? Because a lot of times the work we do is very technical, especially at the lower level of like computer engineering work. You're carrying heavy equipment, you're moving up and down, doing IT support work, you're in the server, you're working long hours. For an IT manager, you would understand why they would want to hire a man for that kind of job. And also, of course, the fact that you're going to get pregnant and go away for 3 months. So, and then leave the network, you know, in your head, much as you do like a handover report. Sometimes, especially with IT work, the person who knows the system. You still have to call them for maybe a password or maybe some access rights, much as they hand over very well. So no, I don't feel like my gender has helped. However, in as far as moving career-wise is concerned. However, I feel like my gender is a motivating factor in how my career journey has turned out. So my career journey has worked mostly because of, I would say, education and the courses that I've studied. However, me being a woman has made me more understanding of, one, how much harder I need to work, and also the fact that I feel like I need to motivate other women. So that pushes me to work harder and to make sure that we are included, to make sure that my voice is also heard on behalf of the others. So being a woman has worked to my advantage in that direction, because I feel like because my male colleagues do not understand the challenge that I go through, I want to prove it to the other women that, you know what, you too can get here. So guess what? Because I have 500 other women looking up to me, I'm going to push myself to work harder. I'm going to be like, oh, okay, you know what? Now that I'm a supervisor, I want to be a manager, I want to be a specialist. So that's going to push me to work even harder for that particular thing, because I have an army of women behind me who are cheering me on, encouraging me, and feeling like, yes, your success is going to be our success. Our daughters, our sisters could also do this. So yes, being a woman has been to some extent an advantage, but that is in as far as being pushed to be better and pushed to be included, and also to understand better the challenges that women are facing. It also has helped me in my job and also in my entrepreneurship journey, because Zimba Women is really focused on building women. And the work that we do in Zimba Women has helped me a lot in my also professional career job. Why? Because so during the lockdown, I quit peacekeeping and had a break in between and focused entirely on Zimba Women. Because the lockdown time, women are not moving. So that's when we launched our e-commerce site. That's when we had online trainings. When I came out of that, UNDP hired me for this job of gender and digital transformation specialist because the recovery process of towards 2030 was focused on women's recovery economically. What the work that I had been doing that time was kind of preparing me for that. So if I had not been a woman who runs a women-led enterprise, making sure women are recovering from COVID, I probably would not have got that job. But that helped in me getting that job and that opportunity. So it's, you know, you really can't talk about one without talking about the other. I feel like they complement. My gender and studies and work and passion all complement each other. And I think it's important for us to understand how everything works together for good towards the one goal of like, how do I get to where I want to be and how can I do better? So I can't really separate all of them. Yeah, so I hope that answers your question.
Professor Badru? Professor Badru, are you still there?
I am.
Yeah.
Yeah, very awesome. Please, thank you very much for that exposition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Peace. Really appreciate your insight and your contribution to the career stories and insights. Okay, I'm going to proceed now. Before we go to the next speaker, she's not here. I'm going to play a recording for us. I just want to know there is discussion about leadership imbalance, gender inequality. I've put up here the Global Career Diversity Management and Entrepreneurship book that can be purchased from Amazon online or in store, Walmart, Waterstone, Blackwell's, and some other, you know, online store as well as bookstores as well. Okay, so this one, the Global Corporate Entrepreneurship, where the person asks for the framework about regarding recommendation for policy, you can find that in chapter 8. I was trying to go through that as some of the speakers were speaking. Specifically, when you go to chapter 8 or chapter 6, you'll be able to see the policy framework in this book. For anyone interested, want to get it, is Global Corporate Entrepreneurship, Perspectives, Practices, Principles, and Policy. And they are in 3 volumes. We have volume 1, and this is volume 2. The volume 2 is this color, and the volume 3 is Global Business Hybridization. That makes the 3rd volume. The same subtitle for the 3 of them. So please do get the copy online or in store from Walmart or Waterstone in the UK, for those who are in the UK. And this 4th one is on the screen. I've put that on the screen because I don't have a copy of that anymore. So it's Global Career Diversity Management and Entrepreneurship, Pathways and Professions. And our next speaker is Patience Ogubono. She's an executive coach. Let me share a recording with you guys. Due to some family commitment, she's not here, but she sent an apology. So please, let's bear with her. I'm going to disconnect my audio so you can all hear. Please let me know if you can all hear Patience.
And I'm excited to welcome you to this summit today.
Can I have some signal in the chat room if you can hear?
I'm looking forward to spending a very quick time with you and making sure that you live here with a lot of value. Let's go ahead and share some insights right now. So welcome again. I'm really excited to be here. I just want to make sure that you can hear me and just double check a couple of things. So welcome again to this session today, which is for the Center for Entrepreneurship, Employability, and Legacy. And today I want to be sharing with you the topic, maximizing your strategy and leadership. And I'm specifically going to be talking about enhancing business success as the female entrepreneur. So my name is Bishop Then and I'm come the next couple of minutes, really adding value to you. I want to start here by just sharing a simple quote, and that is this: strong women support women. And that is the bottom line by which our world we as women can step up and step out, carry on. That is how it should be. So this event that you participate in is all part of the journey to help with making sure that those that are strong support other women with them. And together we are stronger. By way of introduction, I want to just share some of the things I've achieved as well. I am an accredited personal business and leadership coach, trainer, as well as speaker. I'm also known as introverted. That means basically that introversion gives me focus. I'm excited and I embrace my introversion. In the same vein, I love to help other introverted women overcome self-doubt to go ahead and leverage and use their introversion as empowerment to be able to achieve presence in the world, position themselves in whatever marketplace, be it in their career, be it in business, and profit from their gifts and talents. So that is what I'm here to do, even as part of this session today. I'm a mom of two and I've been married for 25 years. I'm an inspirational keynote speaker. I love to inspire people to change and impact. I'm a best-selling author of leadership. I'm excited that continues to make impact and change. I'm adventurous. I love to travel. I love to experience new things, food, places. And women empowerment is something I'm passionate about because I believe that if you change a woman's life, you change the community. There's a woman that can make an impact just to one of the difference community and those around her and to the next generation. Previous to this, I was a chartered accountant, still a chartered accountant, but that is what I did, and a chartered internal auditor. I worked in a company for 14 years and ended my career as a chartered internal auditor. So what we will be looking at today will be covering just a few key things, the challenges girls and women face in the world today. Just want to touch a little bit on that. We want to look at what is introversion and how it impacts women and progression. So that is just one character. There's extroversion, there's introversion, because that's the area of my expertise. And then we'll be defining strategy and leadership. And we'll then be bringing that together and see how strategic thinking and leadership needs to be. Are you with me? So hopefully you are going to really embrace the things that we're going to share. So pay attention, get a pen and paper, and start to think about your own situation today. So here are some of the challenges that I feel like there are more, I guess. We've got discrimination, we've got poverty, especially even worse because of COVID. Poverty has increased climate change. Those things have increased poverty in the world. And women tend to have a disproportionate share of all this suffering. Then we have in many countries of the world, women are blocked from education and progression. They're seen as the weaker sex that need to stay at home and make families. And there's lack of support from governments, from different organizations in helping women to progress and move forward. And we have the glass ceiling that women get into organizations, get into places, and because of the nature of how women's lives are, there's a ceiling above which they are stopped from going further. Gender inequality and pay gaps, these are still an issue in the world today, and something that continues to be a challenge in the battles. I like this one, very interesting. When I was writing it, I thought to myself, how come men seem to be the beginning of some of the challenges that women face? Like you have menstruation, you have maternity, they have menopause, and these things create challenges. Young girls in school, and as they get older, with pain, with poverty, and you have women getting pregnant and getting their career being capped because of it, and they have menopause. That which affects the woman's capability to really function and have the energy that she needs to have at the later stage in her life. And all these things need to be managed. All these things need to be brought to the forefront as an individual, whether you're in business or you're running as a career, because this program, and this is an event that is looking at both entrepreneurship as well as employability. These things are some of the things that you might be finding also coming up. So here are some statistics from the UN. So it said the UN did research after COVID and how to build resilience for women. At the moment, these are the challenges that they're working on. 47 million. COVID-19 is expected to push an estimated 47 million additional women and girls into extreme poverty. That's huge, and further widen the gender poverty gap. You also have the fact that 29 million of women have done 29% more child care per week than men during the pandemic. And so basically, that means that even though people say, oh, lockdown, women had their fair share of the challenges in the house. Then we have 1 in 2 women reported that they or someone they have experienced violence since the start of the pandemic. And this is really something that, when you look at it, you realize that continually it might look like women tend to do a lot of programs. But we need to keep doing programs. We need to keep talking to each other. We need to also keep talking to the authorities, bringing awareness to these things that are happening. So, like I said today, I'm talking a little bit more about introversion and introverted. That's because I work with introverts, and I find that aside from the challenges that women face, introverted women or Black women like myself can face additional layers of challenges. First and foremost, many people don't know what an introversion is, or some people have not checked themselves to say, am I an introvert? I was speaking to somebody recently and she said, I don't even know whether I'm introverted. I don't think I am. But one of the key signs of being introverted is I felt like they were exhibiting that. But for me, I didn't feel like I could put that on without doing an assessment to look at your personality. And there are assessments out there you can do. I'm a DISC personality expert, and I can do assessments to help you look at who you are and your personality. But in terms of if you are an introvert and you know that you're an introvert, or you are kind of guessing, am I or am I not? Here is the definition. An introvert is a person with qualities of a personality type, which means they feel more comfortable focusing on their inner thoughts, their inner world, and desires rather than what's happening externally. So it's the response to the external stimuli around that makes somebody that introvert or extrovert. When I was growing up, one of my biggest struggles was I got tired of being around people a lot. I'm coming from a large family of 8, meaning just with my 2 siblings and my parents were very 10. Meant that finding a space to hide was difficult. And you had uncles, aunties, people constantly visiting because I grew up in Africa. So this means that I did struggle a lot with people, and I was odd. I was treated as odd and really antisocial. Now, when I grew up in my 30s and realized it was introversion, I decided to that there is a focus on it. So what are some of the challenges then? Even though introverts are brilliant, we have a lot of beautiful things like deep connection, really sensitivity. Most introverts are empathic, and a lot of empathy, especially like our challenges that are big. But then the problem is when you focus so much on the inside, you can't miss what's happening around you. So that internal, where it's great because it's nice to really look on what's things of what are happening around. If you're in a business person, keeping up with the times, keeping up with trends, these are important things. Then you have the fact that people describe introverts as quiet. And not all introverts are quiet. I don't call myself quiet, but I need quietness and solitude to be able to recharge, to reboot, and to come back anytime. But that quietness makes people introverts as they don't have anything to say and don't ask them to contribute to conversation. Sometimes because you're quiet so that you can process what is going on in your head, you don't tend to talk out quickly. And that then brings me to the next one, which is being withdrawn, reserved, and restrained. These are all part of really trying to process what's going on in the mind, usually because the mind, they say introverts have the loudest mouth. And because of that, sometimes it's that withdrawal to be able to process what is happening. All external stimulus affect introverts, things like too much light, too much sound. So you can see why this is an issue, and that leads to overwhelm, where people, introverted women that I find, struggle to keep going, struggle to take in a lot of things, just then go on and have a lot of burnout. Management of energy becomes an issue. All these things can affect. And then overthinking, not being quick at making decisions, because you have to get past what's happening in the head. Extroverts, very quickly, they get that hit of adrenaline and they make decisions and they make more decisions. But it's a slow burn for the introvert, and it takes a while to get that thinking done and those decisions. These things can have an impact in our fast-paced world, where speed is the main thing. They say success loves speed, they say. But truly, real long-lasting success, to be honest, does love you slowing down, taking you time and not rethink. However, you've got to go with the flow sometimes, way of the flow, and then you adapt to find your own style. So those are some of the challenges that introverts will face. So, but here is the deal that I want you to be aware of. Challenges create chances to change. If you're an introvert or an extrovert or in employment or whatever challenge you're facing right now, this is my word to you. Challenges create a chance to change. You can find ways to adapt, you can find potential you never knew, and you can leverage, you can improve your personality, create something that is aligned to you, that helps you to thrive and succeed. So that is something to remember, that despite the fact that the world is challenging, I think that people are not resilient. And that is why the UN is talking about building resilience, so that women can bounce back even stronger, because we're not necessarily weak. We have strengths and can build on those strengths. We want to talk a little bit there about strategic thinking, because I mentioned that strategic thinking as well as leadership can help you make that progression you need to make in your career. So the whole idea behind strategic thinking is you develop logical steps that you can take to be able to achieve your goal, and you adopt a focused approach. The approach is focused. Make sure that you're completing things. You're starting, you're completing them. You're focused on the direction that you want to go, and putting a lot of energy into developing that direction. That then means that you have to do planning. Plan things out, write them down, you look at how they work, you test and you repeat, you test and you repeat before you implement. Strategic thinking involves going through this kind of process, taking the time to really look at how are you going to develop a success pattern. And systems are very important when it comes to strategic thinking. Having the right systems in place will help you to develop the right strategies for business or for your career path. What about leadership? How does leadership help? Leadership is elevated. It's stepping out to take charge. It's taking full responsibility either for your actions or for leading people towards an outcome. It's providing services, serving people with a heart to give them what they desire. It's applying applying your intuition and it's being vigilant. Those are just some of the qualities. Now, this image here reminds me of our women in the UK who recently just broke the cup. And this is something that hadn't happened for something years. To me, that is leadership. They stood up and said, we might be women, but we are determined to change history. And we are determined to lead the way in bringing back the cup and showing the world what is possible. And especially football has no gender. So in that regard, they are now influencing the game of football in the UK. Why? Because they brought home the goods. They also make sure that they make people believe in them so much. Everybody was rooting for them in a positive. Everybody was expecting them to bring back the cup. I was there in London when they were trying to make things happen, and they did. So, what do women need to be able to make things happen? Yeah. Basically, women need equality, empowerment, education, employment. Those are some of the key things. I noticed that I put something there. Well, that is an error in itself. Women don't need thinking. They need to think more quickly if possible. So basically, you call it equality, empowerment, education, and employment. Equality allows access. Empowerment means that you have someone who helps you, who mentors you, provides you with access to what you need. Education, making sure that whatever training you need on a personal level, you put that in place. Then employment. Women need access to it. So how does strategic thinking and leadership skills make a difference? Overall, basically, strategic thinking allows analysis. We're talking about overall in terms of strategic thinking. You sort out women's issues and women's situations. Carrying out an analysis like the UN has done. Organizations like the CEEL, which we're speaking with at the moment, and speaking through at the moment as speakers, has that opportunity to actually do more analysis on the things that are challenging for women. And that is part of what this program, these sessions that we are running are trying to address. Listening and communicating. You can't know the problem of women without listening to what is happening around you and what women are saying, because also you might put women in one bracket, but there are different types of women living in different parts of the world, experiencing different things. You have the race in you that people experience and some don't. So you have language barriers, all those things. The other way to apply strategic thinking and leadership is looking at problem solving. How do we get into under the nitty-gritty and causes of things that are happening? And then having a plan in place, planning and managing the plans to be able to achieve. Like I said, leadership is influence. Therefore, influencing the outcomes that women can encounter. That is why I said women need employment, they need empowerment, they need equality. Influencing these outcomes for women is great. On a personal level, what can you do for yourself? How can you use strategic thinking and leadership skills to make a difference for yourself? Well, here you go. You lead your own life, not just lead it. I always say, if you just live life, then you will go with the flow. You will not be able to run with changes. But when you lead your life, you will equip yourself and prepare yourself. Now, the other mindset that you need to have is you need to be solution focused. When something happens, I always say that we don't have blocks. What we have is barriers. And what happens to barriers is you can jump over them. You can jump over them. We have hurdles. We have things that are stopping you from moving forward. But there are hurdles you can jump over. You can find a way to move them aside, move forward through them. Seek help, seek support. As a coach for introverted women, and I have coached other women generally not just introverts. I'm able to provide that structure support. As one of my key strengths is strategic thinking, so I'm able to provide that support. And obviously, being around any organization like you have the CEEL, you're able to also tap into support that you need. You need to make growth skill focused, not these goals. Because if you don't hit the target at a certain time that you plan to hit the target, it doesn't mean you haven't grown. You can decide to abandon your direction, abandon your progress just because you feel like you haven't grown. In reality, you have grown. You just need to take the next steps and make it happen for yourself. Then develop leadership skills to improve your outcomes and goals. And that is key. If you feel like unless you have a position, you don't need to develop leadership. Leadership skills transcend just beyond position. They help you to up-level your thinking. Like I said in the previous slide, leadership is actually elevated thinking. And you think over and above what others are thinking at that time in that sphere where you are, and then therefore you provide leadership for your own self. Self-leadership requires you to develop those elevated thinking skills. And you need to plant yourself in the right environment, in an environment where you can be grown, where you can be challenged, where people can help support you to achieve what you want to achieve. So that's it from me. I hope that you found it useful and that you understood some of the things that I have shared here with you, and hopefully they are beneficial to you. The key thing is when you find yourself in a bind, whether in business or in your career, it is important to remember that you can rise to the occasion through applying strategic thinking, through developing your leadership or your leadership muscles. Then you can get in touch with me. You can look at all the things that I have on offer here, and you can get in touch with me if you'd like to find out more or if you love to come. And it's just left for me to just say one extra thing to you here, is that you must remember you're not your circumstances. You can rise above them to become all your destinies. So I want to say thank you for being part of my session today. Look forward to hearing from you. Take care and God bless.
Sorry everyone for the sound. Apologies everyone for the sound. It's a bit, so sorry about that. On apology for Patience Ogubono for the low voice, and right now we have the next speaker in the room. We are now moving to Women and Leadership series, and we are very honored and privileged to have Professor Susan Madsen, who is a global thought leader, as well as a professor of leadership at Utah State University. And she's going to be talking to us about women and leadership, practical implementation of knowledge. Professor Susan, we welcome you. Please start when you are ready, Professor Susan. You unmute yourself, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Good to be here. I'm just looking at the time real quick, make sure I stay on my 20 minutes. But I'm glad a couple of you have your cameras on, because that definitely helps me. I don't like to do things to nobody. So I hope you've had a good session today thus far. I would like to share my screen, if you can give me permission to do that, and if you can unshare the screen that's going, that would be great. There we go. So let me share this. There, can you see that now? Great, perfect. All right, I'll get started then. I was asked today to talk about women in leadership, practical implementation of knowledge. And what I thought I would do in this amount of time is to really just go through first what I think leadership is, where, why, how, who, and then when. So those are the things I want to talk about today. So because women in leadership, I'll tell you, moving forward in this world, we've got to have more women leaders actually prepare to lead and then move forward to become leaders in every setting, in education, in colleges and universities, in business, in politics, and in government, at local levels, and at state and country levels, regional levels as well. So, you know, I'm a leadership professor and emphasize in most of my work women in leadership. But what I found that a lot of people have a really narrow definition of what leadership is. And so there's hundreds and hundreds of definitions, if not thousands. But I come back as a leadership scholar, and I teach this in practice. I work with businesses a lot, that leadership really is 4 things. It's a process. It involves influence with a group towards a goal. Those 4 things. And so oftentimes I have women say, I want to be a leader. I'm not a leader. And I'm like, don't you have like 3 kids at home that are like toddlers or teenagers? Aren't you like moving them forward, the process, influencing them? Aren't they a group towards a goal? Even getting dinner on the table sometimes is a goal, right? And so a lot of people, in fact, my students and people that I work with in women's leadership programs, they realize as I'm teaching them that they really are leaders and didn't see themselves as leaders before. So when we talk about what leadership is, that's really important in terms of implementing leadership and motivating women to lean in and motivating people that have the power, right, which are often men, or which most often men, to understand why it's important for women to lead. I also, and I won't go into this too much, but I also just challenge women themselves to think about just even the words lead, leading, leader, leadership, influencing, impacting. So oftentimes women will say, well, I influence, but they don't want to say they're a leader. So, oh, I've got a little cough coming, excuse me. Okay, so types of leadership, formal, informal. I help women think about what type of leadership they have. If they have in mind a positional, like they need to get to a certain level of leadership, or can they consider just leading from where they are? And I often talk to women about staying in the comfort zones. Do they want to? Well, then you can't really develop leadership if you want to stay in really a comfort zone, because growth and movement and change is all about being comfortable with being uncomfortable, actually. And then my second one, where we really need, and I know you emphasized educational settings, but in general, we have got to have, moving forward, no matter what country we're in, or city or state, more leadership in our homes, you know, in our schools and universities, with our kids, you know, coaching and other kinds of things, in our churches or religious settings, in political settings, in our workplaces, politics again, and just being bold and leading in companies and corporations, and even in our neighborhoods, right? And so why? There are actually hundreds, thousands of reasons why our leadership, your leadership is important, specifically as women. And as we influence women, it's important to recognize those reasons. Now, I don't want to take too much time today on kind of what we've been calling for years the business case, but want to mention a couple of things, because this is important for women to know for ourselves, because often we're not socialized to want to lean in, move forward, step forward, use our voice in places that have been masculine. And there's quite an invisible masculine culture in most organizations, including universities, not in every place. But we have to help women see, but also the people in power, which are often men, see why women need to lead. And I wrote a piece a number of years ago, and I'll just highlight a couple. 5 real areas, back to this one, of what the research is saying. And now there's hundreds and hundreds and probably over 1,000 articles on these kinds of things. And the research is quite clear that when, and the research is typically in corporate or government or politics or different settings. With this one, a lot of this research comes out of government or corporate business settings. When you have especially larger companies, more women on the corporate boards, more women on those top leadership teams, the companies in general have shown, not every company, but it's about 95% of the studies have shown that the companies do better. And you can move that over to other implications as well. Like I said, I'm just going to hurry through these slides. Organizational climate. Research has shown that, especially in companies, but nonprofits as well, and other settings that like universities and colleges and schools, that when you have men and women both in the leadership roles, that generally across the organization, you have decreased turnover intentions, higher employee satisfaction, increased employee engagement. Over on the right side of the screen, lower corporate fraud, higher customer satisfaction, more ethical choices. Not every woman is more ethical than men, but in general, that's what the research tells us. And then to leverage talent, we actually ask different questions. As women, we seek generally more win-win solutions. We're more sensitive to nonverbal cues. And there's other things on this page. Like I said, I don't want to take too much time on this, but happy to share resources if people are interested. And then this research is quite compelling. When women are on corporate boards, the company actually does more for society, increased corporate social responsibility, better engagement with society, greater philanthropic responses, and then finally, to enhance innovation. And these studies have been published and reviewed by like the Harvard Business Review and many journals, that even on teams, not even just top leadership, but even just on teams, that when there's a better mix of men and women, that you have better creativity and innovation and collective intelligence, problem solving, and those kinds of things. So I just wanted to tell you real quick about one study, a couple of years published actually last year. It was from a couple years ago though, and really exploring wicked problems, so super complex problems. If decisions are pretty easy, then it really doesn't matter if one person makes the decision or whatever. But when the discussions and the problems are complex, wicked problems, then the research says that it really does matter to have more diversity. This is important again for women and land. This one study out of the UK, it was a military study, and they had teams of 5 people. It was military, so 2/3 of the team were 5 men. And then 1/3 of the teams had 4 men and 1 woman. And they gave them a wicked problem, a super complex problem. And in every case except for one, and the one was when the men just shut the woman out, right? They didn't listen to the woman. But in every other case, the teams out with 1 woman, and that's not even the tipping point, which we say at 30% of a composition, that in every case, they outperformed every other team. And that was just with 1 woman on the team. And a lot of research says you really need 3 to do that. My point is that we still in this world need to show that it is the right thing to do to have women, but there's also a business case. So in general, when it benefits individuals, teams, organizations, communities, governments, and societies. And also, I love this study from a few years ago. It's a book that came out a few years ago that looked at 64,000 people surveyed from 13 countries. And they looked at 125 behavioral traits as, are they feminine, masculine, or neutral? And what they found is many of the qualities of an ideal modern leader today are really more feminine things, being expressive and intuition. Not every woman's the same or man, but the recognition today of more, what we would call feminine qualities, that collaboration, that teamwork, that really listening. And not every woman's a good listener. Sometimes I'm not, like I said, but generally speaking, those are viewed, especially in the corporate world, as really beneficial. So this 66% of adults, and this was a huge study, agreed that the world would be a better place if men thought more like women. I love that. I love that. Isn't that great? And it's true. I believe it, and I'm going to stick with that. So how is the question? How do we do that? I work with women all the time for internal work, right? On having more confidence, on all of those things that negotiation and those kinds of things. That's important. Yet even more important, or maybe it's not even more important, but equally important is that, and I'm doing this all the time, working with our companies, our governments, our organizations, our schools, whatever area, to move those systems and processes that are really biased. And the more I learn, and I've been at this for decades, the more I learn, the more I see even these subtle things that are super masculine. And so I'm just saying that we can work with women ourselves, and that's important. I mean, men should work on professional development. We all should. However, let's not forget to work on the systems and processes as well. So I wanted to give a few, a few of the things that I think, and this is really implementation, to specifically can be used on both sides of that, but more for women. But managers, top leaders, if they understand this, they can design programs and systems. So at this slide, you have these words: experiences, relationships, activities, and networks. And then I put developmental on the front of all those. So my point is this: you can have experiences, and then you can have developmental experiences. Sometimes there's just experiences and they're not developmental. We have a lot of relationships. Those are not necessarily developmental. Or we can have developmental relationships. We can do activities, or we can have developmental activities. We can do networking and or can we focus on designing developmental networks? So we do a lot of busy work, and especially there's a lot of conferences, things popping out. I've studied the effectiveness of all of these things for years and years, and a lot of them don't move the needle. But if we're focused on developmental, like if we're going to network, let's do it in ways that sponsorships can be, mentorships and sponsorships and relationships can be, if we're going to do activities, let's do things that can move the needle. I use that phrase a lot because we don't have time. I'm honest here. We don't have time, and maybe it's because I'm getting older in life, right? I'm just admitting it. I don't have time, I should say, to do things anymore that are not moving the needle for people. I want people helped. I want more women to understand their brilliance, right? Their head, heart, and hands. And so if we're going to spend time, let's do things that actually matter. And one of the things that, I'm not going to go through this academic model too much. I do a lot of speaking to all kinds of audiences. But what I love about this is the research around women leadership and calling is really compelling. And about 30 to 40% more than men, women need this sense of purpose, this calling. And so actually, academic research is coming out on this even more and more. And this comes from a Christian college context, but I think it's super compelling that if we can help women feel like using their voice, and do you remember that process, influencing a group towards a goal, to do that, whether they call it leadership or not, helping them understand and connect with that sense of calling is important. What I wanted to really point out on this slide is this center of that circle, the little center. And I work with a lot of women who have no clue what their strengths and gifts are. They are socialized to be humble and not talk about their gifts and strengths. But humility just means being teachable. It does not mean being small. And that's a difference that a lot of women don't understand. So understanding our unique giftedness, our talents and our strengths is actually at the heart of helping women develop, want to use their voice, gain confidence, want to be in leadership roles. And so that's another practical implementation of knowledge here is how do we help more women see their goal and see how they can lead. Maybe we don't call them a leader. I love calling people leader, but a lot of women don't like that. Or that's another thing that we need to do is help women get used to being comfortable with the word leadership and get comfortable with saying the word power, right? We say influence, we say impact. We're uncomfortable with that because of the way we're socialized. And I work with women from different countries all the time. I was just in Hawaii, working with the East-West Center and had 16 women from 16 Asia-Pacific countries. And it's amazing how many similarities. There's definitely cultural differences, right? But at the heart, I would say at least 2/3 of our discussions were so similar when we talk about what's in our heart as women and knowing gifts and strengths. All the women I work with really connect with this one. I do love this quote. There are lessons in everything. Reflection on our gifts and strengths is really a key. Here's this quote. There are lessons in everything. And if you are fully deployed, you will learn most of them. Experiences aren't truly yours until you think about them, analyze them, examine them, question them, reflect on them, and finally understand them. The point is to use your experiences rather than being used by them. To be the designer, not the design, so that experiences empower rather than imprison. I love that. So what that's saying is this, that it's really not the experiences that teach us and move us. It's the reflection on the experiences. If you really think about it, I mean, people can have the same experience, even really hard experiences. And some will just push that away and not want to talk about it, not want to wrestle with it. And then others will just bring it in. Sometimes it's hard, sometimes there's pain, and just know that they have to take it in, right? They have to go through it. I've had friends that have had children die, and they're just like, you just have to go through all of this hard stuff. You can't go around, you can't ignore it, you go through. And that's when the gift of learning comes. If we avoid it, if we don't wrestle with it, we can't use it. And almost everything, if we reflect and understand and connect, can help us be leaders. I mean, there's so many elements of that. So one other thing I wanted to mention quickly on this slide as well is, oh, I just forgot what I was going to say. Dang, I was off track a little bit. Oh, it'll come back in just a minute. But I do love this quote. There are lessons in everything, like I said. I love that last line. To be the designer, not the design, so that experiences empower rather than imprison. Oh, I got it back. So I do talk to women a lot about rumination when I teach about confidence. So rumination meaning that women tend, because biological, but also socialization, ruminate more than men. And so rumination is when our heads kind of spin. So if something happens, we keep thinking about it. And then 5 minutes later, we're still thinking about it. If somebody's rude to us, let's say, and then 10 minutes later, and then an hour later, we're like, oh, that person shouldn't have been rude to me. I should have said this. And then the next day, it's still on our mind. Okay. Reflection, but not rumination is what I see it kind of as a continuum. So we need to reflect, but then we need to push forward. If we move into rumination, rumination has been shown to decrease confidence because we spin, and it's kind of a waste of time. I don't ruminate too much. If it's really big, I do a little bit, but I say to myself, 5 minutes, I'm done. 2 minutes sometimes, I'm done. I'm not going to let it bug me anymore. There we go. And then I just have one slide on this one in terms of leadership, women in leadership. Today, I really believe that we don't have the luxury that we used to think we had in years past, by saying, well, he or she looks like they would be a good leader, or maybe that person has the attributes. I just really believe that we need to prepare every girl and every boy and every teenager, they're kind of hard sometimes, but every woman and man to lead in whatever way they feel called, right? And back to my definition, leadership is a process of influence of a group towards a goal. That can be in the home, that can be any place, but it needs to be each of us. And especially I know this is being captured and people are watching it or will offline. So this is really important. I do a lot of work to help women see themselves as leaders and what leadership means. It feels like we're really at the basics, but I'm seeing that is still needed. And then I'm to the when. This is just a one slide thing too, but it really is the time, right? It is the time. I mean, now, when you look at the chaos in the world, and those of you paying attention to my country, oh my gosh, there's craziness. And oh my gosh, I'm like, where are the leaders, especially in top leadership roles? Can't we get better than this? And in the past, we've just said, well, that person can do that or that. I just think all of us need to figure out where we're going to lead and help motivate and lift girls and women and boys and men, I should say, right? Good, ethical, honest boys and men to be ready to lead in those situations and in any situations. A couple of final thoughts, right? I love this little elephant. And do you see how the mama elephant's pushing it forward? The research on women says that women need the tap, I call it the tap on the shoulder, the push, about 30 to 40% more than men. Men just, you've probably heard the research, 50 to 60% prepared for a job promotion, to run for public office, they'll do it. Women, it's about 90 to 100%. So unless the key is, and I've learned from my own research, it's like 3. Like I will tap someone and say, wait, you should run for our city council. These are the reasons. And then 2 other people needed to do the same thing. Men typically don't need that encouragement. But women, by the time you get to the 3rd, they're like, I am prepared. I can. And some women will need any more than that. But I think we need to, I just tap people all the time. Young men too, and men, but a lot more girls and women. I love this. And picture this door closed. I need if you run into a better photo, send it my way. I have arrived. So think about your face right at the door, and the door's closed. We have arrived at the heart of a paradox. Each time a door closes, the rest of the world opens up. All we need to do is stop pounding on the door that just closed, turn around, which puts the door behind us, and welcome the largeness of life now that lies open to our souls. I do love this. And I'm grateful, I have to say, for those women who have stayed at the door, the suffrage movement in the States. I mean, we need people to stay at that door long, but oftentimes people halt at that door. And at a certain point, we turn and there are other choices. Maybe we go around, maybe we go in a different way, maybe we go over, maybe we push the door down or get a tractor in there, right? Maybe there's different things, but I think we have a lot of choices. So here's my contact information. Thanks so much for your attention today.
Oh, you are welcome, Professor Susan. That is fantastic. Thanks for a truly relational presentation. We can all relate to that. That's why I said relational. Oh, wow. Let me read out some comments. Oh my goodness. Inclusive really benefits us all.
I see some comments. Yes.
Yeah, it's overwhelming. I don't know where to start reading from. Well, let me just ask, any questions, any contributions? Professor Badru, we have you in the room. Dr. Adama?
Yes, I was actually just saying that this was quite wonderful. You had so many golden nuggets. I was trying to take notes as I was going along, but just you mentioned leveraging talents. You know, we're all different. I always look at us like crayons. You know, at the end of the day, we're all color, but we may color in a different way. But we all have something unique. And I think sometimes we get into that comparison factor, and, you know, it could kind of, you know, limit us from using ourselves and reaching our potential. So I always try to take keen to that not everyone is going to be able to do A, B, and C, but I must be able to, as a leader, pull out, if I see something in someone, be that cheerleader, like you were saying, do that tapping. You know what? Thank you for doing this. They may not have executed something well, but they can do it to leverage talent and see good in everyone is key. And also your mentioning about the calling. It is so unbelievable, because I didn't wake up until I found my calling. Like I felt like I was just kind of just doing stuff. I was just working. I was just putting in hours. I was just letting, I know, and at the end of the day, when you just say, I can't wait till this day is over, you know, that's not the life that is a thriving life. So I don't know about you, but anyone else, I feel like, you know, once you have a call, I feel like you can breathe differently, because it is something that drives everything you do. And so I always tell people, if you know, don't run after what I'm doing, run after your calling and what pulls at your heart and what makes you think like, I want to do this, you know, better. But, and one last thing, you said, challenges create chances for, I'm sorry, this was the previous one I wanted to add. Someone mentioned challenges create chances to change, chances for change. And I think all of us kind of had that same theme, is that there's no way to escape a challenge or any things that may not go right, but to take that and to make it into a positive goal, and to, you know, look at it as and reflect on it, that, okay, this has happened, but you know what, let's keep moving forward. Let's get up, you know, fall down 7 times, get up 8 times kind of approach. So I just want to say thank you, because it was very refreshing how you know, really used the words, the power of words to impact us today.
Thank you so much. I did write, for my own religion, I wrote, for those of you that are religious or spiritual, I'm both. I did write a recent book for my own religion called A Future Only God Can See for You. It's a guide for teen and young adult women on preparing to lead, and it's got a whole chapter on calling and purpose. And I think as we move forward, that's just an important, I mean, even more young men are wanting that purpose more than they used to, you know. But I just think all of us have to help prepare other people to lead. There's so much work to do in this world. It can get depressing, right?
But every day, I think it's just a journey. It's like the work never stops. Yeah, and as long as you keep living, you just, I think that's what makes that's what makes life fun. There's never a day where it's like, there's nothing to do, nothing to change. You know, even me, I'm like the laundry. I'm like, okay, I can do laundry. So I think that makes life more colorful, and make it that we need each other, make it important that we need each other so more. So.
Great. I'm putting the name of the book. Someone asked, I'm putting the name of the book in the chat right now.
Awesome. Do you happen to mentor young teen girls or boys, or in your profession or your area?
I do sometimes. I think about 1,000 people would call me their mentor, so I really struggle with time. I get up by 3 a.m. and but I do 3 to 10 speeches a week. So I'm just hopping all the time. So I don't have the luxury anymore. I think it's just fabulous. But unless someone's like on my team or working with me, I'm not able to give the time for individual mentoring, unfortunately. I I need to get out of 3 a.m. starting times. I don't mind 12-hour days, but more than that is ridiculous.
Yeah, that won't be effective.
Okay, let me finish putting this in the chat. I got Bettina. It's got a long subtitle, Preparing to Lead. There we go. And it's on Amazon or any of the different things. It's just a different, there's really not religious books. One of these days, maybe I'll take it and make it more general than my religion. I'm a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and just really want a lot of girls and women don't see themselves as leaders, and just really want to get community. You know, we need to be prepared to do. In my religious setting, I believe in God, so we need to do God's work, and we need to be prepared to do that, right? Thank you so much for your comments. Good to see you on here. Thank you for those of you that had your cameras on too. So thanks.
You're welcome.
Good luck finishing up. Bye-bye.
Oh, thank you. Thanks very much, Professor Susan. That's great. Thanks for coming. Now we move on to our closing keynote speaker. My name is Ellen McBaron, and she is the CEO of My Career Compass, and she will be talking to us about communication and emotional resilience, building sustainable careers for girls and women, and giving us the wrap up of today's summit. Join me to welcome our closing keynote speaker, Ellen McBaron. All floor now yours. Please go ahead when you are ready.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Cafayette. It's been a pleasure to listen to all the wonderful, the heart and the intellect and the wisdom of the speakers today. It's been a real pleasure to be witness to it. And I really thank you for the invitation to present to you. So in a way, I have so much that I want to respond to in terms of what people, the issues that they raised and the important points that they raised. But at the same time, I think if I share my presentation, it might just keep me focused. So if you don't mind allowing me to share my presentation, then that might just keep me on track. Because I do have a tendency to digress, and take little journeys in different directions. So let me start from the beginning. So can you see what I see? The title page? Thank you. That's wonderful. So I really love that you mentioned at the very beginning of our summit how the WELL is such a source for women and continues to be such a source for women. And I just love that, the metaphor, and also what the practical function the WELL has given generations and continues to give generations of people. And I think for me, the WELL is a resource where you can get fresh, clean water, which is a part of our life force, but also it's a meeting place. And one of the questions that keep coming up in my mind as we were talking was that women are natural networkers. A lot of the people that come to me have heard about me from another woman, so we naturally network, we just do it. It's part of our DNA. And yet I think when it comes to strategic networking, or as Susan mentioned just there, that developmental networking, I think we can kind of lose our power a little bit in that. And I wonder why. I wonder why that is. Certainly it's not an even playing field, we know that. I think, as has been mentioned, this idea of recognizing your power and claiming that power is very important. So I think when we're playing and have to play the game of life, we kind of need to know what those rules are and maybe work with those. And I do also think that as women, we have been conditioned to be complicit. We've been conditioned, I speak now from a very Western perspective. I'm from Ireland, the south of Ireland. I grew up in the 70s and 80s in Ireland when Ireland was going through a huge economic recession. I was the first in my family to go to university. So education has been a huge portal for me for my life. And I know that has been mentioned and has been a theme that has run through the summit. But I also think that I was socialized to be the good girl. I was socialized to ask for permission. I was socialized to be quiet and maybe be a little small as well. And I think as I'm getting older, I want to get bigger and I want my voice to get louder. And the women that have presented here have been inspiring in how they've made me want to expand my own horizons a little bit more for others as well. I'm also very conscious that I'm of a particular generation, grown up in a particular culture in a tiny part of the world. So I think part of what we have to do as we progress through our lives is to maintain curiosity and openness so that we recognize that the solutions that we had that were for us maybe are not for the present or the future generations, and to enable them to find the solutions to the problems that and the challenges and the opportunities that we have living in the world at this point in history. So I think maintaining that curiosity is something that I want to keep doing, whilst also empowering others. And one of the things that I was thinking as the speakers were talking today was this repeated quote that I came across as a young woman when I was in my early 20s. And this was the quote. And the quote is, "Be still, woman, and know who you are." And I think this quote speaks to me now, still, all those years later, decades later, a quarter of a century later, this quote still speaks to me. And as I coach and I would train on management and leadership, and I coach women on career guidance and career coaching. And what I often find is that with our feminine energy, we do kind of spiral. We have a lot of reflective ability. And I think that's a wonderful, wonderful tool that we have innately within us as nurturers and as mothers and carers. But the struggles that I see people coming across, and particularly women coming across, is that even when they are more mature women, there is that sense of lack of confidence and lack of knowing about their power. And when I see what this quote says to me is, it's not about being passive. It's about being still, in the sense of when water is agitated, it's very hard to see how deep the water can be. And I think when we have a stillness within us, the wisdom, our own wisdom and intuition and gifts start to become more apparent, and we can see through that depths a little bit better. So I think if I think of myself as a young, woman in early 20s, and what I would love to say to her, and I continue to say to women, who are that age and older, is to trust yourself a little bit more. And the impulse as we are young, when we're young, it's all around agitation, isn't it? It's all around about rebelling to a certain degree. And it's about an impulse for adventure and an impulse to find your place in the world. And that's all creates agitation. And I think that's good energy. But the other energy, maybe the more internal reflective energy, might help to make sense of the word. And I think self-awareness was one of the themes that a previous speaker mentioned. I think it was Amina, this idea of self-awareness, not seeing the gifts, not trusting them sometimes as well within ourselves. So it's not about being passive. It's in that stillness that you have a knowing, an intuition and a wisdom. And I would wish that for myself as I continue in my life, but also for us all and for the clients that I work with. So this quote still resonates with me every day. I actually was only mentioning it yesterday again. So it seems to be a mantra that follows me around in my life. When I was asked to speak on this sort of subject of sustainable careers, I thought, wow, sustainable careers, that's a biggie. So I tried to sort of grab hold of it in a way that made sense for me. And a couple of things that have been mentioned at the very beginning of the day, Haifa mentioned, you are your own asset. And I think the recognition of that is very important for us all. And with any asset, we need to invest in it and we need to leverage it. So 3 pillars that I am going to offer up are connection, community, and courage. And I have to say, without a shadow of a doubt, every single woman that has spoken here today has represented these beautiful principles of connection, community, and courage. And I'm probably going to repeat some ideas, which I apologize for, but I suppose I'm going to give you my little take on it, I guess, as I go through it. So sustainable is an interesting word, isn't it, as well? Because I looked up the definition of sustainable, and sustainable said to maintain at a certain rate or level without compromising your future needs. So I think particularly as a young person, we have to have that sense of what are our needs in the moment. And some of those needs can be quite, straightforward. But I would agree that unless those basic needs are met, there will not be that energy to go bigger, to think bigger, to have the energy alone, and there's many people living in this world and they're on a survival wage, that the wage they get just gives them enough so that they can keep doing the same thing, and that's who can expand and develop within that kind of a structure. So I think sustainability is interesting. And I think the other thing to say is maybe it's not about going fast. Maybe it's about the direction. And Adima has mentioned this so many times, and I think it's so beautiful, this idea of purpose and focus, and that purpose just being the fire in your belly and the fuel in your engine. So the other thing I think about sustainability is we are all going to be required to adapt and to be able to adapt, and handling change can be quite challenging. And the previous speaker talked about introverts, and introverts would generally be recognized as having finding it harder to adapt and to be maybe to handle change, especially unexpected change. So I think if we develop this resilience within ourselves through various different ways, that sustainability of our career, we are the mothers of the world as well. So often we exit the marketplace, we exit the working environment for a period of time as well. So we have to kind of keep that in our mind as we are going through, especially those first couple of career and work experiences, that we have that again, that support where someone can kind of give you that little bit of guidance along the way to help you see that bigger picture. Because when you're 21 or when you're 17, you can never even imagine yourself being 31 or 30 or 41 or 51. These numbers are like, I'll never be that person. I can't imagine. It's such a leap. We're thinking about tomorrow rather than thinking about, 10, 15 years time.
Yes.
Let's talk about these pillars, if you like, if I can offer a couple of ideas. So the connection, and I think connection, is so crucial. We're social beings. And I know we mentioned this idea, and it's been mentioned, and I really believe in it in terms of mentorship. And I think the impulse to give is really strong in us, but I would also advocate for the impulse to receive. I think if we are givers, often we can find giving easier than receiving. And I think that's important kind of two-sided part of that whole thing around connection. So the kind of things I'm thinking about when I was thinking about connection, and to a younger version of myself all those years ago, it's first of all to be connected with yourself, with your personality, with your preferences, with your energy. What things, people, environments, really give you that energy, where you feel good in that space. And what are the places, people, or things that just seem to drain the battery? And you just know it feels wrong. It doesn't feel like it's a good thing, place, or thing for you to be doing. The other one then is a connection with your mind and your body. And I mean, we've been planted, or this is the suit we've been given, and we were born in whatever circumstances we were born in, and whatever family we were born in. And I think as I get older, I'm trying to be more compassionate with this suit, this body that I was given. So again, listening to the cues within your body in terms of meeting your personal needs, whatever those are, being kind to yourself. There's a lovely thing called the SHED method, and it's just, you know, sleep, hydration, exercise, and diet. You know, the basic things. If we're not getting enough sleep, if we're not getting enough water, if we're not getting enough exercise, if we're not eating well, then again, the reserves will not be strong, will not be able to sort of support this engine that we're going to be taking from. To recognize your strengths, and I think the Strengths Finder, Adima, and I'm probably pronouncing your name so badly, and I apologize for that, but mentioned this idea of the Strengths Finder. And people that you know and trust can often be a great mirror and a great feedback on who and what your strengths are. The people that know you the most, the people that you trust, can be a wonderful way to sort of help you identify what your strengths are. And then the last one I have here is just your intrinsic motivators. So the intrinsic motivators are the things that you would do if nobody asked you to do them. The things that just, they're like a everlasting battery. It's just the tasks, the environments, the people that fire up your engine, that you feel, that feels good, that feels satisfying. And I think if we just notice those maybe a little bit earlier, they're going to change as well, of course, as we get older. And recognizing that too is important. But you know, what are the things that just light your fire, that make you feel like you're in your element? Yes. And you're able to sort of, you're a conduit, because I mean, we're all just energy, aren't we? We're all just energy. And I think it found it interesting earlier when we talked about this idea of funding partners and, you know, funding sources and sources of funding, which is so crucial. And when structurally it's unequal, which we know it is, there's huge frustrations in that. So I think we need to get more strategic and more savvy about those kind of things, including my own sense of my own being more strategic and savvy. But I also think that we have to recognize that, you know, money, funding is a source of energy. You know, it's energy, and so where are our energies going, I think, is a question to ask yourself going through a sustainable career. The other pillar then was community. And Dr. Alex earlier, I thought, really embodied that. And actually, I have to say, everybody's really embodied that. But at the beginning part of the summit, I was really struck by how Dr. Alex mentioned numerous people that supported her on her journey. And she gave those people, you know, their names, and she gave, you know, she name checked them, and she said, thank you to this person. It was this person that I met. And I just think that's a lovely embodiment of, you know, we none of us have got here on our own. You know, we are standing on the shoulders of giants, people that have, you know, made sacrifices for us to be in the situations that we're in. And I thought it was lovely that she really honored that in her presentation as well. So in terms of a community, the ideas that I had that came to me, and it's been said numerous times at this stage, we've got to network better. We've got to be better with networking. There's a lovely term called social capital, and it's essentially what networking is all around. So social capital is, I know someone you can talk to. Actually, you know, let me make a call, let me send an email for you. That's that ability to make connections and open doors. And I think I certainly think I can do better in relation to that now. And there's a really good book called Never Eat Alone by Keith Ferrazzi. And he talks about this idea that we're in the age of information. So it's all around information exchange. And the idea of the mutual being, you know, that we both get something from the relationship is important. And I think that sometimes when we are looking for mentorship, and maybe when we're young, it's really hard to imagine asking that question. But one of the things that I would sort of take away and give as advice to somebody younger than me, and actually now still, is to ask yourself, what can I offer this person? Because it's not just taking, even in a mentorship relationship, you know, if you're young, at the very least, you have a different kind of energy. You're coming from a different generation. You will probably have insights into that generation that you'll be able to give your mentor. So what can you give a mentor even as you're being mentored? And I think those relationships, the ones where there is give and take, even when it comes to mentoring, are the most sustainable. And I would imagine for those of you that have been doing your wonderful, extensions and of your social enterprises with various in say Ghana, in Sierra Leone, that the giving is so much, the giving of that, of your energy, what you're getting back is probably huge in terms of feeding your energy. I think if we think about networking in a way of, again, an exchange of energy and what I can give this person, and recognizing you have something to give, you really do have something to give, and to help somebody maybe even articulate that and identify that. As I'm getting older, I'm really becoming more convinced of the importance of ritual, especially in times of transition. And I think communities give us that space for ritual. I was at something yesterday and there was just a real honoring of the space. And I think around points of movement into different stages of our life, different milestones, to give some ceremony, whatever feels right for you, give it some space. I think it can really help us with that gray space around transitions. That space where a change is coming, but the future hasn't really taken shape yet. So you're there and it's that you're making that kind of step out into the unknown. And I think ritual can be a really supportive containment of those anxieties as we progress and as we're hoping for our sustainable careers. The other thing is of service, being of service. I find that the most grateful people I meet are often the people who are the most generous with their time. And I was really struck by some of the speakers, how they talked about they were lucky enough to get a scholarship. You don't get a scholarship by just sitting on your hands and just, dialing it in. You get a scholarship from hard work. And yet the energy behind that was gratitude and being humble about it. And I think that sense of giving and what we get from that and what we get from service can really help us and can really empower us as well, especially as young people, when sometimes we feel what can we offer, and especially in those first, those early days of a career where you've got the education, but maybe not the experience. And, the employers are looking for both experience and education. And I think service is a great channel to find that experience and find that heart. And then again, the company you keep. So there are people in our lives that will add positive energy to our lives, but there will be also people who will take and bring us down. And I think it's just to be mindful of that, just be curious around that, be aware of that, because absolutely the company you keep can either put you into a manifesting energy, where it's sort of again, Dr. Alex talked about this immersion that she was in this kind of 7-week program. All of the vibrations in that group were getting increased and increased because each was growing on the other's ideas. And they had that space of encouragement, think bigger, go even bigger again. And I think we can, on a smaller scale perhaps, and sometimes even virtually or through a distance, tap in and help and support each other in terms of increasing our vibration, rather than being in the company where it's literally the energy is just being sapped out of you and sapped out of an idea and sapped out of the room. So the company you keep, and we can make sometimes better decisions about that. Being more aware of that and being a little bit more discerning about our company, I think, is important. The last one then is courage. And I think, courage. I've recently got a tattoo of all things, and the idea was I wanted to sort of make a statement around courage and bravery. And we can be brave in the small ways, can't we? And we can be brave in the big ways. And I think there's a place for all of those and all the ways in between. Sometimes getting out of bed is the bravest thing you can do on a day, you know, depending on what the day has held, you know, or where you are.
That is true.
Yeah. So there's that can be your bravest act. So the first one I'd say is this whole idea of getting comfortable being uncomfortable. And again, I came across a lovely, what would I call it, piece of science knowledge that I just thought, oh, I love that. And it talked about how every time we do something new, the brain registers it as a mistake. The brain doesn't like mistakes. The brain doesn't like effort, actually. The brain will always want the path of least resistance, the shortcut. You know, and it's interesting when you see kind of marketing ideas through all these different platforms that you mentioned as well, through the Twitters and the Instagrams, and you might get messages, you know, 5 easy ways to do something. Or, you know, I wonder, would you be interested in a way to, you know, solve this through this easy way? You know, we all want the easy. And I don't think, you know, I don't think the really good stuff comes through that easy. It would be lovely if it did. But, you know, when we were born, no one gave us a kind of passport that said, you are never going to feel pain. You're never going to feel uncomfortable. You know, living can be painful. And I think if we develop in ourselves a capacity to tell ourselves, our brain, our physiology, yes, this feels different, but this feels uncomfortable, but I can handle this. And I think especially, and I'm very much speaking from the Irish educational system perspective now, because I wouldn't have knowledge of any other, is that I don't think we're giving our young people enough chance to feel empowered, to go outside their comfort zone. I think it's a lot of learn this and then repeat that in the exam and off you go. And I think with COVID, a lot of them have become really cynical about the whole process, and they're fully entitled, I think, to feel cynical about the process. So I think rather than, you know, do as I say, I think we need to give and, you know, tap into that energy of youth where they want to try things, you know, and support them in that, because that's where true confidence comes. You know, it's not clearing the way of all obstacles for them. It's about saying to them, walking the journey with them, but also saying to them, you know, you will come across obstacles, but you have it in you to figure this out. You have it in you to be resilient. I trust you to make the right decision. Those kind of, rather than feeling we can clear every obstacle out of the way in advance. Back yourself. So I came across a lovely thing. It said, and one of my nieces does this. She's a lovely little spirit. She's a lovely little soul. But her whole modus operandi, her whole way of being is ask for forgiveness rather than permission. She has her approach is, I'm going to try this and see. She's so proactive. I'm amazed by her proactivity and her self-belief at age 7. It's a thing to watch. And I think we need all to do that a little bit more. You know, back ourselves, give yourself the permission to try something else. Not seeking that kind of permission from some external authority, but finding it within yourself. And the other thing is, I think what happens sometimes is we make a decision, it doesn't go the way we thought it would go, and then we go, oh, shouldn't have done that, or I made a mistake. But you know, we're also entitled to make mistakes and fail. And I think if we sort of are only give ourselves that conditional, permission, you can only do this if you don't make a mistake or if you don't fail. I mean, that's no sort of permission. So I think it's about giving yourself completely that permission to think big, to go for it. And yeah, that's what I would say around that one. Maintain focus. So setting goals is a really kind of, again, powerful thing to do for the brain, because we have a lovely chemical called dopamine, which is all around reward. And we get a little, every time we take something off that to-do list, we get that little punch of, yes, I did that. And I think maintaining a focus around our goals helps us to be more strategic, checking in with what's working, checking in with where there might be an opportunity that it's literally sitting in front of our faces and we can't even see it. And I think that focus around goals, and I would agree that, you know, having big goals is, you know, a big audacious goal is really important. But then I think we have to sort of bring it down to something that's more manageable. So like if you have your 5-year goal, then kind of think to yourself, well, look, if I wanted to get to that 5-year goal, what would I have to do, you know, in year 1? And then if I want to do that year 1 goal, well, then what would I have to do after the first 3 months? So taking that big goal and breaking it down into quarters, I think will help us to maintain focus as we go through the ups and downs of life, and allowing yourself to change your goal. They did a study where a business, they compared a company, an organization that had a strategic goal and an organization that hadn't spent time on their strategic goal. And they found, no surprise, that the company that had spent some time on strategic planning did better financially. But the real kicker was, even if the company didn't follow its own strategic goal, they still did better than the company that didn't do any. And it's the idea that the intent and the discipline it takes to creating a goal and maintain focus helped even when there was change had to come about. And the last thing I think I want to say about this is accountability. And I'm thinking like, I came across this idea of a board of advisors. So Katie Milkman has a book called How to Change, and she comes up with some really lovely research-backed evidence and stories around how different organizations have used psychology and behavioral economics to help people to change. And one of the things she said that she does is, she's an academic, and the academic world is a competitive world, as you all know, probably more than I. And often she said that her female counterparts are often given the tasks of logistics or organizing the kind of event or the kind of backroom tasks. And the kind of, you know, high impact tasks are often given to their male counterparts. And what they do so they've created a kind of a network, a group around each other. And in that group, they help to check in with each other in terms of how they're getting on. So let's say one of us has got an opportunity has landed on our lap to get involved in an event or to lead on, to work on this on a summit or something. And you're thinking, golly, okay, busy woman, what do I do? Do I take it? Could there be an opportunity within that? Is it just going to be, again, the low level tasks or whatever? And they check in with each other, and through a kind of supportive network, they kind of coach each other on whether this might be a good idea or not. Or, as Susan mentioned earlier, whether they could do one more thing, one more added task within what they've been asked to do to make it more high value for them. And I think whether it is an accountability buddy, somebody that you trust that says, how are you getting on now with that plan? Or a larger network of women, which I know you're all part of, which is absolutely wonderful. Somebody that can just hold you accountable, to give you that support, that containment, I think is very important, because I do think there's feminine energy, which is that reflection energy, which is so powerful. But I think the masculine energy of decisiveness and going after something and goal setting, we need to maybe pull that into our abilities a little bit more as well. So finally, came across this little quote. I think nature is a wonderful source for me in terms of making sense of the world. So I came across this little quote. So like tiny seeds with potent power to push through tough ground and become mighty trees, we hold innate reserves of unimaginable strength, and we are resilient. And in the springtime, when I was planting some seeds, if I can add to this little concluding remark, I was planting some seeds. My sister is a great gardener, And she reminded me that I needed to plant the seeds in a small container, because the little seeds need to be able to feel the edges. They need to feel the containment of a small space. And then when they get a little bit stronger, you move them into a bigger space. And I think for our young people and our wonderful women that are coming up, we need to give them that little bit of support, that little bit of containment, so that their tiny seeds of potential and strength can form beautiful, beautiful, strong roots and strong stems for the future. Thank you so much. Thank you for organizing this and making it happen, manifesting it.
Thank you also for contributing your experience, your knowledge, your skills, your talents, your resources, time. Wow, that's amazing. Thank you for coming.
Oh, it's a pleasure. It was been a lovely, lovely day.
Wow. It's a long day. Thank you very much for, at least you patiently wait up to this moment. We value that time, honestly. We value your contribution.
Pleasure.
Some comments and Q&A open for Elan.
Again, that's a great way to cap off. I took some more notes because as I said, we're feeding each other, we're nurturing each other, and I don't think anyone's going to leave here without something that they can take away. That's always what I look for when you say, what am I doing and what is the time? I look at events like, okay, so what could I potentially pull from this? And I want to applaud all of those who put this together because there are a lot of things that I'm thinking about. I'm like, wow, accountability buddies. A lot of time we just kind of, I know for me, sometimes I'm like, that sounds good. Let me go for it. And then at the end of the day, it may work. It may not be as beneficial. And so a lot of that's resources saved, that's time saved. So I'm definitely looking at that as a good possibility because I have potential partners of accountability. It's just a matter. I said a lot of things, the SHED method, which I don't think I embrace enough: sleep, hydration, exercise, and diet. What you don't want to be is be put on a forced SHED method where you have to stop operations. And so I thank you for that because it ties into that whole self-care, taking care of yourself, because you cannot give in abundance and make an impact if you are in a state where you're not able to have the energy and have the ability to do so. And the core pillars, I believe, connection, community, and courage are my favorite C words now. And so, I think just in life, being able to connect and understand. And I actually did 4 years in the military. So that, connecting with the buddy that may save your life, is key, knowing that you are part of a community and having the courage. And that's something that I want to take back into what I'm doing with the individuals in Sierra Leone. And it's a learning. And because I'm so passionate about it, a lot of people say, aren't you tired? I mean, you're using your funds, aren't you exhausted? Because you're doing a lot. I mean, you must be exhausted. And I said, actually, every day I'm thinking about what else could I do? Because it is a calling that is in me, that is so much a part of me, that just taking it away is like taking me away. So I always tell people, find your calling and the resources will come, the money will come, but your heart will always have something that is looking towards, your heart will be pulled, the strings will be pulled. And it's like when you have that mindset that I know it's going to work. I have no idea how we're going to get these bags, but I have a way. Somehow it's going to work. So I thank you for your nuggets, your jewels, your, the takeaways, and just how even our personality and environment are keys to our energy. I don't think people speak on personality enough. Your personality is key. And I'll just end on this. I had some people that told me, I don't know what it is, but something about your smile has driven me to want to be around you and to help you. And I'm like, really? And so I tell people life is short. And I think we all came out of this, all came out of the pandemic learning something. Whether or not you applied it is your choice. But I learned that life is very short, no matter your age, and you have to live it the best way in the best body as you can. So thank you so much for that, and thank you for this conference.
You're welcome. Any more contributions? Professor Badru, Dr. Jenny? Dr. Jenny, Professor Badru.
I'm on the wheel now. I really enjoyed the presentation, you know. I wish I could make another couple. It's actually a long day. I really enjoyed the presentation. I'm driving now, so it's good. Let me appreciate everybody that has spoken, and for you that are not put it together, God bless you abundantly, and have a wonderful day and evening.
Thank you for coming as well, sir. And quickly, just to add my little remark before I call on every other person to chip in their contribution, because it's been the issue of support and providing opportunity for ourselves to empower other young girls and women out there to be more exceptional. You know, we are trying to create that exceptional generation of young girls and women. I'm just going to leave you with this little message that to tackle this issue of lack of support and opportunity for women and for girls as well, and for us to be able to move from goals to growth, we need to remember that together we are stronger and together we are well arising. And as I said earlier on, that let's see ourselves as that fetching well where we fetch water from. And water is living. On a daily basis, think about it. Is it that we drink water, we bath with water, one way or the other, we make use of water. So seeing ourselves as the well for people to fetch from is like empowering, using ourselves as mechanism for empowering other young girls and women to be where they want to be. So that's just my only two, closing remarks. And I'm going to open the floor now to other people to contribute. Dr. Black, please, can you ship in your own contribution? Dr. Black, with honor, we call on you to contribute your own view. You can unmute yourself, please. Dr. Black. Dr. Jenny, while we are waiting for Dr. Black to be ready, Dr. Jenny, any closing remarks from you? Dr. Jenny.
Yeah, thank you. It's been an amazing and awesome time, just listening to all the different speakers and everyone. And I think for me, the most important thing is that we should continue these conversations in public and in private. That's what I think we should go ahead and do. Because and also it'd be really fantastic if we could also get some of these some young entrepreneurs, female entrepreneurs, to join these sessions as well. Yes, so because I think that's the whole point of today, and I did send the links to some people, and I think, like Grace was saying, I'm just a bit disappointed, especially some of the young ones, why they're not here. So we need to work on that going forward, because they are the ones that it's good that we're sharing knowledge and we're collaborating with our different events and network, the companies and charities have set up. But these are the people that we're doing all of this for, and they really do need to be on these platforms, even if it means that we get a viewing center in different parts of the world and they just project it. We can raise the funds, we can do that, because otherwise, I don't know, I just feel that they should be here and they're not here. Yeah. So those that I sent it to, I'm really going to have a word with them.
We have some of them, but they are really like quiet teenagers among us, but they don't want to speak. And for confidentiality, we have to maintain that. But we do have them from our side. Okay. But I don't know of other side, but they are. But they tend to lay low.
Okay.
But we expect to see more of them.
Yeah, definitely.
Can I say something quick? I think because I've attended a lot of events, can I challenge everyone in your own space, in your own platform? Because we all have our own platforms where there may be young people, young entrepreneurs, men and women. Can we maybe have a share and care where we can say, hey, I attended a great virtual conference on women in global leadership, and these are some key takeaways. I think that would be the start of continuing the conversation, because I think this is where we have amazing virtual conferences and in-person conferences, but it's what we do with the information. So I would challenge, I know for me, put that as my homework. I want to take and soak in. It was so much. And I really hope that we can all stay connected in some way. But I think we should use our platforms, whether it be LinkedIn or Twitter or what have you, and just say, and tie it back to our beautiful leader here and say, I attended a great conference today, and these are some key tidbits, and maybe, put your website.
Yeah,
just
tag ourselves. Yeah, great idea.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Dr. Adama. That's really great. Yeah. Then we can tag each of the speakers as well and say well done to them.
If there a way that we can, because I don't think I'm connected with everyone, but I can go back to one of your earlier, I think, messages. You had a lot of us tagged, so I can probably start from there. Yeah. And if you get my post, you can like the post, then you can comment, and we just keep it going. That's exactly what I want to do.
Yeah. What we do, we take it as a flow from the summits on LinkedIn when I created the events, so we can just keep the flow like that. Say, oh, this is, or if any of us have I've not been able to do one, the screenshot of our photo for today's summit, then someone can kickstart from there. Then we can start rolling the comments, keep it flowing.
Yeah, I wasn't able to get this gallery view because my personal computer, which I had every intention of using, kind of has a virus. So I had to go and be flexible and use my phone because, by any means necessary. So I couldn't get the gallery view, but I did what I could to screenshot whilst I was presenting. But if anyone else has something, I don't mind, we can repost it and that would, oh yeah, and Facebook as well, definitely, because that's where all the a lot of my younger entrepreneurs, business owners are on there as well. So, oh, someone just said WhatsApp. Yeah, that's where these are the great spaces. So,
any further comments before I start to put this book up again? I don't know if anyone can see that. Yeah, the chapter 8, because I was trying to flip over to see where someone asked of policy framework, and it's on chapter 8 of the global corporate entrepreneurship, perspectives, practices, principles, and policy. It's on chapter 8 of it. And this book, we have them in 3 volumes. This is volume 1 of it, and this is volume 2. Sorry, I cannot hold the 3 because they are one is heavy, and the other one is, let me try to. One moment. And that's the volume 3. So volume 1, 2, and 3. Volume 3 is global business hybridization. I hope everyone can see me. Yeah? Oh, good. So the policy framework is on chapter 8 and chapter 6. So if you want to place your order, it's on Amazon. You can get it in store as well. Walmart, Waterstones in the UK, for those in the UK, and Blackwell's as well. I remember when I was at uni, we used Blackwell. When we go to the library, they search by catalog, then Blackwell. So they're still using it. It's still relevant. Thanks very much for everyone. I appreciate your time. Honestly, your resources. I cannot buy. If you have to charge me, you'll be charging me like 1,000 plus, but you get the reward in the year after for every one of you. And I wish you all the best in the career line. Dr. Jenny, I appreciate you. Ellen, are you still there? I appreciate you. Dr. Adama, thanks for coming.
Is there any way that we can get a copy of the presentations? Because there was some really good information.
Yeah, you will get the recording. Is that what you mean? Or the slides? Do you mean the slide or the recording?
Oh, the slide.
I don't have most of the slides. Like yourself, you sent it to me. But not all of them. I don't have all of them, but I will try to send you the recording version from Zoom. Once I get the cloud recording, I will surely forward that to you. Grace, do you have any comments?
Thank you. I would appreciate anyone to send your presentations. I would love that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks so much for coming. Grace, would you like to add any comments? I think Ellen is gone. Grace, if you are still there.
Thank you so much. I'm still very much available. I enjoyed the summit. It's the first, and I hope that I will still participate in others. And I equally pray that my fellow colleagues will join me in the next summit, hopefully.
Hopefully, yeah. You're welcome. Thanks to everybody for coming. That's it for today. Oh, we need to take okay, maybe do you try, Jenny, you help us. Some photo, yeah, closing one. Let me stop screen sharing so that we can have a nice one. Yeah, can we see your faces, please?
Yes, I know you, Grace. You're my friend on LinkedIn. I know you. Sorry. I was looking at the name. Sorry. Okay. If we could all put our videos on so that I could just take screenshots.
Dr. Adama, are you still there?
Yes, she is, but her video is off.
I think Ellen is.
Fatiat, F. Hafiz.
These are the young. These are the teenage ones.
These are the young.
So
Okay. Yeah. Privacy reasons. Yes. Yeah. Okay. All right then. I'll just take a quick screenshots then. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Oh yes, go. Yeah, sweetheart. Just
thanks for showing up your face.
Yes. He said, "Mommy, it's time."
Thanks for letting mommy
coming.
share our knowledge with us. That's amazing. Without you disturbing us, that's great.
It's amazing. I'm shocked myself. I thought she was going to come into the different sessions. So okay. I'm just gonna take a quick screenshot now. 1, 2, 3, go. Okay. Let me just save it. We'll take one more. And then I'll hand over the platform.
I'm sorry, guys. I forgot to take my status, and people were calling me. I'm ready now.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, so one more time. 1, 2, 3, go. Okay, yes, I've taken it here. So I will send it to you, Dr. Kafaya. A pleasure to meet you, Dr. Adama. Good to see you again.
Yes, please, let's stay in touch.
Definitely. I'll see you in the US one of these days.
Definitely. We welcome you. Okay. And anything that you're doing, like the gender equality mentorship with girls, it's a passion of mine. So I think we can continue that conversation and entrepreneurship. So, really trying to raise up on business owners. That's a passion. So we'll continue that conversation. Okay.
Oh, that's really good. Thank you so much. Dr. Kafaya, I was wondering, can you not do make it the full screen of the books?
Okay, so let me do this. Okay, I'm going to stop the screen share now.
Yeah, so you just make it as it's just for those that are going to watch the recording
later. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I've stopped sharing. You will be able to tell me if my screen is that way.
Okay. Yes, it's a bit clearer now. Yeah.
This is Global Corporate Entrepreneurship. Yeah, the volume 1, Global Corporate Entrepreneurship. The subtitle is Perspectives, Practices, Principles, and Policies. And we have on chapter 8 the framework, policy framework, as well as chapter 6 for leadership, because there is discussion about leadership imbalance and moving forward. So this is Global Corporate Entrepreneurship Perspectives, Practices, Principles, and Policies in 3 volumes. This volume 1, and this is volume 2. And volume 3 is a different title, but the same subtitle. Volume 3 is Global Business Hybridization, the same perspectives, practices, principles, and policies. And the 4th one is Global Career Diversity Management. But that one, I don't have any extra copy with me, but it's online, Amazon. You can only get that one from Amazon. Global Career Diversity Management and Entrepreneurship. That's the title. Thanks to everyone for coming. It's been a long day today. We glory to God for making it a successful summit. And I appreciate you all, honestly, for your time, for your efforts, for your presentations. Very interactive, highly engaging, relational. We can all fit into somewhere through the talk, connection, networking, or think about it, being courageous and every concept today. So much to take away. And thanks so much for all the ideas. Bye, everyone. It's nice meeting you once again. I love you all. Take care. Enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye. Oh, bye, lovely. Lovely me. Thanks for letting your mom talk to us.
Thank you, Dr. Kafaya. Bye.
You're welcome. Thanks so much.